football team.
Are you at all concerned, though, about the fact that you're going to have an untested tight end in there?
Well, you always want your starters. You always want your experience in there whenever you can have them. That's not going to be the case at tight end, but that's okay. We'll do fine.
Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
There is one of the tight ends. That's the freshman, Aaron Galladay, out of York, Nebraska. Texas coach Mac Brown, this is his first Big 12 championship game. Remember, it was John Mackovic who coached the Longhorns in the inaugural title game, that in St. Louis 4 years ago.
Brent, 2 years ago today, Mac Brown was hired as Texas coach.
Nebraska will go on offense first. The ball is on the tee with Joe Walker awaiting the kickoff. He's back deep with Randy Stella. Chris Stockton, number 13, to kick it off for the Horns. And we are underway in San Antonio, Texas at the Alamo Dome. Walker from 5 deep gambles. Right side, bad gamble. Eric Crouch will bring the offense out. And we asked Eric, what do you expect from the Texas defense in the first series?
Well, something I remember from the last game is they blitzed almost on every play, either one way or another, with backers or corners, safeties. So you got to anticipate that some type of blitz is going to be coming.
They dash out from the sideline here, Gary Danielson.
Brent, that's exactly what happened. Kyle Reese, a little bit of different game plan this time, though. They're going to blitz inside out, not outside in. I think Nebraska's going to try to pound them now.
They open with both tight ends. DeBates and Galladay back in a flex. Moves in motion, power to the left side of the formation. And Alexander with the game's first carry. Remember, he scored against Colorado. And he rushes his way out near the 30-yard line. Our Dr. Pepper starting lineup. The fellas up front. Dominic Raiola, all Big 12 this year for the Cornhuskers. Wide receivers with the 2 tight ends. They'll try to get the ball into Bobby Newcomb's hands, the junior from Albuquerque, New Mexico. You just saw Dan Alexander, the junior running back out of Missouri. Willie Miller is the fullback. A first down on their opening play with a power look for the Cornhuskers. Keeping on the ground, Alexander, and nothing doing against a very talented defensive front. Aaron Humphrey, number 49, makes the game's stop at the line of scrimmage. Hampton and Rogers, outstanding tackles, and Woodard the other end. The linebackers tend to be small, but they are very active. We'll see Anthony Hicks a lot. He plays well against Nebraska. The fellows on the corner, Brooks and Hill, they must hold up. 5'9", 5'8". But can Nebraska exploit their lack of size? Sean Rogers, who played so well 6 weeks ago, down into the trenches now. Movement and a flag before, and Aaron Galladay, the freshman, appeared to jump the snap.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
Interesting contrast from the opening game, Brent. Very seldom do college football teams play each other twice in the same year. Remember the last game, Nebraska opened up with basically 4 wide receivers and tried to finesse Texas. Now they're going 2 tight ends and trying to power the ball upside in the middle.
Second down and 15. This would be a passing situation for most teams, but we'll have to see. Here's the option crouch. Wants Alexander on the pitch. And he rushes for 16 yards and a Cornhusker first down.
Whoa! Lee Jackson just put a hit on Eric Crouch that time, and Crouch can expect that all game. Crouch running the option is going to get a big-time hit from the strong safety coming right here. Watch this. Option coming down the line. Here comes the strong safety. Crouch is a little late pitching the ball. Look at that hit. Texas's game plan will be to pound Eric Crouch and make it pay off in the second half.
And let me correct that. That was Buckhalter, who had checked into the backfield on that option look. He and Alexander rotate, so I made a mistake, and Buckhalter comes right back behind the left side of that offensive line.
Let's take a look at the Dell Game Solutions and how it sets up. When Nebraska has the ball, the game plan is going to be to conserve Eric Crouch. Keep him back in the pack like a marathoner runner, and in the second half, make a sprint for it. and it's very simple. Keep it or punt it. No fumbles, no turnovers, and that's going to help them win the football game. Texas defense, #1, pound Eric Crouch. Make it pay off in the second half, and there's a lot of talk about turnovers. Tackle first, then strip the ball, not the other way around.
The fullback, Miller, huge hole on the right side, and he pounds for another first down behind Raiola and Hochstein, who are blowing huge holes on the left side of that defensive front right now.
Just remember 6 weeks ago how the Texas defensive line, Hampton and Rogers, dominated this football game. Nebraska going to run right at. Remember, A&M just a week ago, Jamar Toombs, 122 yards, very similar in the size to the Nebraska tailbacks.
5 rushes, 45 yards for the Cornhuskers. Coming back, Miller, and nothing doing that time.
All right, let's pick this game. Somebody's got to go out on a limb here, and I know you're not going to help me, are you, Brent? A little bit of a check right here for the Texas offense. A little bit of a check for the Nebraska defense. A big check right here for special teams. Great punting and kicking. But here's a big check for Texas. The fumbles and the turnovers. I'm calling it even.
Can't disagree with you, Mark.
All right.
Second down now, and Nebraska may throw for the first time here in this game. Thomas out wide to the right. Newcomb is slotted in the left with Davison outside him, and they do not. Keep it right on the ground. Run that option look. Why not? It's working. And Buckhalter is out of bounds at the 45-yard line. A pickup of about 4 yards on the play. So clearly, Gary, Solich and staff have come to run. Yes. They're going to put a helmet right on this Longhorn defensive front and see what they can get.
Casey Hampton coming from the backside here puts a hit on Eric Crouch, but if you're a quarterback, that's a soft one from behind. But you're right, Brent. Texas is going to have to prove to Nebraska they can stop the running game.
Now, Crouch for the first time back in the shotgun on a 3rd and 6. And a quarterback draw, nothing doing. He's pounded again. He's going to absorb a lot of punishment. The Longhorn strategy, keep pounding the quarterback until we get into the 4th quarter. That was DeAndre Lewis, the sophomore out of Houston.
And remember, Eric Crouch wore down against Colorado. Frank Solich only called 3 pass plays in the second half. One of the reasons is Eric was hurting. And that kind of wears on you. You get hit all game like that.
Gary, I know you've got to run, but in one of those situations, wouldn't you have put it up once?
Well, I could throw a little better than him. Yes, I think I would have. But I think Nebraska's going to play a field position game early in this football game.
Maidenfeld, an outstanding punter, hangs it high. Garcia signals fair catch and makes the grab at the 10-yard line. 33-yard punt. Texas will have its first possession back on their own 10-yard line. Timeout.
Are you lonesome tonight? How does it feel? Out there all alone?
Hello?
So near.
My whole day has been like this.
And yet, so far away. Dr. Pepper's the taste.
He's so happy.
No one else can take its place. And
Hey, I know that guy.
You're lonesome tonight.
I got the feeling this storm wanted us gone. But that comes with the territory. We were scrambling to let the balloon break loose before everything else did. And we cut it a little close, but we had it covered.
Ford Ranger, built Ford tough.
Pokemon Master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention at Pokemon Traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Championship Saturday. The Gators are looking for revenge against Alabama.
Oh, yeah? We'll see what Sean Alexander thinks about that.
Championship Saturday on ABC.
Well, But Gary, here comes the first play from Texas.
Yeah, watch Greg Davis, the coordinator for Texas, likes to send a message early. Last time he went right at Keel Craver to tell him, be ready, the young corner.
And the basic eye from the 11-yard line. And draw play, and Nebraska cannot hit Hodges on the first hit. But they slowed him up enough. And it is a loss of yardage for the Texas running back. Now our Dr. Pepper Texas offensive line. Only senior there. Roger Raisler. Corey Quide played high school at Marshall High right here in San Antonio, Texas. The wide receivers, Kwame Cavill, one of the best, breaking Texas records every time he goes out. To Major, the quarterback. Hodges Mitchell behind Ricky Brown, primarily a blocker, sometimes a receiver. Now it'll be second down and 12 as Hodges Mitchell loses 2 yards on his first carry against the Blackshirts. Off the play fake. Going deep, down the middle, incomplete. Third down, coming up, Jeremy Jones stretching the defense. And it is an outstanding defense. Up front, Steve Warren out of Missouri leads the way, the senior defensive tackle. The linebackers very active, and they're also deep. Behind those three, they go another 2 deep on the outside. Great defensive back play from Mike Brown and Ralph Brown, not related. Both made the all Big 12 team this year. Now on third down.
Brent, Kwame Cavill's way out here. He's drawn extra coverage so far at the beginning of the game.
Texas spreads the field. They put Applewhite back in the shotgun. They drop it off in the flat, and not much doing there. Montrell Flowers trying to use his speed.
Boy, Carlos Polk made a great play. Your middle linebacker stopping a quick screen to the wide receiver. Nebraska has got it geared up early in this game, but that's not unusual, Brent. They start off fast on defense.
Now here comes a matchup.
Yeah.
Texas has to be very shaky. They have had 4 blocked punts this year, 3 of them in the first game by North Carolina State, and the 4th one last week by Texas A&M. Now Nebraska has blocked 7 already this season. They move up front from out of the end zone. Walker is driven back on a beautiful punt back to the 35-yard line. There's an alley, comes across midfield, and down at the 39-yard line. Ryan Long, the punter, makes the tackle, but it is a 27-yard return. Timeout.
You guys are in here again? I can't believe this! You're always in here nursing your injuries. I have never seen such a group of cream puffs in my life. This is football! I need guys that can play!
Man, I thought he'd never leave.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Hot dog, anyone?
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
It's tough to put your finger on it. That's something that powers some to get anything done. But when somebody's got this kind of drive, you'll know. Just look at their truck. Welcome to Ford Country, land of the Indestructibles and home of the F-Series. When you're built Ford tough, you're out to take on anything. Just bring it on.
Excellent field position here for the second series for the Cornhuskers. Inside the Texas 40-yard line, Alexander back at I-back. Gets the call, busts into the middle for 2 or 3 yards. Gary, we've talked about the Texas defensive strategy to wear down the quarterback.
And Eric Crouch is susceptible to it. Remember, his rushing attempts are just not the time he carries the ball, but when he pitches it, he's going to get hit. The strategy, not as big as Scott Frost or Tommy Frazier, to wear down the quarterback. That's what Carl Reese is going to try to do for the second half of this football game.
He has been hit 5 times already here in the first quarter. That's Eric Crouch, the Nebraska quarterback. Hit 5 times by the Horns. Rogers, incidentally, made that last stop. Now Crouch is going to throw his first pass, and it is complete to Davison. Out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. Matt Davison makes his first catch. Jackaroo.
Well, Brent, Gary, you're absolutely right about what Carl Bull Reese wants to do on defense, but there's another twist because he's aware that Nebraska has suffered 18 fumbles in the last 2 games. So in the early going of this game, he has told his defense to not only be concerned about the tackle, in fact, even more importantly, go for the ball. That's a little bit different than what you've talked about in your Dell Game Solutions, right, Gary.
Jack, I heard him say that yesterday at practice, but I disagree. You can miss a lot of tackles doing that.
Straight ahead by Crouch for the first down for Nebraska.
You know, Brent, you become concerned about forcing turnovers. A lot of times you just got to play solid defense and let the turnovers, especially fumbles, come to you. Hard hitting and aggressive play will get you your turnovers.
In their first meeting 6 games ago, Solich's Cornhuskers turned it over 3 times. Texas did not turn it over once. It was a major difference in the game. First down and 10 for the Huskers. Play fake to Alexander. Crouch rolls, diving, incomplete. He's now 1 of 2. He went to his fullback, Miller. And the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship on ABC Sports, brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. Dell Computer, pioneering direct internet ideas for your business. Be direct, Dell. Chili's, a proud sponsor of ABC College Football. And Ford Motor Company, better ideas. Welcome to the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, home of the NBA World Champion San Antonio Spurs. A loser last night against the Detroit Pistons, but they don't lose very often. Second down and 10, and look at this. Nebraska spreads the field. Applegate comes in motion. Crouch straight back. High, incomplete. And that was intended for Wilson Thomas, the freshman from Omaha, who has not caught a single pass this year. That's the matchup Nebraska wanted. They worked on it in practice when I was up there, and that is matching Thomas against a smaller defensive back.
Brent, look at Sean Applegate come in motion. It was mistimed, the snap. Applegate barely gets out. In fact, he doesn't get out, and that's where the pattern broke down. Applegate doesn't get into it. Only 3 guys go out.
Nebraska has to be discouraged now facing a 3rd and 10 when you figure how well they moved it early for Solich, who is the play caller. He's his own offensive coordinator. They got to hurry. They're down to 4 seconds. 2 seconds. Back. Are they going to get it off? No, they're not. And there is a 5-yard penalty. Did they get a timeout? Remember, let us go back 6 weeks ago to Austin. Nebraska burned all 3 timeouts in the second half, and they had to come down the stretch in an effort to play catch-up without any timeouts.
You're exactly right.
Timeout, Nebraska.
They did get
it. 25-second clock right
Wilson Thomas called timeout right in front of the linesman down here.
So a freshman uses a timeout, and we'll take one too.
I'm Steve Kirby. These are my mountains. I test emissions for Ford Motor Company. We're up here in the Rockies testing Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury sport utility vehicles. We're really concerned about the environment. Every SUV we sell this year is going to be low emissions. These vehicles average 35% less smog-forming emissions than the government requires. 35%. That's really amazing. The government doesn't make us do this. We're doing this for my mountains. Better ideas driven by you.
Yeah, great. Our next caller is Sarah, whose boyfriend has lost interest ever since he won the new Donkey Kong 64 from Dr. Pepper.
Let's see what we're dealing with.
Donkey Kong 64 is here, and you can win it along with a Nintendo 64 game system by looking under the cap of specially marked bottles of Dr. Pepper or enter to win other prizes.
Sarah, I have a question for you. Are you a supermodel?
No.
Then here's the deal. He's not coming back. The game is awesome. Next caller.
I think I'm in love with a monkey.
Around the road to number 1, America's biggest road show. National championship on ABC. The Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl!
And nothing's gonna stop us.
Look out! Now what?
There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Sellout crowd in the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Well, Frank Solich in his first drive called all runs. Now on this drive with excellent field position, he has 2 runs and 3 passes. And they're 1 for 3 and they face another pass situation. They're 3rd down and 10 and Applegate comes in behind Crouch. They overload the right side and they run option left and Crouch is going to take another lick. Now it's 4th and long. Are they close enough now for Josh Brown?
I'll tell you, D.D. Lewis that time, the middle linebacker, when you stop an option play from inside out, that is going to tear up this Nebraska option game. And that's what Texas did so well last time, making plays from behind the option.
And they leave Josh Brown with what would be a career long. He will attempt a 42-yard field goal in an effort to put Nebraska on the board first. Remember, they started in Texas territory with this drive. He's long enough and good. A career long. Josh Brown, the freshman out of Foyle, Oklahoma, makes it 3-0, and we go down to our colleague Jackaroo. Jack?
Well, Brent, all kickers like to have funny little quirks. What Josh Brown does when he goes out, especially for a very long kick, he says, I visualize. No, not anything about making that kick. He goes back to his high school days when he had a game-winning kick of 50 yards. He said it went through the uprights, over the fence, and broke the windshield on a pickup truck. He says, when I go out there, I just think about that.
Jack, if this one had landed outside of the Alamo Dome, he might have hit any of hundreds of pickup trucks, my friend. Now, remember, Danny Haydenfeld, the punter, handles the kickoff chores for Nebraska. Very strong leg, and Texas will see what they can do about this field position. Back deep, Hodges-Mitchell. So we see Hodges-Mitchell back deep with Victor Ike. They line up their 2 best running backs, and coaches will do that in big games, and this is a big one as far as the Longhorns are concerned. The winner will move to the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl and play probably Tennessee, although Alabama, I'm told, is still somewhat in that mix. Haydenfeld drives into the end zone. Let's see if Hodges comes out. He does not. He'll take a knee and it'll come out. Well, the annual Army-Navy game. Let's find out what happened. Let's send you now to John Saunders in New York. John?
Brent here on the Burger King update. As you mentioned, Army, Navy, always a fun one to watch. And Navy this time gets the advantage. Brian Madden, 2-yard touchdown run here. 41 carries for 177 yards, both career highs, as Navy took a 7-0 lead. Their only touchdown of the game, and they win it 19-9. Brent.
Times in which the favorite wins that game, and by more than was expected. Normally that's an underdog's game, but not today. Here the Longhorns are an 8-point underdog against Nebraska, even though they beat them by 4 in Austin. Here's Hodges trying to find a seam on the left side, and he could not.
Let's take a look at the Dell Game Solutions now when Texas has the ball. Texas has to survive the barrage. Nebraska starts out quick. Most of their damage is done early in the game. And while they're doing it, they got to probe and look for Cavill, ways to use him later in the game. The Nebraska defense shut down Mitchell, make Texas one-dimensional, and when a passing situation comes, squeeze the pocket and try to knock down passes at the line of scrimmage for Major Applewhite.
Williams has checked in at right tackle. 2nd down and long. The Major sacked at the 14-yard line. Loren Kaiser, the junior from Farwell, Nebraska, makes the stop for the Huskers, and Coach McBride loves that play.
Nebraska leads the Big 12 in sacks with 47, now 48. And here's the guy right here, going to beat Raessler, number 72, with an arm under. Major sets up. This is very similar to how the game started last time in Austin. The Nebraska pass rush, a major factor.
And the coach is concerned about the performance of Raessler, the senior on that offensive line out of Round Rock, Texas, hoping he can hold up today. Passing down for the Major. 3rd down and 15 from the gun. Going to set the screen against that rush, and Nebraska had jumped all over. Carlos Pope moving over again, shadowing the running back, did not give Mitchell any breathing room.
Brent, take a look at the difference in the Nebraska defense. Major Applewhite in the last meeting 6 weeks ago, 47 yards, 9 for 21, came back in the second half. And watch Machete, look at that. Last week, 17 for 27 in the second half. That's what you have to withstand from Nebraska.
Now back to punt again is Ryan Long. Remember, he was forced to make the tackle last time under a rush. Has to get it off in a hurry. One quick hop and out of bounds right near midfield. It will be at the Nebraska 49-yard line, a 36-yard punt. And a reminder that tomorrow on ESPN, Emmitt Smith and the Dallas Cowboys look to stay in that playoff picture as they take on the New England Patriots. Then Monday on ABC, it'll be a showdown for first in the NFC Central. Jeff George and the Vikings take on the Buccaneers. Minnesota at Tampa Bay live at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on ABC Sports. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers with one of the finest defenses in the NFL. What they did last week against Seattle was absolutely amazing. Danny Alexander now comes back onto the field for the Huskers, lined up at the I-back. They lead it 3-0. Play fake and a throw on first down. Stands tall, avoids the rush, slips a tackle, forced to run now, and Crouch makes the most of a very ugly situation. That was great creative work by the Nebraska quarterback that time.
Well, Aaron Humphrey missed the sack, but he saved a touchdown because no one for Texas covered Matt Davison on the play. Eric Crouch shows you why he's so difficult to sack. He's not been sacked a lot this year, but Matt Davison came crossing the pattern that time, and no one from Texas followed him.
Gained 5 yards on the scramble. Second down and 5. Miller, the fullback. First down, Nebraska. Powerful looking run.
Fullback Willie Miller on the carry for Nebraska.
Willie Miller has really added another dimension to this Nebraska team. He was partially injured when we saw him last time in Austin. He's coming on and giving the Texas offense. Remember, Brent, I mean, when you think Nebraska offense, I mean, you think about the fullback position. Makovicka did it for so many years in the recent history, and Willie Miller is giving them that inside run.
You know, also, Alexander reminds me a bit of a Nebraska fullback. Very powerful between the tackles.
He does. I mean, he's the type of guy that surprises you sometimes, as big as he is, that he can play tailback as well as he does.
Now, Nebraska is dominating this Big 12 championship game here early. They have 74 yards. Texas -3. First down and 10, and Buckhalter checks into the backfield. Option. Pitch hits the fullback, and Buckhalter catches it and is forced to scramble and can't get back to the original line of scrimmage. But folks, one of the problems of the option for Nebraska are the pitches, and that one was not good.
Well, and that just kind of underlies the problems for Nebraska all year. And as Frank Solich tries to call plays, this is what he's dealing with, this contrast. 23 fumbles first, which is a bad one, and Texas has recovered the most fumbles. Here comes the down-the-line option. This is as simple as you can have, and that's as fortunate as you can have when you bounce it off your own fullback.
Now second down and 13. Newcomb in motion. Gonna get it. Crosses the 40-yard line. They need to reach the 31 for a first down. You know, there's so much talk about the pitch. How does a quarterback handle it? How should you pitch? I'm not sure the fans understand it. And Gary Danielson, down on the field, will give you an idea of how you should pitch.
Of course, to be successful, Nebraska in the option is going to have to pitch it. But the mechanics aren't quite understood. A lot of guys think it's this way. Really, it's as simple as watching the thumb. You pitch it and point your thumb right at the target every time.
So let's see if Crouch does point his thumb at the target. He's going to come straight back this time, fire over the middle, and that is going to be very close. The spot will determine this first down. John Bowling, one of their backup tight ends, made the catch, and the spot will determine.
Just a freshman, and that's the spot John Bowling has been taking all game, Brent, for Tracy Wiskrum.
And he is short of the first down. He is short, and it's going to be 4th down now, and about a yard to go. Solich talking to his fullback, and he'll go for it right now.
Texas stopped Nebraska 3 times on 4th down in their last meeting. Couple that with 3 turnovers, that's how you blow a game.
Follow the fullback. Solich was talking to him. He'll either carry it or block for it, one way or the other. They ride him. Crouch has got it. Crouch for the first down. Breaks free. They won't catch him. Touchdown, Nebraska. 31 yards.
Well, what a gutsy call. Frank, you know everyone in this crowd and Nebraska fans everywhere would have second-guessed that call had they not made it.
Eric Crouch shows you why he's the coach's co-offensive player of the year. He's now carried 5 times for 42 yards. The sophomore from Omaha Millard North High School with the game's first touchdown. Josh Brown with a 42-yard field goal, and he makes it a 10-0 game.
Everybody thought Nebraska would run right at the middle of this defense, me included. Here comes the fake to the fullback, and Eric Crouch, watch his feet. Freeze option, coming inside. Watch this, jump to the outside. Can't coach that, can't teach that. That's just athletic ability at the quarterback position and why this Nebraska offense is so tough to stop. Everybody thinks it's simple. It's not simple. When they're got it running on all cylinders, it's as tough to stop as any offense in the country.
But I don't have to remind Nebraska fans or Texas fans that a week ago out in Boulder, Colorado, the Cornhuskers jumped all over Colorado before letting them back into the game in the 4th quarter, and then had to hang on to win a failed field goal, giving the Huskers a chance in overtime. They made the most of it. And here in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game, it is Nebraska dominating the first quarter. They now lead it 10-0, and Hagenfeld drills another one into the end zone. It'll come out on the 20-yard line. Let's check in down below with Jack Arute. Jack?
Well, Brent, Mac Brown and his coaching staff are happy with the performance of the defense. They are very unhappy with the performance of their offensive linemen. They took both Tim Nunez and Mac Brown, talked to the offensive linemen and said, look, there are 11 players out there right now, referring to the defense. We can't keep them out there as long as you have. You've got to be able to do more than 3 and out. He said you've got to get your position, get the block, and especially protect Major.
And we see why, Jack, because it has been 2 3 downs and out for the Longhorns, unable to get anything going against this Nebraska defense. The Major, short drop, fires complete. So Kwame Cavill makes his first catch of the game. They try to get him working here. And a penalty flag down on the field against Texas. That's the preliminary indication.
Start of the snap. False start. On the offense.
Well, a reminder to tune in Sunday now for the BCS selection show when John Saunders and Terry Bowdenville announce which teams will play in the BCS bowl games. They'll be joined live by Florida State head coach Bobby Bowden and Seminole quarterback Chris Winkie, and from Blacksburg, Virginia Tech head coach Frank Beamer and the rest of the Virginia Tech Hokies. The Hokies and the Seminoles figure by all accounts to be headed for the Nokia Sugar Bowl and the national championship on January 4th. But Nebraska is saying here in the early going, don't count the ballots just yet. Here's the handoff to Hodges, hitting that backfield again. And that was Kyle Vanden Bosch, number 83 from Larchwood, Iowa. Let me take you back to an article that appeared 6 weeks ago in Sports Illustrated. This was a rallying cry for the Nebraska D when I was in Lincoln. They didn't do anything special all day. They're Nebraska. They're good, but they're not complicated. It's not going to be calculus. This was Major Applewhite, who was viewing tapes of the defense prior to the game, and the writer was allowed in. It was an excellent story, but that quote became a rallying cry up in Lincoln. Now the Major throws underneath, complete. But not only to the original line of scrimmage using the fullback Brown. And I asked Major when we reached him in Austin what he actually meant by that quote, and here's what he said.
They have talent, they have ability on that side of the ball, they have speed, strength, everything. Everything you could want in a defense, they have that. So they don't have to try to confuse you with certain looks. They can just line up on the other side of the ball and say, hey, we're here. You know, let's go play. And then they can beat you.
You know, he's right. I mean, there's nothing magical about Nebraska. But one thing Charlie McBride has done for this game, no disguise it, move up his linebackers and blitz. He thought last time they were a step away. He wants to get that blitz going.
3rd and 8 coming again. Major steps up, knocked away, incomplete. Ralph Brown, an All-American corner, makes the play at the 35-yard line.
A bit of a fade pattern. It's a slant, but watch Nunez. He doesn't come straight as he comes across the field here. Nunez should come flat. He comes a little bit too much upfield, and that allows Brown to get underneath the throw, and that's what allows him to make the knockdown.
And it's another 3 and out. With Long back to punt. Twin return men. Walker from the 31 is drilled with a penalty flag. They say that he did not have the halo, apparently. I wish they'd get rid of that rule, Gary, and make it reasonable like they do in the NFL. And not specific.
It's a safety issue, and I can understand it, but it's very difficult for those gunners down there. But understand the problem. Nebraska does not fair catch. They depend on the other deep returner to get it. I think he's...
That's 6 feet. That's also a bad call.
I don't know. I think it's very close. I think it's one of those things that they have to watch for. You could hurt somebody, and I think it's a good call.
Well, if you see the gunner coming, put your hand up in the air.
Well, see, Nebraska uses 2 returners, and they expect the other one to protect it. Bobby Newcomb missed his block this time and really hung up his returner.
Mac Brown is being dominated right now. Needs to rally the horns. They're coming off a tough emotional loss against Texas A&M. And they're unable to move the ball with Buckhalter moving back to that running back spot. You can bet Nebraska's thinking, let's keep the muscle on it. They do just that, end around Newcomb, and he can throw it. He's a quarterback looking down the middle, receiver covered. Now he fires, incomplete. Threw behind him. Texas ready for that play, and it'll be 2nd down.
Great job by Greg Brown that time, the free safety. Greg Brown has been one of the emerging players for Texas, playing so well. Remember, Quentin Jammer was lost to this team early, playing so well, Brent, that I think Jammer might find a spot next year at corner.
Yeah, that's what they told me up in Austin, Gary, that when they need bigger size, they're really thinking about moving him there just because of the performance of this young man, and now Alexander into the game.
Understand how tough that is. Nebraska comes out on 1st down running the ball. You want to stop the run, yet you read your keys and stay back and save a touchdown.
Alexander runs into his own man. How about that? You collide with your own guard pulling James Sherman, one of the hardest hits of the day.
Yeah, Aaron Humphrey blew up the play that time. Watch Humphrey right here. His penetration is really going to blast that guard right into the backfield. Watch this. Comes inside, knocks him backwards, and that's good defense from that defensive end. Big 12 sack leader making some good plays in this football game so far.
Coach Madden, known before as the Mad Dog, the man we call the Sheriff. He'd be proud of that performance along the defensive line when you blow somebody up. There's the big fellow right there. If you want to see a weight man, there's the expert. Time running out again. I think they're going to use another timeout. Gary, what's the problem with the Nebraska offense when we see it?
Well, you know, Brent, I don't think these timeouts are as critical in the first half as they would be in the second half. But the 4 receivers, and I'm wondering if Tracy Wistrom's injury might cause them a little problem in substitutions.
Let's go down below to Jack Arute. Jack?
Well, Brent, take a look. This is what neither of these 2 teams will be playing for this year. But Nebraska has got 3 of these Sears trophies. And a lot of people, as you know, Gary and Brent, think that maybe this game next year might come into play for this trophy in the year 2000.
Yeah, exactly. Jack, I'm going to tell you, Texas would be my preseason #1 regardless of what happens. Their recruiting classes have been phenomenal. They're good at the quarterback position, fine coaching staff. But remember, they don't play Nebraska or Kansas State next year, and one of the critical elements in a drive toward an unbeaten season is the schedule. They open up in Hawaii, and the Big 12 title game will be in Kansas City. Wouldn't that be something if Nebraska and Texas come together unbeaten next year? But I'm way ahead of where we are.
Yeah. Well, but you know what, Brent? They also get A&M at home next year on that schedule, and they only lose 2 players off of this defense: Aaron Humphrey and Cedric Woodard, the 2 defensive ends. Everyone else is back. You're going to get motion across the formation.
3rd down and 15.
Applegate is going to look at this wide split here from the 2 wide receivers. You're going to get the motion coming across.
That's Davison outside. Crouch is 3 of 5 for 20 yards. He wants Newcomb coming back on that slip screen, and he is hit right now by DeAndre Lewis, the middle linebacker. So the first quarter will come to an end, and we come back. Nebraska will be punting. The storyline, we'll take you back to the punishment that was being handed out by the Texas Longhorns. Nebraska leads it 10-0 here at the end of the first quarter. But in the early going, they put one lick after another on Crouch. But he had the answer. A 31-yard run for the game's only touchdown. They lead it by 10. Timeout.
It happened on my second cast. I knew what I had the second it hit. It snapped the line just above the leader. But I'm not going to lose my lucky lure. Not without a fight.
Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
How do you measure success? Presenting iChoice for Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, a dynamic new financial program that lets you achieve your success your way. How do you measure success? At Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
National Car Rental presents Drive for the National Championship. In 1985, Oklahoma had a late-season showdown with Nebraska. Barry Switzer watched as Keith Jackson rumbled 88 yards to open the scoring. On the Sooners' next possession, Jameel Holloway ran 43 yards en route to a 27-7 victory. Oklahoma would go on to an 11-1 season and the national championship. This year's national champion will be crowned in the title game of the Bowl Championship Series.
Hey there. Time for a holiday. So switch off your computers and take a national holiday with National Car Rental. Spend some time with National Heroes. Or visit a national treasure. Join the National Football League. Or take your kids to a national park. But wherever you go, National will get you there fast. Because with hundreds of locations nationwide, it's hard to find a place that's not a national city. Whoa! National Car Rental. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Well, Nebraska leads by 10, and I'll tell you how important this is. Hodges Mitchell is back to return a punt. He's already been back to return kickoffs. Had to down 2 for touchbacks on 4th down. Hayden Feld, one of the best in the nation. And Mitchell, 30. Down at the 34-yard line. So here are our Dr. Pepper first quarter stats, Gary.
Well, 10-0 is bad, but the stats are worse, if that can be possible. The only thing that Texas has going for them is they've been hitting Crouch. Hopefully, for them at least, that will start to pay off towards the end of the game. Brent, remember, 6 weeks ago, Nebraska had a 13-3 lead at half. That's what Texas is banking on. I think Texas has to go to a short passing game here right now and try to slow down that pass rush by throwing quickly.
Jason Lohr into the defensive line for the Huskers. First down and 10. The Major changes it at the line. Now Nebraska shows blitz. They back out with Jackson. They'll run the toss to Mitchell. Sprints to the left side. So Greg Davis has seen Coach McBride's defensive strategy. He felt he had room on the pitch to get to the outside. One of the great chess matches, if you will, in college football unfolding here today, with McBride down on the field and Davis up in the booth. Davis, a one-time head football coach. He was with Mack Brown at North Carolina. He's a very creative offensive play caller. Mack, on the other hand, very aggressive. Just ask Steve Spurrier the night he blew up the Gators in that national championship game down in Tempe. He now shows blitz again. Second down and short. Polk is picked up beautifully, and Hodges Mitchell explodes to midfield for a first down. Julius Jackson makes the stop.
Hodges Mitchell, who started out after 3 games with only 104 yards rushing, has really emerged this year, Brent, and may be as valuable a player as this Texas offense has for them this year. One of only 2 backs in the country this year, along with Sean Alexander, to rush for more than 1,200 yards and pass receive for over 300 yards.
Kwame Cavill out on this play, and Jamel Thompson checks in. Kwame might be a little frustrated. Only caught 1 ball. Here's a play fake. Major looking deep. Gonna go the overland route. Incomplete, and that was Thompson out of Dallas's Skyline High School, running a deep pattern for the Major, who's out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
I think you're exactly right about Kwame Cavill. That's one of the things you do to a great wide receiver. You have to keep him involved in the game, and sometimes if you're a quarterback, you have to talk to him and say, your time will come. Your time will come. We're still probing. We're still looking for you. We'll get you. Just keep running your routes.
He lines up. Applewhite only 2 of 6 here in the early going for 14 yards. Here's the all-out blitz on the Major. Hot, incomplete. Montrell Flowers didn't break it off quickly enough on the all-out blitz. He showed that he's a young receiver that time. He took it too deep because there was fire in the middle and the Major had to unload.
Well, Ryan Nunez and Montrell Flowers have been trying to replace Wayne McGrarity right here. Quick slant right here would have given your quarterback time to throw the ball. Look at that. No one back there in the center of the field. Few too many breaks right there. The ball could have been completed, but that's a tough throw when you're backing up.
Texas 0 for 3 on 3rd down conversions in this game. 3rd down and 10. Blitz from the outside, picked up by Hodges Mitchell. Applewhite goes, Kwame Cavill makes the grab, and a nifty one at that for a first down at the 34-yard line. 16 yards, and Cavill showing you why he's one of the best.
See, I think this is what you have to do to Nebraska. You have to keep throwing the ball, and throwing the ball, and ask your running backs to say, just get a piece of them. You don't have to knock them down, just get a piece of them, and then I'll go to my playmakers on the outside, and Cavill gets his left foot down for a completion. You can frustrate a pass rush by throwing quick.
Ball is spotted inside the 35-yard line for Texas.
Mike Brown, the strong safety on Cavill here, man-to-man.
Can Mike cover him deep? Can the Major get enough time? We're about to find out, but he looks away from him, comes back, and a diving reception by Flowers. 13 more yards and a first down.
See, a lot of people think that if you face a tough pass rush, you shouldn't throw. Well, it's just the opposite. You got to throw with a quicker tempo, wear them out. It's just like the body hits on Eric Crouch. You can wear out the pass rush with a lot of 5-step drops. Cavill was wide open over the middle. Applewhite kind of lost his sight and then went to his second receiver, did a great job. A little smallish quarterback, oftentimes easier to throw wide than over the middle.
Jason Lohr was closing in for Nebraska. Play fake on the hip. Here's Jackson on the blitz. Applewhite cannot escape the second man, Vanden Bosch. There is a penalty flag on the play. It was Jackson blitzing who blew the play up.
Not only that, they're going to get a hold on it too. Nebraska has had at least 1 sack in every football game. Last time they played this team, they only had 1 sack. They're ahead of that pace, obviously.
On the offense, penalty is declined, 2nd down.
So on the play, the penalty is declined.
Mack Brown said his goal for this football game was to get it to the 4th quarter in an opportunity to win it. He said, we know that they storm early in the football game.
2nd and 18.
Carlos Polk has been up in the line of scrimmage as the middle linebacker and then shifting around to make it a little more complicated.
Huskers with their bump and run on the corner, and Applewhite pointing at the safety as he pulls out. There is Jackson again. That is the 3rd Nebraska sack, and it has been number 50, Julius Jackson, the senior who grew up in Texas, making back-to-back defensive plays for the Huskers.
This one's Major Applewhite's fault. You know you've got a little Hodges Mitchell who goes about 185 pounds matched up against a big-time pass rusher as a linebacker. You've got to come back and take your 5-step drop and get rid of the football. You'll see at the end, there's Hodges Mitchell. That's a tough matchup for him to do. And then, oh, a little bit of a payback for that article right there, I think, in SI.
Now, can Applewhite negotiate the offense close enough for a field goal attempt? Here comes Jackson again. Applewhite scrambles with Holt was on him, and he cannot.
Well, that should be intentional grounding. And they may call that intentional grounding yet. In the NFL, all you have to do is get it past the line of scrimmage, but clearly Major Applewhite was just trying to get rid of the ball there that time.
So the aggressive defense by Coach McBride pays off. They force Texas out of field goal range, even though they're going to try one. So they're not listening to us. And Chris Stockton comes on for a 49-yarder. Remember, he has kicked 150. He's had a couple blocked, however.
And Vandenbush is right there.
Vandenbush, he's a standout at doing this with his size. Is it long enough? No. Ball comes out to the line of scrimmage. Nebraska ball, timeout.
Meet Carlos Sandoval, veteran Navy SEAL, trained to go through anything, equipped to survive it. Introducing the Chevy S10 Survival Pack. CD, automatic, air, aluminum wheels. Over $1,300 in savings and $1,250 cash back. You might think that could weaken a Navy SEAL. Fat chance. The Chevy S10 Survival Pack. Like a rock.
Son, what you have inside is beautiful. So why be hiding your real taste behind that diet label? Stop living a lie!
Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular. That's our story and we're sticking to it.
Some people have shrinks. Some people have their garage.
Pokemon Master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention at Pokemon Traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Even a sports writer needs a coach. Jack Lemmon, Hank Azaria. The phenomenal bestseller comes to television. Tuesdays with Maury, Sunday 9, 8 Central on ABC.
Well, let's go down to Jack Arute for an injury report on Dan Alexander.
Well, Brent, they took Dan Alexander off the field back to the locker room about 5 minutes ago. Now, he has a cut in his palm. Now, Gary, one of the things we're concerned about is maybe it came from the seams on this artificial turf.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Jack.
Buckhalter checks in on the toss. Out of bounds across the 35 at the 36-yard line. Met Brooks. 5'8" corner out of Abilene. That's a small man on a big man.
Let's take a look at how Nebraska is attacking this team. The touchdown happened out here, but this is the number. 11 carries up the gut against Rogers and Hampton. Remember, those are the guys that Nebraska didn't handle that last game. They're going right at them this time.
2nd down and 6. Raiola. All Big 12 center. Gets down in the middle for the Huskers. Hasselbrook in motion. they run right behind that center with Miller short of the first down. Well, time now for our Aflac trivia question. Who has the longest current winning streak against Nebraska? I'll give you one hint. It is not Texas. We'll be back with the answer a little bit later. 3rd down and 2.
Well, last time on short yardage here, Brent, they ran the option. This is a little longer call this time. Mac Brown and Kyle Reese has been completely off balance, I think, by the play calling from Frank Solich so far in this football game.
Timeout has been called, and again, time was running out on the Cornhuskers. We'll take a break. Huskers lead it by 10.
Yeah, great. Our next caller is Sarah, whose boyfriend has lost interest ever since he won the new Donkey Kong 64 from Dr. Pepper.
Let's see what we're dealing with.
Donkey Kong 64 is here, and you can win it along with a Nintendo 64 game system by looking under the cap of specially marked bottles of Dr. Pepper or enter to win other prizes.
Sarah, I have a question for you. Are you a supermodel?
No.
Then here's the deal. He's not coming back. The game is awesome. Next caller.
I think I'm in love with a monkey.
This time of year seems like you just can't win. The shopping, the traffic, the weather. It's like this endless game. Good thing there's the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event because everyone wins. You can get huge cash back or low APR financing or great smart lease offers on these great Chevrolets, the cars and trucks you can depend on. So, don't roll the dice this holiday season. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event. It's your turn to win.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Welcome back to the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship with Gary Danielson and Jack Arute. I'm Brent Musburger here at the Alamo Dome. Nebraska leading Texas 10-0. Last night in the Mid-American title game in a wild one, Marshall beats Western Michigan 34-30 on the last play. They don't go for a tie. They throw it into the end zone. Here it's 3rd down and 2. Option. Crouch keeps it, cuts back, spins free to midfield. Eric Crouch does it again. He scampers 31 yards for a touchdown, and now on 3rd and 2, he adds 11 more rushing yards.
Same play, different formation this time for Nebraska. Midline option, it's almost an isolation play for the quarterback. You bring that fullback inside, and you really go 4 on 2. Both guards, the center, and your fullback all blocking the 2 inside guys for Texas.
Gary, what is it Carl told us? He attacked it the first time outside in.
He did. He's trying to do it inside. I think he'd go back, right?
Yeah. Crouch is averaging better than 8 yards a carry.
Rip up the game plan.
6 for 53. Coach, that one's not working. 1st down and 10.
Oh, boy.
Here comes Buckhalter, and Buck pounds it. Still going. This is a very determined Nebraska football team so far. Ahmad Brooks makes a stop, and it's 19 yards downfield.
Right. One of the things that really messed up Texas's time, besides good blocking up front, Russ Hochstein's had a great game so far. Hampton gets blocked down. Is the motion coming across the formation was snapped right when he was in a no man's land, and I think Texas really never reacted to that. But boy, you are correct, Brett. The offensive line for Nebraska is winning the football game so far.
Absolutely dominated the front 7. They were embarrassed. Hasbrook, freshman tight end. Play fake. Juggled, and it is complete. Caught by John Bowling, number 84.
And that's Tracy Wistrom's position this time. Wistrom is out. Just find another guy. Greg Brown actually does a pretty good job of staying back. The tight end makes a good read. Bowling cuts underneath the safety. See that? That's a read route. If he comes up, you go deep. If he stays back, you cut underneath it. Perfect job by a freshman backup tight end.
Big moment for him, 22 yards. He's a freshman from Lincoln, Nebraska. So a hometown product with a big play. He has 2 catches now for 29 yards, and Crouch brings them to the line. Miller hit on the handoff. Rogers, number 73, their outstanding defensive tackle, makes the play.
Sean Rogers, the leading tackler for losses for the Texas defense with 22 going into the football game. He's an all Big 12 football player. And Brent, he's really turned the corner for his own personal play when he stopped taking plays off. He's playing everyone right now, and he's become a force. I don't think there's 2 better defensive tackles as a pair in college football.
Need to make a play here. Bowling returns. He's the motion tight end, the H-back. Crouch going to throw to him again. It's a flutter, intercepted. Picked off by Greg Brown. It was a fluttering pass thrown by Crouch.
Did it get tipped? It looked to me like it was tipped by Everett Rawls, number 2 that time. Coming off the corner, Rawls is going to be right on this side over here. One of these 2 guys comes over, this side comes over and gets a piece of it. Watch if it isn't tipped by number 2 to the right side of your screen. Yes, it is, and that's what really happened on the play. But you know what, Brent? Bobby Newcomb was downfield, and he was an ineligible player on the play. It should have been penalized.
So Greg Brown from Baton Rouge hands it off to his buddy, Major Applewhite, on the turnover. The play fake, intercepted by Ortiz at the 10-yard line. Tony Ortiz. They get it right back on a poorly thrown pass by Major Applewhite.
The quarterback's job when you're throwing the ball over the middle is find the linebackers. There's great reward over the middle, but there's great risk. And if you're a quarterback, you have to find the linebackers when you're throwing a square in. Major Applewhite does not find Tony Ortiz. That's an interception, and those are the ones that really kill you because your wide receiver ran a good route. Quarterback is responsible for linebackers.
First down for Crouch and the Huskers from the 11-yard line. The toss play. Buckhalter cuts back to the 9-yard line.
Boy, Aaron Humphrey is just getting into the backfield. All he's trying to do is destroy the plays before they get started. Very difficult to block a guy who's all he's trying to do is get in there and cause havoc. Humphrey, the Big 12 sack leader, is coming off like a bandit off of that corner.
Greg Davis telling Major where Ortiz was camped out that time. Second down. Buckhalter hitting the backfield, and it is Humphrey again making the stop.
Well, it's a little easier when nobody blocks you on that one. That's got to be a missed assignment. Nebraska has played 5 different tight ends in this football game so far, and that was a bust by the tight end. He's not that good. You got to block him.
Third down and 9 for a first down. They can pick up a first down, but they need to get it inside the 1-yard line for that. So they load the eye with Applegate, and on the option, Crouch going to try it himself, and a late pitch. Buckhalter doesn't get there. Out of bounds at the 4-yard line. It's a decision for Solich and his staff. He would seem to be too far away, and they might settle for the field goal right here.
No-brainer, I think, this time. Remember last game against Texas, 3 times they went on 4th down.
This would be a great place to fake a field goal. Leading by 10 points. You're down very close. If you get it inside the 1, you can pick up a first down. Frankie London with some speed is the holder. Brown is the kicker.
This would be a great time to fake it and make it. I don't know if it'd be a great time to fake it and not make it.
Never is that. They'll play it safe. They kick it, and it's 2 for 2. This one from 21 yards out, and Nebraska builds a 13-point lead. So we have a trade out on turnovers, if you will. The first one tipped and intercepted by Brown, but then the Major gives it right back. Tony Ortiz. Timeout. Nebraska dominating early.
Meet Martin Licious, Storm Chaser. Some head for the basement. He heads for a Chevy S10. It's got advantages over Ford Ranger, like better fuel economy, a bigger bed, and standard four-wheel anti-lock brakes on every model. Because if you want to outrun Mother Nature, you need every advantage you can get. Chevy S10, like a rock.
I am a Pokemon master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention at Pokemon Traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Are you crazy? No, Johnny, don't!
I gotta save!
No, Johnny! Johnny, I'm telling your mother! This isn't funny! Hey, sweetie, is that you? Johnny! Johnny!
I got him.
Oh, thank goodness! Johnny? Can I have yours?
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Bowl Championship Series on ABC.
Let's go!
Pretty much a one-way matchup here so far, Jerry.
I'll tell you what doesn't look good if you're Texas. 7 hits right there against Major Applewhite early in this football game.
Another knee coming out on the 20-yard line. We get word from down below. Dan Alexander, stitches in the hand from an accidental spiking is the report from the bench, and he may return later in the game. So that is the medical report.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean, an accidental spiking?
Somebody stepped on his hand, I guess.
Spike right? With the rubber cleats? With the rubber cleats got him, huh? I played at a dome like this that had basketball and football, and I know those seams have the zippers and can gouge you.
A struggling Texas offense. They decide to offset it.
This has caused problems for Texas, bringing Carlos Polk right up in the line of scrimmage.
Well, they're causing Major to change plays at the line of scrimmage by doing this. And there was movement. And so Coach McBride is causing all kinds of havoc. He is coaxing Applewhite into changing at the line of scrimmage, and it's sometimes difficult for the big fellas up front to sit there over a long period of time. It's only 37 total yards for them.
As bad as it looks for Texas right now, Major Applewhite has to calm his team down. Mac Brown has to calm his team down, and together say, if we just put something on the board, we're right where we were last time we played these guys. Let's just make some first downs, try to take this steam out of this defense, and see where we are at halftime.
Craver matched against Cavell. Kwame is off to the right side of the formation, and now Craver tightens up on him, and Major points at the safety, who has moved up almost to a linebacking spot. Here he comes. Brown's coming. Got one-on-one. Flowers, juggle, incomplete. They had what they wanted. The speed man matched up one-on-one, but remember number 22 for Nebraska, Ralph Brown, simply one of the best cover corners in college football. Here is the first person in Nebraska history since the Second World War to start every game of his freshman season. He was a true freshman out of California, starting on that corner.
Interesting matchup that Abe Applewhite went at Brown when he had a more advantageous matchup on the other side of the field with Kwame Cavell on Keo Craver.
So it is definitely a chess match. All kinds of movement by the Blackshirts. Now Mike Brown backs back into center field. Major doesn't know where they're coming from. Gets protection, fires slant, and Flowers drops it. Incomplete on the ground. And let's see now. One official coming over from the other side is going to say he held it, didn't he?
I'm not sure if it bounced on the ground or not. I couldn't tell. Looked to me like it hit the turf.
Yeah, so definitely we had a chance to talk to Mike Brown, and we asked him, is this Nebraska D a thinking man's defense?
That's what's special about this defense is that not only are we talented as far as, physical attributes, but, we have great minds and we're very tough mentally. And I think that's what sets us apart from other defenses that I've been a part of.
And he's one of the leaders. He's played big against Texas in the past. Applewhite now is 0 for his last 4 with that interception. And he comes up in the shotgun and he has no idea where the safeties are going to be. Now Mike Brown backs off into center field. Bad snap. Applewhite in the end zone. Got it. Touchdown. Nebraska, no.
I think so.
Out of the back.
Yep.
They had a shot at it, and it went out of the back for the safety.
Applewhite was very smart that time. He batted the ball out of the way. He knew a safety was better than even jumping on the ball at that point on the 1-yard line. Applewhite kept his wits about him and knocked the ball away.
Anderson to center.
Brent, you're exactly right, though. The movement up front is confusing everyone. This time, Anderson's trying to look both ways. The snap is wide. Now watch. See if Applewhite, see him bat the ball? That was a brilliant play by Applewhite to bat it up and then put it out of the end zone.
I think Joe Walker had a shot at that.
He
I
did.
thought it got him on his chest, and he didn't wrap it up in the end zone. We'll take another look at it when we get a chance.
I think Applewhite hit it into him, I think, is what happened on the play. But boy, oh boy, the rush from both sides, the movement of the safeties and the linebackers have completely confused. One more look at it. See if Applewhite doesn't bat the ball as it goes past his right shoulder here. See that? Knocks it right up into Brown and out of the end zone.
The Longhorn 20-yard line.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Very smart
Walker
play.
just could not get it wrapped up in time. And Nebraska settles for the safety, making it 15-0 here at the Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game. 2 years ago, remember, Nebraska dominated Texas A&M. Coach Dr. Tom Osborne in his last season. Nobody knew it at the time when they were in here, but he was well on his way to his last game, that to be in the Orange Bowl against Tennessee. Bobby Newcomb fields the short kickoff. Newcomb with great breakaway speed, accelerates. Can they track him down? One man. Newcomb's down. Jeremy Jones, a senior, and Bobby Newcomb. Let's take you back to the week after the tough loss in Austin, the Kansas game. The Jayhawks with a chance to upset the Cornhuskers, and it was number 12, Bobby Newcomb, exploding on a punt return. That the turning point for this Nebraska Cornhusker team.
Brent, I think there was a flag down on the play that's going to get it back to the 45, 50-yard line. But Brent, that was the turning point on the field, but there might have been other turning points for this Nebraska team. And one of them was Bobby Newcomb said, I'll volunteer to go to wide receiver. That really solved a lot of problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eric Crouch moving in under center, Gary. You're 100% right.
Bobby Newcomb talked to Frank Solich yesterday. I kind of said to Frank, I think he's a bit frustrated by not getting big plays. And Frank said, well, you said it, not me. But, when you've made a lot of big plays as a quarterback and a wide receiver, you have to let them unfold and let them happen as a player. And Bobby right now has to be patient. The big plays will happen.
Because of the penalty, the ball is brought all the way back to the 46-yard line. Buckhalter still the eye back. Newcomb shows end around and they hand off. And that was a play that was very successful against Texas. In that first game back in Austin, they made it work against Colorado, but not this time.
Nebraska needs, they may just run on and if Texas can't find their offense, they're obviously going to win the game, but somehow Nebraska has to account for Aaron Humphrey. They're not even blocking it, and now as Corey Buckhalter comes out of the game, that's 2 tailbacks. Nebraska is down to their third one.
Second down and 11. Darren Diedrich, the I-back, number 30, Canadian youngster, freshman, fine-looking prospect, wraps up the ball, goes nowhere. Sean Rogers jumps it. Well, remember the Affleck trivia question? Who has the longest current winning streak against Nebraska? not Texas. No, it is Florida State. The Noles and Bobby Bowden have beaten them 4 straight times.
And Brent, Nebraska might have come from a bad fourth quarter against Colorado to maybe playing them again and going after that 4-game series. Because I think if they would have hung on and kind of just ran away with that game, they might still be playing for it.
3rd down and 11. Humphrey in on Crouch. Crouch throws it away. Newcomb was in the area. Nebraska is forced to punt.
Aaron Humphrey's having a brilliant football game. Just brilliant. He's unblockable from his defensive end position. Remember, started out as a middle linebacker 3 years ago. He's the Big 12 sack leader, and he is all over the field right now. Number 49 just coming off the corner. Could not be handled by Dave Volk, who got out of his stance late.
And Diedrich, the much smaller running back, could not pick him up. Garcia is back deep this time to return this punt. There's Garcia, slips through near the 25-yard line. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship on ABC, brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Burger King, have it your way. And Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. They're at the line of scrimmage. Major Applewhite brings the offense out. Now it's remembered that Major Applewhite lost 12 pounds. He was that ill last week, and he did not start the Texas A&M game on the toss. This play has worked before to Mitchell, but because of that, Chris Sims, the freshman from Franklin Lakes, New Jersey, started that game against the Aggies, and then he came out in the 4th quarter. And in case Mac Brown feels that health is bothering Applewhite at all, he wouldn't hesitate to give Sims some playing time. But right now, obviously, the Major with much more experience against a defense like this is his football game.
How would you like to be Chris Sims, Texas A&M, everything involved in that football game, and you find out you're going to start after you come in from warm-ups? That's a tough choice.
2nd down and 7. Cavill will try a little motion back toward the line. Craver loosens up. Mitchell just short of the 30-yard line. And let's check in with Jack Abreu. Jack?
Well, Brent, as a result of the performance that Chris Sims made in that A&M game, some of the internet sites put up on their boards that Chris Sims would transfer in the year 2000. That is not the case. Sims says, I'm staying put. And he draws an analogy to the situation that his father faced against Jeff Hofstadter and the Giants. He said, my family loves competition.
I think also, Jack, he told the Dallas Morning News that under no circumstance he was not transferring. 3rd down for Applewhite. And again, he's trying to track Mike Brown. Good protection. Drops it off to Brown, the fullback, and I believe he stepped out. 1st down, Texas. That's a good-looking play.
The quick passing game, that time, Major threw with rhythm. And that's what you have to do when that pass rush starts to come. Throw with rhythm. Incomplete passes are better than sacks, obviously. You've got to start to move that Nebraska defense yourself. I'd like to see Major do a few quick counts and force Nebraska to show their defense a little bit more. Watch, every time Major gets up there, he's slow, he's looking. Call a play, snap it, and force Nebraska to move on you instead of the other way around.
After that, Craver leaves, and Gross, the young corner, number 5, a freshman out of Ohio, the top of your screen, checks in for the Cornhuskers. The Major, 5 of 14, backs out, tough bump and run coverage, and he's got Kuil and Kwame with size and everything you need, trying to get it going. And a reminder for everybody, tune in tomorrow to the BCS Selection Show, where you can join our colleagues, John Saunders and Terry Bowden, find out the Seminoles and Virginia Tech appear to be headed for that showdown. How about Nebraska if they win this, the Fiesta Bowl, huh? And Wisconsin already headed on into the Rose Bowl to play Stanford. That one's already set. And, of course, down at the Orange Bowl, Michigan has accepted a bid to play down there. Craver replaces Gross, and it is 1st and 10. This, believe it or not, is the most impressive-looking drive so far for the Longhorns. They are out to the 47-yard line. They've been dominated throughout the first half. Cavill matched against Ralph Brown. One-on-one goes the other way and incomplete. threw it up in the air in hopes that Jeremy Jones could do some business against that corner. Texas has decided to throw at Craver, Gary.
Brent, look what's happened in the Major right here. After the shift, all of Nebraska, all 11 guys within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. Again, Major needs to come and drive the car and instead of the car driving him. Come up, quick count it, and try to force that secondary to show something quicker. Right now, the defensive secondary and linebackers are controlling the game because Major's just off balance, trying to do too much.
Second down and 10. Got protection, fires. Cavill couldn't hold it. Kwame, being as good as he is, should have held on to that one. Something special coming your way at halftime, I guess. Trying to give away $1 million. That's a staple there of ABC. The Dr. Pepper halftime contestant in the Pick Your Kick 99. Steve O'Hearn out of Breckenridge, Colorado. The Breckenridge Boot. Will he go for the $1 million? He'll have to kick a 40-yarder if he wants to do that. If he goes from 20 yards, $250,000, and from the 10-yard line, $50,000. Cheerful fella. Looks like he got a little sleep last night.
Texas would like to have 3 right now, and they don't even have to get $250,000 for it. They just need some points.
Being shut out by a touchdown, a field goal, and a safety. Major steps away from trouble. There is a penalty flag. Penalty flag is thrown by our referee, Hal Dowden of the Big 12.
Major Applewhite wanted to go to Kwame Cavill right here. Joe Walker, excuse me, and Deion Booker, double coverage right there. Third down, bring in those extra defensive backs. Take away the best receiver, that's what you do.
Mac can say it. Major, is this complicated enough for you? Or do you want me to show you some more?
And that's the other big talker for Texas right there. His quote was, "They can't mess with us." And he was referring to Nebraska. And as much as Mac Brown tried to warn his players about having to face Nebraska again, still just a little bit seeps out in a football game.
Chris Stockton, normally the place kicker, he will try the punting duties. He hangs a beauty up into the air. And Walker didn't signal for the fair catch. Now you're going to throw a penalty flag at that. He had to stand there to make the catch. I just honestly don't like this rule.
Well, we disagree, but I think you can see the strategy that Nebraska uses. They are not going to fair catch.
Well, I just don't, Gary, I think in the NFL, if you interfere with the catch, it's a penalty. But in the college game, they make it so specific that on a punt like that, the official's looking to see if you're a couple yards away, and it's not fair.
I understand. I just think it's more for a safety precaution is why it's in college. That was one. You can see Nebraska's strategy, though. They'll sacrifice a hit to catch the ball.
Struggling against the Blackshirts here today. First down and 10. Crouch brings the option. Here's the pitch to Buckhalter. And Humphrey again leads the way. Humphrey has been the defensive standout for the Longhorns.
Buckhalter limped off. Back in there, still continues to limp a bit as he goes back to the huddle. Talked about that thumb. Look at that thumb right there. Pointing exactly where you want it to go. And I was a wishbone guy myself, Randy.
That's right.
It wasn't too successful at it either, I'll tell you that.
Second down and 7. Like Bo Schembechler says, they're gone to Michigan. He made you an All-American.
Exactly right.
Here's Crouch again, keeping it, and this time he's jumped in the middle by tackle Casey Hampton. Tonight, the SEC title and an automatic BCS bid on the line. Running back Sean Alexander and the Crimson Tide of Alabama look to upset the Florida Gators for the second time this year. It's the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper. In their game earlier this year, Bama in overtime, 40-39 in the swamp. They'll try to do it again tonight. What a fine game that figures to be.
Texas gets a stop. They should use a timeout. They got all 3 left.
Play fake. Crouch. Too deep.
Don't need it. Incomplete pass. 2 minutes to go. All 3 timeouts. Texas in a position to get back in this football game now.
Jackaruda, our emotions still running high, my friend.
Well, Brent, they've changed, shifted just a little bit. When you look at the Nebraska sidelines, they are typical old-time Nebraska. Resolute, they broke into a smile when they scored that safety. But over on the Texas sideline, they look a little bit like deers in the headlights. They need to sustain a drive. As you guys said, they've got some timeouts and a 2-minute offense in their back pocket.
I think that penalty on Bobby Newcomb's return was a huge play in this football game. Texas needs to take advantage of it.
Hodges Mitchell slips the first tackler, but not the second. It's a 2-yard return, and right now let's send you to our colleagues in New York, John Saunders and Terry Bowden. John?
Well, Brent, coming up on Valvoline Halftime 99, the 100th meeting of Army-Navy. We'll have highlights, plus you had a chance to talk to Mike DuBose, head coach at Alabama.
A fascinating visit with Mike DuBose. I don't think anybody in college football, any coach, has had a more difficult season than Mike DuBose.
It has been a roller coaster ride. We'll have that and more coming up on Valvoline Halftime 99. Brent.
All right, John and Terry, we look forward to that. DuBose with his hands full against Steve Spurrier tonight. Spurrier has said that Jesse Palmer will start that game at quarterback, but Doug Johnson will play. But the last I heard, DuBose wasn't revealing his quarterback.
Nebraska has their linebackers all 3 in against these 4 wide receivers. A mismatch somewhere.
In the face of a rush over Kwame's head and out of bounds, it'll be second down.
You know, we talk a lot about Casey Hampton and Sean Rogers, but Steve Warren, the senior nose tackle for Nebraska, is every bit their equal. A Big 12, all Big 12 player, number sack leader. And I tell you, he has caused problems up the middle all game.
Total yards for Texas, 42 with 154 remaining.
This initial barrage is lasting a little too long for Texas right now.
Second down and 10. Searching. The blitz again. So they drop it off and they can't gain anything as Brandon Healy, wide receiver, makes his first catch of the game.
Joe Walker did a nice job on that one, on that slip screen.
Sellout crowd here in San Antonio. The Alamo Dome, home of the San Antonio Spurs. It is 15-0. Nebraska dominating Texas. We've got a timeout, 1:37.
I'm Buzz, and
I'm Shirley Moslini.
And that's Shirley.
We're people. We switched the autos to State Farm because I was tired of punching numbers. We dial a 1-800 number, hit an asterisk, hit a pound sign, and never did know who we were talking to.
They don't have to hit a pound sign to talk to me.
When I need to call my agent at State Farm, he knows who I am and I know who he is.
I can talk to Gary like a friend.
I even insure their golf cart.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Holiday greetings from Budweiser. From our family to yours, we wish you a very safe and happy holiday season.
This is our season here, boys. All right. Come on, guys, nail it. I'm gonna eat you up, big man. I'm gonna eat you up.
Meet Cyberbus. And his ball-hawking, tightrope-walking, jaw-dropping Jumbotron hogs. Madden NFL 2000. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Shows you how well the Nebraska defense is playing today.
They got to have a good first second half to match those numbers, don't they?
Absolutely. Third down and 11 now against the Major. Rush outside Jackson. Got him by the arm, and that set up the 5th sack of the first half by Aaron Wills, number 81, out of Omaha's Burke High School.
Kwame Cavill had Mike Brown, a strong safety on him, man-to-man, and just didn't get open that time. No trick defenses, no double teams, and Major was left holding the ball.
Joe Walker, the deep return man for Nebraska.
Here's Bobby Newcomb way over here. He's the guy that's going to come across and clean it up for the returner on the play.
Ryan Long.
Nebraska, one of the few teams that keeps two returners back.
Lowe looking for a bounce, and Newcomb showed you wide. He protected the sideline and dances to the 40, free at the 30, and finally wrestled out of bounds. But 43 seconds left on the clock, a 26-yard Newcomb return, and wouldn't they now love to have some of those timeouts in their hip pocket?
How important it is to keep the extra returner back there. If they only had one, like most of the teams in college football, this would have gone out of bounds and very innocently left Nebraska with too much yards to pick it up. But look at this. Newcomb catches the bad punt and puts the offense in good field position to put on more points. I love two guys back there.
Coral Buckhalter filling in for the injured Dan Alexander. Willie Miller, the fullback, and Crouch on first down, fires complete to Davison and out of bounds inside the 20-yard line, stopping the clock. 39 seconds left. And already in this half, Josh Brown has kicked a 42-yard field goal, his career long. Only one touchdown, and that a fourth down run of 31 yards by Eric Crouch. There also has been a safety in the game.
Eric Crouch was a high school run-and-shoot passing quarterback.
Newcomb in the slot to the left. Crouch rolls in that direction, fires, deflected, incomplete. And getting in underneath it to deflect it was Lee Jackson.
Lee Jackson got under the strong safety who's been in there on the option plays, and this time runs underneath the two-man route to the outside. Texas, I think it's absolutely imperative that they hold at least Nebraska to an attempt at a field goal here.
Calling the defensive plays for the Horns. 35 seconds on the clock. Here's the second down and 10. Crouch in the gun. Offensive line gives him time, and it's broken up beautifully on that corner by Brooks.
Crouch's pass incomplete, intended for Davison, broken up by
Crouch goes to his go-to receiver, Matt Davison. #1 receiver for Nebraska with only 27 catches coming into the game. Match that up against 95 for Kwame Cavill, but it's a half roll. Crouch comfortable throwing on the run.
Without timeouts and 31 seconds, they're going to need to throw this. A first down would stop the clock for the field goal team, but they've got no way to stop it if they don't get the first down. So they're battling the time right now, and he trips. He's down.
Run on your field goal.
They've got to run him out.
Yep. They got time. Run him out, kick a field goal. Still 20 seconds. This is practiced by every team. The hurry-up field goal.
London, the holder. He'll put it down for a 38-yard attempt with about 8 on the clock. The kick well on its way. Long enough. No good. Off to the side. So Josh Brown misses a field goal, and Texas breathes a sigh of relief here with 5 seconds to go. When you think of all the numbers for Mac Brown, how he's been ganged up by the Nebraska defense, and how this game has gone, they are probably feeling pretty good about trailing by only 15. Now, that sounds like a lot, but it could have been much, much worse.
Josh Brown thought he made this, but I got to trust that official right underneath the post. The ball's right up here as it drift. And clearly, if you draw a straight line up there, that thing is outside wide.
I'll take your word for it. I'm buying your version.
I'm not trying to get any more officials suspended.
I'm right here, Carlos.
All right, we're going to take a knee. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game. The emotions on both sides of the field. Players and coaches alike putting it all on the line. Nebraska leads it 15-0. Halftime.
If you're looking for a family adventure, National Car Rental knows the best place to go is the Walt Disney World Resort. You see, National gets you to all the exciting new rides attractions fast. For a magical adventure your family will never forget. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go with National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's go.
I do kitchens, I do bathrooms, I do family rooms. I do not do insurance. I want to be treated like I feel I treat my clients. I want to be treated like I am their only client. Michelle Dutzman treats me the same way I want to be treated. I have my cars, all of my household. I need somebody that I can get advice from. I know that when I need them the most, they're going to be there.
Get to know your State Farm agent.
It's a great relationship.
These days, you hear a lot about e-commerce. And usually it's about companies with names that end in .com. Actually, e-commerce is for any company that wants a better way to do business, like respond faster to the market, or work better with partners and customers. At Microsoft, we've helped thousands of companies build on their existing systems to create the kinds of e-commerce solutions that can make any business run smarter.
11 blue-clad warriors stand on the brink of battle and ask themselves, where is the other team?
Groovin' on a Sunday afternoon.
Nothing helps you kick back at the end of the day like Tostitos chips and salsa.
I can't imagine anything.
We do suggest you actually wait till the end of the day.
He's a fine dancer, too.
Dig in, kick back with new hint of lime Tostitos.
Kumbaya.
This time of year seems like you just can't win. The shopping, the traffic, the weather. It's like this endless game. Good thing there's the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event because everyone wins.
You can get huge cash back or low APR financing or great smart lease offers on these great Chevrolets. The cars and trucks you can depend on.
So, don't roll the dice this holiday season. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event. It's your turn to win.
Valvoline Halftime 99, brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
15-0, Nebraska with the lead over Texas. And Texas, great offense, has 31 total yards in the first half. Nebraska making the decision to come after Applewhite.
Well, that's how you beat Texas. You beat Texas by putting pressure on the quarterback. Nebraska does this by putting 8 people within 4 yards of the line of scrimmage. You see here, and Texas does not know who to block. So when they blitz 7 of them, they're not going to be picked up, and you get one coming free to put pressure on the quarterback. Right here, you'll see Julius Jackson coming in and getting quickly to Major Applewhite, getting a near sack, allowing Cal Vanden Bosch to get the takedown. 4 for the day, 4 sacks for the day.
Yeah, Nebraska really doing a great job defensively and trying to carry that shutout into the second half. Scores and highlights now. Army-Navy, one of the great rivalries of all time. Their 100th meeting today, and the Navy Cadets and the Army Cadets are there. Heisman Trophy winner Roger Staubach. He's played in this game a couple of times, a winner in 62 and 64. And Brian Madden, it was his day today. 2 yards on this touchdown run as Navy grabbed a 7-0 lead. Their only touchdown of the day, but they hold on for the 19-9 win. And Madden, 41 carries, 177 yards, both career highs.
I tell you, the 18, it's funny because the grit team in the white jerseys have won 16 out of 19 times. Navy makes that 17 out of 20.
19-9, 10-point win, so they're celebrating in Annapolis. Temple and Miami. Well, this one was played late because of a hurricane this year in which Davis had his Hurricanes rolling. James Jackson, watch the speed here, just busts a hole, but Terry, most impressively, running past all the secondary of Temple.
I tell you, Temple's got a problem with team speed. They need to get this season over with and go do some recruiting because they don't seem to be able to run with anybody.
55-0 is the final. Ken Dorsey, 23 of 34, 288 yards, 4 touchdowns, setting a school record for touchdowns thrown in a game by a freshman. Jim Kelly and Bernie Kosar did it with 3 each. When we come back, we'll hear from you speaking with Mike DuBois as he prepares for the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper. That one is coming up in a moment. But right now, Nebraska's Eric Crouch, big run here, part of a 15-0 lead over the Longhorns.
Meet Martin Licious, Storm Chaser. Some head for the basement. He heads for a Chevy S10. It's got advantages over Ford Ranger, like better fuel economy, a bigger bed, and standard four-wheel anti-lock brakes on every model. Because if you want to outrun Mother Nature, you need every advantage you can get. Chevy S10, like a rock.
The University of Nebraska ranks #1 in the nation for graduating academic All-Americans in football, women's volleyball, in fact, all sports put together. And our honors program attracts some of the country's highest-scoring freshmen in fields like physics, computer science, biology, chemistry, and math. So you have an interesting known value for N. There is no place like Nebraska.
Life is challenging.
I am strong. Win
or lose.
Everyone play. We're ready.
We're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
Welcome back to Valvoline Halftime 99, 15-0 Nebraska. John Saunders alongside Terry Bowden. Later tonight here on ABC, it's the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper. Florida against Alabama, and perhaps Alabama is a surprise, Terry. Earlier this year, Mike DuBose, their head coach, denied involvement in a sexual harassment case, then admitted he lied. Louisiana Tech beats them in Week 3 in the final play of the game, but things started to change when he wins at Florida.
You're right. He did a great job at the Florida game, but I thought he was going to be fired after Louisiana Tech. But the problem is, it is very hard to be the head coach in Alabama because, like Nebraska, it's the only game in town. They may love their governor in Alabama, but they love their coaches even more. But the biggest problem is you live in the shadows of the legendary Bear Bryant. In Alabama, where football looms larger than life, head coach Mike DuBose has endured a roller coaster season. Many highs, but some painful personal lows.
I guess the lowest part was when I actually had to stand in front of people and say, look, I'd misled you, that I'd lied to you. And that's never easy to do, but it's something that had to be done. And I have. I've made a lot of mistakes throughout my lifetime. I'll make some more. I'm human. But to stand up in front of people and have to admit to people that you love and to a university that you love and to a football team that you love and to admit that you made that type of mistake is very difficult. And it's a very humbling experience.
And that might lead to another question. And you might have to take yourself out of your position and place yourself in a trustee's position or an administrative position. And because there were those who said that you should have been fired at that moment. What do you say? Do you think you should have been fired? I know that's tough, but what do you think?
You know, it's I do try to think of it in terms of other people, and I do understand the frustrations, the disappointments, the hurts that people had. I don't know. I guess it goes back to that saying in the Bible that he that's without sin casts the first stone.
What does it say about your coaching ability and about the abilities of your players that after all the things that you and this team went through with the Louisiana Tech loss, that you're right now on the verge of playing for an SEC championship?
I think it says to you that we understand as a football team, as coaches and as players and as a team collectively as one, that we understand the importance of team. We understand the importance of adversity and being able to handle adversity in the right kind of way.
In the state of Alabama, maybe more than any other state, you're under the microscope all the time, 365 days a year. And there have got to be times when you doubt yourself. How would you view yourself as a head football coach?
There's no question, Terry, as a head football coach, I've learned an awful lot. I've told people many, many times that I thought when I got this job I was ready to be a head football coach at any school. But there's absolutely no question that I was not ready for it. I thought that I was, but I wasn't. But I'm not sure. And you know this. There's very few people that understand this when I say this. But if you're the head football coach at Auburn, or you're the head football coach at the University of Alabama, you're never going to be completely ready for it until you get into that position, because you got to learn and you got to grow, because there's an awful lot of emphasis in this state when it comes to the game of football.
I tell you, I'm really impressed with the way Mike has handled a very difficult situation. He's my choice for SEC Coach of the Year, but he's not going to beat Florida tonight.
But Florida, when you look at them, their offense has been terrible the last 4 or 5 games of the season. Quarterback controversy, Jesse Palmer will get the start tonight.
They've had problems at quarterback, but I think the problem, too, has been that Travis Taylor has been missing at wide receiver for Florida. He's back, and they've got too much firepower for Alabama.
We will find out tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time right here on ABC. It's the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper. Florida and Alabama promises to be a great one. Sears Collegiate Champions Program awards 2,200 trophies annually, including this Sears Trophy, which will be presented to the winner of the Nokia Sugar Bowl on January 4th right here on ABC. Coming up, Dr. Pepper, Pick Your Kick 99. Steve O'Hearn can win as much as $1 million. We'll find out how he does in a moment.
Living a tough life. Better use a tough oil. Valvoline DuraBlend, the one strengthened with synthetics to outperform all leading conventional motor oils. Valvoline DuraBlend, tough oil for a long, tough life.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. Green. The side you show the world is up to you.
Valvoline Halftime 99. Brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline.
We haven't cured cancer. We don't know how to close the hole in the ozone layer. We can't control the weather or the crops or hunger. We can't keep the sun from burning out one day. And we can't stop war. Yet. We're Texas.
A strange pattern is emerging on Tuesday night.
I knew it!
Eerie similarities between the two comedies Spin City and Oh, Grow Up.
I'd be suspicious.
Take a look at this. Ford, Carter, both men named after presidents. Another strange coincidence. Spin City and Oh, Grow Up are back to back.
Duh.
Tuesday, starting at 8/7 Central on ABC.
Welcome back. Your second half is coming up. Each week, Burger King Corporation has picked the Scholar Athlete of the Week and donated $10,000 to the general scholarship funds of colleges and universities. And, of course, at the end of the season, the Burger King Scholar Athlete of the Year will be awarded a $100,000 grant in his name. Burger King Scholar Athletes from the past have included Peyton Manning from the University of Tennessee, now playing with the Indianapolis Colts. Andre Wadsworth, defensive end from Florida State, 3rd pick overall in the '98 NFL Draft, now with Arizona. And Brian Griese, quarterback from Michigan and 1998 Rose Bowl MVP, now with the Denver Broncos. Now completing its 5th year, the Burger King College Football Scholarship Fund is $5.3 million and growing. That's it from us. Right now, let's return to Brent Musburger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dr. Pepper Pick Your Kick 99 contest. In just a minute, Steve O'Hearn, the winner of the Dr. Pepper Pick Your Kick sweepstakes, will attempt to kick a field goal from his choice of the 10-yard line for $50,000, the 20-yard line for $250,000, or go for the big money from the 30-yard line for $1 million. Joining Steve on the field is the president and chief operating officer of Dr. Pepper, Jack Kilduff. And from ABC, here's Jack Arute.
Well, Steve, it's the moment of truth. What do you go for now? The million, the $250,000, or that paltry $50,000?
Well, when I quit shaking, I'm going to have to go for the 20-yard line here, Jack. So that's what it's going to be today.
Well, good luck.
Thanks a lot.
So Steve O'Hearn will go for $250,000. He'll have to hit this 30-yard field goal for $250,000 from Breckenridge, Colorado, the Breckenridge boot carry.
I like the strategy because distance won't be a factor. If he kicks it straight, he has enough leg. I watched him yesterday.
There is his wife, Christina, with him here in San Antonio. The two sons, incidentally, Kyle, ages 17, and Kenny, 9. They're watching back on TV. Mom and Dad wanted to say hello to both of you watching here. We saw him earlier today, and believe me, he is much more nervous right now, Gary, than he was at the Dr. Pepper breakfast.
He was out there relaxed, but right now you put that number on and feel all these eyes on you. One try.
Everyone pulling for Steve O'Hearn for $250,000. Here he comes. Didn't get it up in the air. The pressure, I think, Gary, got to him a little bit.
He's a little upset with that one. I hope the money wasn't spent. All right, there you go. A lot of pressure. A little bit of a bad technique, Brent. You're supposed to kick the bottom of the ball, not the top of the ball. Got it about a little bit more than up high. Looked like one of my drives.
Let's go back down to Jackaroo, Jack. What happened?
Wow, I just got into the crowd, man. They had me going there. I just lost my concentration, and I'll be next year for the million, though.
Okay. Well, Jack Kilduff, the COO and president of Dr. Pepper, has a special presentation anyway, Steve.
Steve, I'm sorry you didn't make the kick, but on behalf of Dr. Pepper bottlers and the Dr. Pepper company everywhere, thank you for participating in Pick Your Kick and drinking Dr. Pepper, and we love to award you this check for $10,000. Thank you much.
Thank you so much. That is great. That's great.
Well, congratulations, Steve.
So there we have it. $10,000 for Steve O'Hearn. And here at halftime of the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship, Nebraska leads it by 15. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Afraid your next get-together will be a flop? Order Chili's Party Platters. Act now. Call a Chili's representative, and your guests will flip over party-sized servings of buffalo wings, fajitas, baby back ribs, and more. And pre-party stress now. Order Chili's Party Platters new from Chili's.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. Green. The side you show the world is up to you.
Don't you hate the phrase, assembly required? Then try Chili's Sirloin Stack. It's a tender seasoned sirloin, sauteed onions, and grilled peppers all put together for a bold new taste. Chili's Sirloin Stack. Let's eat.
For every moment that will make you smile.
I took you off your feet, woman. I rocked you back.
There's a moment that will make you feel.
You're convinced you're responsible for the death of your brother.
The critics call it TV's best. We call it something you'd never expect. Sports Night returns with all new episodes Tuesday 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
Where's our doctor? Wait, we have to go to Lincoln?
That's over 2 hours away. Your plan lets us go to Kearney.
We'll have to change doctors. What about our medical records?
So staying close to home means a bigger medical bill.
Does your boss know about this plan?
This plan's called Choice.
It really doesn't offer any choice.
If your insurance provider does not work with Kearney Sentinel Healthcare Network, you may not have access to quality healthcare here in Central Nebraska. Sentinel Healthcare, keeping you and your healthcare close to home.
The Husker fan, the Husker fanatics, The Edge. Get everything Huskers at the Sporting Edge. The Edge has all the newest Husker merchandise for Christmas, including Husker ornaments to collect and decorate your tree. The Edge even has Husker Barbies, Husker Monopoly, cribbage games, dominoes, foam footballs, yo-yos, and collector trucks. There's even Herbie, Little Red, and Husker teddy bears in all sizes for your favorite Husker kid. So stop now for the best Husker stuff at the Sporting Edge. Hilltop Mall, Kearney, Conestoga Mall, Grand Island.
Ho, ho, ho! Look out! Woo! It's the Colonel Dude, bearing gifts!
Right now, the Colonel's gonna give you a holiday deal and a free sandwich.
The Duke of Drumsticks, Sultan of Sandwiches.
Get 10 pieces of KFC original recipe for just $8.99. Plus a coupon to try the new original recipe sandwich free.
Colonel's cool, Colonel's cool. Actually, I'm cool. At KFC, we do chicken right.
The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship on ABC Sports continues.
Nebraska shutting down Texas's offense here in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship. Kwame Cavill, their all-conference wide receiver, has caught only 2 passes. Back with Gary Danielson, I'm Brent Musburger. You had a chance, though, to talk to Greg Davis, the Texas offensive coordinator.
Well, first of all, Major Applewhite has caught a few helmets, and that's why Kwame Cavill has only caught 2 passes. Greg Davis said it's not been so much them fooling us with the pass blitz. It's been us not blocking the front guys up front. He's very disappointed with his offensive line in the first half.
Well, we'll see what they can get going here in the second half as they are being shut out now by Coach McBride's defense. And let's take a look at our Dr. Pepper first half stats here, Gary.
Well, Nebraska stayed in this football game, first of all, because they've held on to the ball. No fumbles, only 1 pass interception. And look at those yards. 5 sacks in the first half. Remember, the first game, Texas held Nebraska's pass rush to just 1 sack the whole football game.
One of the key members is right here. Danny Haydenfeld, the senior from Des Moines, Iowa, has not given Texas any breathing room on his kickoffs. Mitchell and Ike are back deep, and he drives another one. This one's going to come out. Mitchell stopped right around the 20-yard line where it will be first down.
Let's take a look where Major threw the ball on the field in the first half. Look at nothing deep. That's because of that pass rush. He doesn't have time. A lot of zeros out there. A couple of passes to the sideline, quickies. But overall, the game has been dominated by the linebackers who have been a mismatch for the running back for Nebraska this time.
There's a big injury right here. Mitchell returning that kickoff. Let's check in now with Jack Arute as they scramble to the line.
Well, Brent, we'll tell you about Frank Solich. He was not at all happy with the offensive production from his team. He said, we want to go more, we want to score more. Says, look for the option. We'll tell you about what Mac Brown said after this play.
Hyder on the toss. Checks in from Mitchell out to the 22-yard line. So the freshman out of Houston, Texas, Kenny Hyder, a very ballyhooed prospect, will now replace Hodges Mitchell. We go back down to Jack Arute.
All right, so now let's tell you what Mac Brown has said. He challenged his team. He said, we've taken their best shot. And he said, he told the team before they came out, the next 5 minutes while we're on offense will make or break our game today. He's challenged them to put points on the board in this first session in the second half.
Victor Ike, now the tailback. Hold for Ike. Speed. Forced out of bounds. If they have found any hole, Texas, it has been around the outside against the right side of McBride's defensive unit here today. That has yielded yardage.
Yeah.
That's a 20-yard gain.
And that means Leonard Davis and Roger Raisler, their 2 best linemen, are doing a good job pinning that blitz. Nebraska blitzed inside that time, suspecting a pass. Good call, getting inside, off tackle with that running play.
Split the backs and send Ike in motion. Booker picks him up one-on-one. Applewhite will throw short side. Kwame Cavill couldn't quite get to it on the slant.
We talked about it earlier. Remember the second half success that Major had last game and Machete had last week when Colorado stunned Nebraska with 283 yards total offense in the 4th quarter of that football game.
The last time that Texas had been shut out was halftime of the K-State game, and Hodges Mitchell, that ankle being tended to, second down and 10. Toss play, Ike slants inside, fumble. What a tremendous defensive play by Tony Ortiz, who came off his block that time to jump back on the running back.
The Nebraska defense is blessed with 4 senior outside linebackers. Ortiz, Shaw, Julius Jackson, and Eric Johnson. Ortiz, number 37, comes right off the block, strips it from behind. You know, Brent, Jack talked about Mac talking about the halftime adjustments. I'm sure one of them he didn't decide upon was losing a new running back in this game.
And now it's Kenny Hyder, the freshman. 3rd down. Cavill in motion. Ralph Brown's got him. Blitz. No time. It was Mike Brown on a safety blitz. That's the 6th sack, Gary.
That was just, that was just like the Alamo right there. They just overran this offensive line this time, right up the gut. The young back, Kenny Heiter, doesn't pick up anyone that time. Very difficult for a young freshman back to be aware of blitz patterns so early in his career.
Ryan Long punts it toward the sideline away from Nuka. So they punt across the field on the other side, and they don't give Nebraska a chance. A 35-yard punt. Timeout in San Antonio.
How dare you, sir? The impudence.
I have known diet drinks, and you, sir, are no diet.
Mr.
Chairman, I think we
Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular. That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
This time of year seems like you just can't win. The shopping, the traffic, the weather. It's like this endless game. Good thing there's the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event, because everyone wins.
You can get huge cash back or low APR financing or great smart lease offers on these great Chevrolets. The cars and trucks you can depend on.
So, don't roll the dice this holiday season. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event. It's your turn to win.
Are you an athlete if you only play for bragging rights? What if your team is now your family? Are you an athlete if your toughest competition is yourself? Or if you inherit your uniform? What if you don't play sports at all anymore? Are you an athlete? Always. Russell Athletic for the long run.
Honey, you can't go around dressed like diet. You taste too good.
You're making a darn fool of yourself in that diet can! Time's up. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular. That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
How do you like that? Touchdown! 30 years of making Monday night special. This week, Minnesota, Tampa Bay at 9, 6 Pacific.
Welcome back to the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship. Winner moves on to the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. Play either Tennessee or Alabama. Buckhalter will go at I-back. Alexander's out for the game. On a sweep to the right. Buckhalter to the 41-yard line, running hard. The junior out of Collins, Mississippi.
James Sherman that time, one of the pulling guards, senior number 63, came around and just fit one of the linebackers there and did an excellent job. The Nebraska offensive line, Brent, looks much quicker to me on turf than they did in grass when I watched them against them before. They are moving up there.
And as a result, Buckhalter with 12 carries for 61 yards. Second down and 4. And Miller battling for no more than a yard. Jack, what's the prognosis on Hodges Mitchell?
Still questionable, Brent. You can see that the athletic trainers are taping him up. It is his right ankle. They say he turned it over. They're going to retape him, see what kind of weight he can put on his foot, also how he can cut. They'll evaluate him and make their decision after that.
Big third down defensively for the Horns.
Both times in this situation, Nebraska came with the midline option where Crouch faked the fullback and kept it.
They'll try Buckhalter, first down, bursts free, breaks loose, in a foot race for the end zone. Brooks dives down, 4-yard line. Brooks saves a touchdown as Buckhalter changes gears and rolls 55 yards.
This has to be the most disheartening play of the game for Texas. An isolation play, you're geared to stop it. Good block by Huckstein that time, number 55. Buckhalter pops out of the other end of it, and it's a sprint to the end zone. When you're a Texas defense that has only given up 99 yards a game, and you can gut it out on 3rd and 1 for that big of a gain, that has to be disheartening.
Takes off his helmet, a little winded, 13 carries, 116 yards, and Diedrich, the freshman, now lines up at I-back.
Fullback over the ball.
And here is Diedrich, nothing doing. And the young man from Scarborough, Ontario is jammed in the middle as Aaron Humphrey makes still another stop for the Longhorns.
Darren Diedrich had a pretty good football game The last time he played was against Kansas State. He carried the ball 14 times for 93 yards, but did not get a carry last week against Colorado.
Buckhalter returns after taking one play off. Alexander out because of the injured hand.
Here was the time you knew Scott Frost or Tommy Frazier would run that option.
Instead, it's Eric Crouch running it. Looks for a seam, cuts up, touchdown, Nebraska.
That's what makes Nebraska so tough inside the 10-yard line. They play you with 12 guys, 11 guys, excuse me, it seems like 12. 11 guys, you get the quarterback involved in the option play, and this time he cuts it up and makes the touchdown. It's tough to stop down there at the goal line.
Josh Brown. Adds the extra point. 22-0. Solich and Nebraska lead it. But it was the power run by the junior I-back, Corel Buckhalter. And Buck, as he is known by his teammates, bolts for 55. Timeout.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
In any business, there can be only one priority. At Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we have never forgotten ours. Not surprisingly, we measure success a little differently.
Sorry. Not enough. No, still short.
For the great taste that will fill you up and never let you down.
Paper or plastic? Paper.
Make it a Bud Light.
Guys, need a receipt?
Dan Alexander out for the game, and folks, that is not a small-time cut on the right hand. That is heavily bandaged down there. Injured in the first half. Buckhalter picks up the slack, and now Ike will be the key return man. They bounce it, and it's Jeremy Jones picking it up. Now, speaking of injured players, before the game, Nebraska lost Tracy Wistrom. Let's go down to Jack.
Now, Tracy's been doing a lot of coaching on the sidelines. What have you been telling your counterparts?
This is a tough time for me right now. I've just been trying to come out here and give a little encouragement, a little bit of advice where I can.
What about the mood in the locker room? This Nebraska team's really resolute on trying to take it to the woodshed with Texas.
Yeah, at halftime we just kind of said, this game's definitely not over. We only have a 15-point lead. We just need to come out and play well like we did the first half.
Brent?
Thank you, Jack. And Hodges Mitchell trots back onto the field to try it. First down at 10. That is Hodges in motion. Injured ankle, taped on the sideline. Major on a slant. Nunez makes a good catch. He was not on target with that pass, and Nunez bailed him out. That's Nunez's first reception. He came into the game with turf toe. Here's our Applebee's game fact. The last time, folks, Texas played a team twice the same season was back in 1918. That was against the Penn Radio School. The last time Nebraska played a team twice the same season was 78 against Oklahoma. You left wondering if Coach Snyder up in Manhattan wouldn't like to put the Penn Radio School on there. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
I do have to say that phone probably is ringing to Brent Musburger to find out if they can schedule them all across the country, right?
I'm going to hear about that. Well, Mac Brown's in a hole now by 22 points, Gary.
You know, that last catch by Nunez that time, that was a one-handed catch on a slant pass. As you look at Major Applewhite, what a day it has been. He lost 12 pounds this last week and didn't play the first half of this week. He keeps getting hit like this. He may lose more than just weight.
Out of one. Excuse me.
Charlie McBride was very upset with himself last time against Texas. He said, we tried to disguise too much. We were too far off when we blitzed. We need to move up and attack the quarterback. That has been, in simple terms, the game plan for Nebraska. Move up and come. It's like the blitz of all time.
Kwame Cavill being limited to 2 receptions. Short and the fullback Brown, who rarely carries the ball.
Oh, he kept it. Major kept it.
A Major with a great fake that time. We don't usually get that from Major. We usually find Eric Crouch with the slick ball handling. But that time, whoa, did he fool me that time?
I'm not sure if he didn't miss the handoff on the play, Brent. They just kept it because he did not want to risk a bad handoff, because second in inches to run this kind of play, you can see he did. He was not sure of the handoff. I don't think this was a called play at all. I think this was just Major keeping the ball.
And sometimes, as you know, that is a great play for a quarterback.
Sure.
They will call that, and then they'll keep it and come around in because it is sold so well by the fullback. Now he can start to think about Cavill and loosen things up a little bit. Kwame is off to the right in a slot. They've been playing him bump and run. Looking short side. Incomplete, a misread. Nunez broke it off toward the sideline. But you know, we asked Kwame Cavill when we were up in Austin to evaluate Nebraska's defensive backfield.
They have great athletes, and I just remember them being up in my face and really trying to get a jam on you and try to disrupt your route and try to disrupt the timing of the quarterback and the receiver.
And you know, Gary, they have stayed in his face all game long. Look at Craver waiting for him now to come to the outside.
I think you got to throw the slant to him quick with a quick out. One-on-one. Make it a one-on-one game. That's what Nebraska is, so throw him the ball.
Right in his face. And Mitchell is stuffed at the 40-yard line by big Steve Warren, the senior from Springfield, Missouri. There's big old Steve, his family, dad over on his sideline watching him.
Steve Warren had such an outstanding game last week in the high altitude in Colorado. He played every play and had a bit of the flu in that game and finished it off. He's a quality football player.
So Pops is watching. His son has the best voice on the Nebraska football team, and I was told today that he will sing the national anthem prior to a Nebraska basketball game this year. So big Steve Warren down there in the pit. He's a good one. 3rd and 14.
There he is right there, right on the nose all day for Matt Anderson.
Major slips the pressure but cannot get enough time. Lauren Kaiser, and that is the 7th sack of the game. You know, 7 sacks.
Yeah, this is beginning to remind Texas fans of that Kansas State game when Texas just was overwhelmed by a Kansas State pass rush. Major Applewhite that game threw 3 interceptions and had 3 fumbles, and that was probably the lowest point of the Texas season.
Walker back deep. You know, Newcomb will be off to his right. And let's see if Ryan Long aims this one at the left sideline again. That's what he did the last time out. Nope. He'll send this one right at Newcomb. Newcomb's got it at the 29. Out to the 39-yard line. So that's an 11-yard return. So it has been 7 sacks by the Blackshirts. Nebraska right now pitching a shutout in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game. Timeout.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
I can't believe you tore a stunt like that. What were you thinking? You weren't thinking, were you? I don't think so. You think you're different? You think you're special?
No, I don't.
Get that camera out of here. Did we go over this? We did. You want to coach this team?
I didn't know it was the last one. He's so sensitive. These are mine too.
Round the road to number one. America's biggest road show. National championship on ABC. The Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl! And nothing's gonna stop us! Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
I'm not giving up shotgun.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Brent, oftentimes when teams start to give up sacks, they try to do too much. Antoine Kirk Hughes has the man over him. You can see Hodges Mitchell has the linebacker. Watch what happens. Kirk Hughes tries to do too much, switches off, and takes Hodges Mitchell's man. That's a mental mistake that cost Texas.
Buckhalter, Humphrey, and friends. It'll be second down. A reminder that the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship on ABC is brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time. Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light. And the new Impala by Chevrolet. Let's go for a drive. And it is Nebraska on cruise control, leading 22-0. Both touchdowns have been scored by the quarterback, Eric Crouch, from 31 yards and 4 yards out.
Texas defense being run right up the gut.
Here's Crouch coming in. Hog-tied by Cedric Woodard. Third down and long for the Huskers. You know, against this Texas defense, Carl Reese upstairs, only 3 running backs have rushed for more than 100 yards, but 2 of them are from Nebraska. When he beat Nebraska that first time out, Danny Alexander rushed for more than 100. Here it has been Buckhalter and, of course, Jamar Toombs of Texas A&M last week, the only 3.
Remember Nebraska. Punt it or move it. No fumbles, no turnovers. You got control of the game.
Middle, high, incomplete. Now they'll punt.
Two Texas secondary guys ran into each other on the crossing route. That's exactly how the play is designed. Tight end and Matt Davison crisscross, and the 2 defenders run right into each other. Not a bad play for Nebraska, up 22-0 to punt the football.
Haydenfeld averaging better than 40 yards a punt in this title game. He has been one of the weapons.
Yeah, and we're ready for Brett and I to get into our argument here again over this Halo deal. It's like a flat tax or whatever. We're just going to keep going.
Garcia. No flag from the 25-yard line. No controversy. Out to the 35-yard line. Oh, I want to remind everybody that tonight the SEC title, they're on the line. Brad Nessler, Bob Greasy will be on hand. From Atlanta, you'll see Sean Alexander, fine running back with Bama. Can they beat Florida twice in the same season? Well, it'll be the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper, live at 8 Eastern on ABC tonight. That should be a dandy.
Let's see if Texas's offensive line gets out of that siege mentality that they're in right now and trying to do too much. Just find your guy, block him, and let the back worry about the linebackers.
Hyder in at tailback. His play. A couple of yards and tackled by Tony Ortiz out of New York City, out of the Bronx area. He went to high school up in Connecticut, up in the Waterbury area.
Well, you know Nebraska's looking up at that clock now, 22-0, 5.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter, and thinking about last week against Colorado when they were up 27-3 in the same situation and blew a football game and possibly a shot at a national championship.
Toss and running hard into the arms of Mike Brown, and that's the future. Hyder, and he brings it pretty good. You'll be hearing a lot about this young man. That's a first down, and he ran hard that time.
Well, this is not going to be a nice quarterback comparison as we look at Major White. Eric Crouch, the hits. I keep looking at these hits. 15 hits. You expect that from Eric Crouch because he's running the ball like a running back. You don't want that with a passing team at quarterback.
Hyder again. No gain that time. Ortiz back on the field, makes still another play. He's been a standout for Coach McBride today.
Yeah, Charlie McBride, as you watch this Nebraska defense, you can understand why people like Tom Osborne and Charlie McBride has called this version of the Nebraska defense the best they've ever seen. Charlie McBride last week said it's the best I've ever coached. That's quite a mouthful right there.
And you get the feeling that more than anything else right now, they want a shutout against the Major in Texas. They have felt the sting 3 straight times, and you just get the feeling they're saying enough is enough. Victor Eichel check in.
Here's Carlos Polk right here in the line of scrimmage. That has caused problems all day.
Applewhite hit on the release. Got him complete. Cavill with a cushion that time. Inside the 25-yard line, Kwame Cavill for 29 yards.
You have to admire a call like this, a post corner into this type of a situation with the blitz. It takes a long time, and that's why Applewhite took one right under the chin that time when he let it go. Here comes the rush, sets up, and from the outside, you'll see it right under the trim from Kelsey that time. Oh, I guess it was the underarm instead of the chin. They hurt the same.
Trailing by 22. Texas needing points. Moves the pocket to the right. An interception, a bad pass. Ralph Brown looking back deep on the sideline. Picks it off. The Major. And Brown tackles Ralph.
Tried to get a little pick to the outside right here. They're going to rub off Cavill with a pick action, and Major thought Cavill was going to go deep on him. Mental mistake by Major. Look there's the pick. Kwame wanted it right there. Kwame gives up on the play. Major hopes that Cavill will go deep, and Brown was the one who read it. That's a mistake by your quarterback. You cannot afford a turnover in that situation, down 22 points.
So the Major has thrown 2 very bad interceptions here today. Buchalter. Humphrey forces him inside, but he finds a seam and powers to the 49-yard line before Lee Jackson makes the tackle.
I'm very impressed today, and I guess it's easy to say that. The Nebraska offensive line, look at the depth that the guard and tackle get as they pull around. That's the type of pulling ability that I haven't seen from Nebraska all year. It looks to me like this AstroTurf has gotten a little more quickness for their team, and they're much more comfortable running their offense on this turf than they were on the grass.
During the week, Solich moved the offense inside to practice on the carpet. The defense was outside when we were in Lincoln on Wednesday. Option look. Crouch to the 39-yard line, and now huge chunks, 12 more.
Brent, that's what the beauty of the Nebraska offense is right here. It looks like an option. It kind of quacks like an option, but it's not an option. It's an isolation play for the quarterback, and if you're Texas, you're thinking option look. He faked it to the fullback, but this is an isolation play with the tailback coming in and helping Eric Crouch get inside. A brilliant call.
First down inside the 40-yard line. Buchalter. And it takes 3 Texas defenders to bring him down. Jackaroot.
Well, Brent, remember when they had the offense for Nebraska inside on that rug, they also pumped in crowd noise. Why? Because in an indoor arena, it just reverberates. It's got no place to go. So Frank Solich and the rest of the coaching staff figured they'd better get their offense used to the loudness of the Alamo Dome.
Yeah, even though this is supposed to be a neutral site, Jack, you're right. This is played by Frank Solich this week as a road game because of the close proximity to Austin.
Nebraska averaging almost 6 yards a rush. Crouch again. hung on to the 38-yard line. Now, that is the kind of dangerous pitch that he made last week against Colorado and even in an earlier game against Texas. He wisely held on to it. We'll remind you that we'll select a Chevrolet player of the game from each team. Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund at the beginning of this year. Chevrolet also donates 2 $1,000 high school scholarships.
You know, Brent, in the option, there's good decisions, there are bad decisions, but the worst decision is indecision. And that time, Eric Crouch kept the ball very wisely.
Third down. Crouch short of the first down.
He is getting rocked. You have to admire Eric Crouch. I mean, this guy isn't 6 foot 205. He's not the size of Scott Frost or Tommy Frazier. To play in the Big 12 conference and take the hits he does and play the way he does, I mean, he has all my admiration. You know, Scott Frost in the 97 championship team led that team in rushing attempts. Scott Frost came into this game only 19 attempts behind Frost from that 97 team. He carries the ball a lot.
Haydenfeld. He'll try to bury Texas inside the 20. Nebraska. And it took actually a Texas bounce. The Husker players did not see it up in the ceiling here. They might have been able to catch it. So we're at the Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game with Jack Arute, Gary Danielson. I'm Brent Musburger. 57 seconds remain in the third quarter, and Nebraska behind a savage, hard-hitting defense, dominating 22-0. They have scored 2 touchdowns, kicked 2 field goals, and a safety. And Turner Gill, the quarterback coach, over on the sidelines. I believe his one-loss record was 28-2 when he ran the attack for the Cornhuskers. Hyder back in as the Texas running back. Gets the call, nothing doing, down at the 10-yard line, and he loses 3 yards. Well, tomorrow the ISU Grand Prix of figure skating continues, and the men's world silver medalist, Evgeny Plushenko, looks to take the lead in the third of 6 Grand Prix Series events. He battles the world's elite as the road to gold continues at the Nations Cup tomorrow at 4 Eastern right here on ABC Sports.
Last week, the Nebraska defense tired a bit. Charlie McBride has put his backup linebackers in the game. Jamie Burrow made that tackle, subbing for Carlos Polk. I think it's good strategy here to end off this quarter.
Applewhite complete to Ike, who slipped out of the backfield. That's Victor Ike. 18 yards on the play. 10 seconds remaining in the quarter.
Don't get the idea that Texas is waiting for the fourth quarter to come from behind, do you?
Flowers, Cavill out wide. Applewhite. Bad pass. Ralph Brown almost picked it off on the sideline as Flowers broke the pattern off. So we've seen miscommunication here between receiver and quarterback several times.
Can't blame that one. I've called the last couple interceptions on Major, and he's made a couple mistakes, obviously, but that one was on Montrell Flowers. It was a hitch and go, and you depend on your receiver to continue the route, even if you're going to be covered, because you got to have somebody back there to knock it down.
Greg Davis's quarterback is 10 of 26 for 114 yards, but 2 very costly interceptions with the final seconds ticking away and Hyder in that backfield. Second down, they run against it with Hyder. Out to the 36-yard line, and the third quarter comes to an end. So Nebraska being led by Eric Crouch's 2 touchdowns, leading by 22 points over Mac Brown and the Texas Longhorns. It was Buckhalter for 55 yards. He now has 138 yards on the day. And Applewhite being hounded. Back with the fourth quarter after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
3 years ago, my IT guys told me there'd be two kinds of businesses. Those with a vision to master the internet and those without. And we didn't want to be the second kind. Then Dell came to see us. They showed us how to use the internet for direct relationships with our customers, suppliers, everyone who's a part of our business. With Dell's support, there's no limit to where I can take this company. We always knew we needed the internet. We just didn't know how badly.
Be direct. Dell. Dell servers use Intel Pentium 3 processors.
Even a sports writer needs a coach. Jack Lemmon, Hank Azaria. The phenomenal bestseller comes to television. Tuesdays with Maury, Sunday 9, 8 Central on ABC.
This man was diagnosed with a serious heart condition in 1985. One of every 2 Nebraskans will experience some form of heart disease in their lifetime. But thanks to the teamwork of local physicians, hospitals, and the heart care professionals at Bryan LGH, the majority of those people will go on to lead healthy, normal lives. For all Nebraskans, experience, teamwork, and leadership make Bryan LGH the first name in heart care.
A Bear for All Seasons, Chapter 1. Cold and blustery days have returned in the Kearney area. Thank goodness for the good people at Bear Frame and Alignment. They do alignment on all types of vehicles and quality framework. Bear Frame and Alignment, your Napa Auto Care Center.
Silly old bear.
The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship on ABC Sports continues.
1 quarter to go. One eye back to another.
3rd and inches here, Brent, and Nebraska, I think, will play very conservatively in the secondary and concede the first down here. They do not want a big play. That's exactly what they're doing. Deep safety.
Brown up over the top for the first down. Our Dr. Pepper 3rd quarter stats here of our Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship game look like this.
Well, you don't have to be an expert to look at that one and see a football game that has been dominated by a defense from Nebraska. And those rush yards have to be a huge disappointment to this Texas defense. 234 yards, and the bulk of them right up the gut, mashing right up against those 2 tackles.
Here's a fellow who's part of this defense. DeJuan Gross, the freshman, back on the field, the defensive backfield. He's number 5, and they're going to put him on Cavill. They're going to match him nose to nose there in the slot. The Major, a bad pass. I mean, that's into the nickel seats. You care to tell me the receiver broke that pattern off?
Had to throw it away. That time, Kwame Cavill was covered. Nobody to throw to, a 2-man route. Texas only sent out 2 players, nothing to do. Either throw it away or take a sack. Look at this coverage right here. I don't know if Kwame Cavill is a bit dinged or what, but he comes out, tries to turn up, and then just, again, gives up on the play. That's good coverage.
Kwame out to the left side of the formation, and the freshman going with him again. Here's Victor Ike for a couple of yards.
Let's follow up on our Dell Game Solutions here. We said Texas had to survive the barrage. Well, it's still going on, so that didn't work. Probe for Cavill, they've never found him. That didn't work. Have they shut down Mitchell? Yes. And are they squeezing that pocket? They're doing more than squeezing. They're popping the grape back there. 7 sacks in the game. It's been all Nebraska. Hey, I thought something's wrong with Cavill right there. To give up on an out and up like that, that's very, very strange.
Jeremy Jones, Jamel Thompson. the wideouts on 3rd down. And against the blitz, short of the first down. Using the running back as a safety valve, and Victor Ike out of bounds on the far side. This is a tremendous defensive performance here by the Blackshirts, and Cavill being tended to on the Texas sideline.
Well, and Mac Brown said it coming into this football game. We beat them and kept them from an opportunity of playing for the national championship. There's no doubt about it.
Craver back deep to return the punt for Nebraska. Good Texas roll. Stopped inside the 5-yard line at about the 1-yard line.
It'll come back out, though. It hit a Texas player about to the 20-yard line.
Yeah, we'll take a break as they sort it out on the field.
Yeah, great. Our next caller is Sarah, whose boyfriend has lost interest ever since he won the new Donkey Kong 64 from Dr. Pepper.
Let's see what we're dealing with.
Donkey Kong 64 is here, and you can win it along with a Nintendo 64 game system by looking under the cap of specially marked bottles of Dr. Pepper, or enter to win other prizes.
Sarah, I have a question for you. Are you a supermodel?
No.
Then here's the deal. He's not coming back. The game is awesome. Next caller.
I think I'm in love with a monkey.
With our most advanced four-wheel drive system ever, QuadraDrive, Jeep Grand Cherokee goes where you could encounter anything. So we tested for anything.
Abracadabra.
Where is my favorite nephew?
You rely on Amazon.com for an incredible selection of toys. Amazon.com relies on priority mail to get it there fast and to save you money.
There you are. A magic set? Show your auntie a magic trick.
Disappearing ant not included. What's your e-priority?
Fly like an eagle.
Championship Saturday.
The Gators are looking for revenge against Alabama.
Oh, yeah? We'll see what Sean Alexander thinks about that.
Championship Saturday on ABC.
Well, we have a moment at this Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship. All of us here at ABC Sports want to pass along our condolences to the family of the Big 12 Commissioner Kevin Weiberg. Weiberg's father died Friday up in Anthony, Kansas. And Kevin, our thoughts are with you and the rest of the family here today. 13:34 left. Nebraska football, they lead at 22-0. Diedrich, the freshman running back. Fumble! Picked up by the Horns. Touchdown! Ahmad Brooks! A life for the Longhorns.
My, you have to believe Nebraska's now going to look up at that clock and say, oh no, not again. The fourth quarter starts, and all of a sudden, a turnover puts Texas back in the football game. Diedrich gets an inside counter play. He's going to try to cut back on it. Hit inside by Casey Hampton. Then I think it's Aaron Brooks that pops it out with his left hand, scooped up, and wow. I'm very surprised that Texas is going to go for 2 here. I think 7 is the call.
I disagree with you.
Yep,
I think down by 22, you start going for 2 early.
I don't.
But maybe they're going to change their mind.
Not me.
They're going to talk about it. So let us take a break.
I am a Pokemon master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention have Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
volunteer to be a big brother or a big sister and share special moments like this. Join Valvoline and Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. For more information, call 1-800-TEAM-VAL.
The 300 Secret. At Chrysler, the latest 300 is unveiled.
The 300 philosophy has always been one of styling leadership. Presenting the newest 300.
Chrysler 300M, the 253 horsepower descendant of the legendary Letter Series.
Sliding into the spacious cabin makes you feel connected to a true automotive thoroughbred.
Gary, my point is go now, and you've still got some breathing room if you miss here.
My thought is hold serve, make it a 2-touchdown game, and keep the pressure on Nebraska. Don't let them have a momentum change.
Cavill is in the slot, comes in motion behind Applewhite. This for the two-point conversion. Dropped by the fullback. 22-6. Like I said, Gary, you were right all along.
No,
why didn't they kick?
I mean, we discussed it through the whole of the commercial, and there's two ways to look at it.
I think they did the right thing, and oh, by the way, he needs to execute. All he has to do is hold on to the football, and it's 2 more points.
Well, it's less than 50% to pick up a 2-point conversion, and I think if you look towards the long run of this game, I'd rather have it be 22-14 at some point and put the pressure back on this Nebraska team.
I say it was up to the fullback to catch the football and step on it in the end zone. Anyway, it is 22-6 with 13:26, and suddenly we got a football game because of the strength of this Texas team. The defensive line has been abused all game long, and they finally come up with a big play. A lot of pride down there in that defensive front for Texas.
And it has been a fumble again. The nemesis for Nebraska all year that cropped up and put Nebraska back in a football game. Excuse me, Texas back in this football game. Nebraska has to be a bit nervous.
Walker from the 4. Breaks free. Texas attempting to tackle the football, could not knock it away from Walker, and he makes his way out beyond the 30-yard line. And the one thing now that Crouch and the Cornhuskers have to avoid is a fumble. They have led the nation in that category, and it has plagued them all along. With 13:15 to go now, protecting the football against this defensive line is critical.
Well, and one of the things you have to do if you're an offense is you have to go out there, and Frank Solich has been very adamant about this. We do not coach negatively. He says, I do not stress anything about negative about fumbles. I teach it positively. Carry it high and tight and get yards. I think that's the way to approach it.
Hampton and Rogers down in the middle. Buckhalter the I-back. Buckhalter takes him on. Nothing doing there. And I had a chance to ask Sean Rogers the other day at Austin, how much pride is there along the defensive line for Texas?
With Coach Reese coming and Coach Brown coming, we've made a dramatic transformation in attitude and in performance, and that's just instilled a lot of pride in us, and that's something we want to keep pushing for years to come, even when I'm gone.
Back there in the middle, they've been pounded all day, but they come up with the big turnover. Now it is 2nd down and long for Crouch and the Huskers. Play fake, blitz, Brooks after him. Crouch is down at the 21-yard line on the blitz. That's the first sack of the game. It'll go to Aaron Humphrey as Carl makes the call up in the box for Texas, and now they're starting to bring a little heat.
Ahmad Brooks coming off one side, Aaron Humphrey. Here's Brooks right here. He's going to come off. Aaron Humphrey has been unblockable all game. You see him this time matched up against Willie Miller, and then Buckhalter tries to get him and runs right in, but Brooks forced him to Humphrey that time.
3rd and 20 for Nebraska.
Not something Nebraska likes to do. They're not comfortable in these situations.
Crouch runs into the blocker. It's blowing up again. 3 and out. One play. Isn't it amazing when you watch football how one play can turn things around, and that forced fumble for a touchdown has changed the mood of this football game all of a sudden, and now Texas will have another opportunity.
Looking at the scoreboard now here, 22-6 means Texas will have to score 2 more touchdowns and make both 2-point plays to tie to win this game.
Garcia back deep. They come after him, and Haydenfeld, one of the best.
Wow.
Garcia from the 27, surrounded. It's a 53-yard punt with a 7-yard return. But can the Texas offense move the ball against the Blackshirts? Timeout.
People are beginning to think of the automobile not just as a family vehicle, but as a personal and individual means of transportation.
The throb of a powerful engine. Now for a moment, imagine yourself as driver of this automobile. You really have to drive it.
At the Chrysler Proving Ground,
Give them an expressway and their drivers are willing.
I think we've made the scenic back roads fun to drive.
I'll give them any country or suburban road, rough or smooth. They're the type of people who like the feel of a fine machine.
love to drive, the renowned engineers of Chrysler.
A minimum of ornamentation and a minimum of chrome moldings.
She's a regular firecracker. The sounds of nature sing their prettiest over the rich, throaty obligato of his engine.
Even sheet metal can have a soul.
And they give you back the romance of driving.
And that is why these will never land on an ordinary car.
And you find out what exceptional unity of man and machine has been achieved.
I can't believe you tore a stunt like that. What were you thinking? You weren't thinking, were you? I don't think so. You think you're different? You think you're special? No, I don't. Get that camera out of here. Did we go over this? We did. You want to coach this team? I didn't know it was the last one. He's so sensitive. These are mine too.
One moment can make the difference between going home and going home a champion. The road to gold continues at Nations Cup Sunday on ABC.
Seville will watch first down. Jackaroo just told us, though, it is a sprained knee. They have rewrapped it, and he's good to go. The helmet is on the sideline, but on first down, the Longhorns elect to go with Hyder, the freshman, as their running back. Jones and Flowers. They're going to try to stretch it with Flowers. Applewhite going to come back deep. The bump by Craver, no penalty flag.
Great coverage. Great coverage by Keo Craver. Before the last meeting, he said, I hope Texas goes right at me. Texas did. Look at this technique. Reads the fade down. Watch him cut in front of him. Cut in front and look back. Perfect technique. When you're in phase on one of those plays, you can cut him off almost like a car on a racetrack.
Shows you, Gary, how important speed is in the defensive backfield. He was just a little quicker.
And once you get in front of him, there's nothing the guy can do, no matter how fast he is.
Now Seville back in the game. Now he'll try him second down.
Here comes the blitz.
Major knows it's coming. Ortiz moves into a gap. Only 4 seconds. 3, 2. Got it off. Hyder, the freshman, runs against it. Let's go down now to Jackaroo. Jack.
Well, Brent, the emotion, the tide of it is twisted and turned now to go over to the Texas side. The one thing that the defense said to the offense on the exchange, hey, it's our turn.
Humphrey watching. Third down here. Third down and 5. They need 5 yards. Cavill is going to trot out to the right. And Flowers with Eric Crouch watching for the Nebraska sideline. He's got Flowers one-on-one, but it's against Rob Brown. Major slips. Stands back up. On the break, throws incomplete, and the slip threw off his timing completely.
Boy, Ralph Brown did an excellent job on that out route that time. Again, Kwame Cavill continues to be a decoy. Match up against Flowers. Look at Brown guess. Brown is guessing, gets his head around, but you're right. tripping. I think he tripped over the guard here. Did he step on his foot? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Antoine Kirk-Hughes, and Major's very fortunate that he was able to stay up to throw the ball.
So again, the Nebraska defense does its job. Texas punts it away.
Don't understand why they kick to the left. They should kick to the right.
Out of bounds, right near the 30-yard line. So we'll take a timeout.
Look at Daddy. Yeah, no. Over here, buddy. No, wait. Smile. Yeah.
It's Sears Electronic Super Sale, where this Sony camcorder is just $499.99. Plus, pay no finance charges on all home audio and video for an entire year. By then, you'll hardly recognize him. Give the good life at a great price, guaranteed.
I am a Pokemon Master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention a Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works. And at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want. Just Thrifty.
Line coach Timmy Nunes.
Still trying to straighten out that offensive line.
Where we just don't sell super clean gasoline, so you get performance down your car. Choose Phillips 66. Performance.
6 weeks ago, the Major in Texas outscored Nebraska 21-7 in the second half. Here today, it is 7-all in the second half. I should say 7-6. Remember, they went for 2 and failed, so it's a 22-6 count now at the 10-minute mark. And Crouch slips out to the 31-yard line. A reminder, the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship on ABC, brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. Valvoline, you can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. Ameritrade, believe in yourself. And Chrysler, giving you back the romance of driving.
Frank Solich in the second half, playing the clock a bit. 17 rushes, only 1 pass attempt, and that was after last week only throwing 3 passes in the second half against Colorado.
He's showing a little bit of everything offensively. Now just trying to bring the clock down. Crouch swarmed all over at the 30-yard line. Rogers, Hampton, Woodard were there, and you know, we had a chance to ask Frank, what is the personality of this Nebraska offense?
I'd like to think that we have the whole package, that we can run the football, we can get you with some play action passes, and if we have to drop back and throw, we got the quarterback and the kind of receivers that are able to get that done.
They need it right now, Gary. 3rd down and 9.
They do, and when you're an option team, you got to run the option, but in this situation, I don't believe a punt's a bad thing.
Late pitch. Buckhalter
Aaron Humphrey
down at the 29-yard line, and Humphrey was there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was in the backfield again, and Eric Crouch, that was the most dangerous play Crouch has attempted all game. Watch it coming right at you right here. Number 49 gets inside, crashes inside, runs right through the block by David Volk and gets in there, and that was a bit of a gamble. Good catch by Buckhalter that time to save the play.
Humphrey with a big game.
Absolute monster game.
Hayden Felt again. Under pressure.
What a punt.
Fair catch by Garcia inside the 25-yard line. Let's send you to New York and John Saunders. John?
Right here, another Burger King update from earlier in the day. Temple against Miami, and Ken Dorsey had a terrific day. 22 yards here to Clinton Portis. One of 4 touchdown passes for Dorsey. That sets a freshman record at Miami as they annihilate Temple. 55-0 is the final. Brent, back to you.
Yeah, John, Kenny Kelly better make up his decision on what he wants to do. Dorsey playing awfully well for the Canes down the stretch, and you can see how Nebraska has stifled this Texas offense.
7.5 minutes to go. Texas has to now get a sense of urgency about them getting in and out of the huddle. They can't play it slow anymore. They need 2 scores.
Hyder. And just the threat of the blitz is throwing off the timing. Jack.
Brent, absolutely one of the keys this week has been, today has been the play of the Blackshirts for Nebraska. The defense is good. How good? Well, defensive coordinator Charlie McBride says that it is absolutely the best defense he has ever coached. He ought to know. He's been doing this for 18 years as defensive coordinator at Nebraska.
2nd down and 10. Cavill is out to the left.
And they got to throw the ball to Cavill. It's one-on-one coverage. He's your best player.
Hyder fumbles. Nebraska signals that they've got it, and they do. Vanden Bosch.
A self-inflicted wound by Nebraska right here. They've had 3 of them. 2 by Major, and now 1 by Kenny Hyder. 2 interceptions and this fumble right here on the pitch.
Self-inflicted by the Cornhuskers defense, forcing it as Hyder coughs it up.
Nebraska didn't have anything to do with not catching a pitch there. That was an easy one. That's helping them too much.
.42. 22-6. Crouch. Short of the 10-yard line. And a reminder that tomorrow we'll have the Tostitos BCS selection show. John Saunders and Terry Bowden. They'll tell you where everybody is going. Florida State and Virginia Tech with Michael Vick. They figured to head on to New Orleans. And if Nebraska holds up their end of it, they would go to the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. And Wisconsin, of course, will go to the Rose Bowl to play Stanford.
Brent, do you feel if Nebraska would have held on last week and finished off Colorado 27-3 that they still had a shot at the championship?
Yes, I do. And Buck Halter has stopped. I think, Gary, you're absolutely right, because you go back to the Colorado game, and you have to say that Solich at Nebraska was lucky.
It was.
Gary Barnett had a field goal, a makeable field goal at the end of the game, and that would have sent them on to a victory. They missed it. They go into overtime, and Nebraska, they took advantage of the break, and there they are trailing Virginia Tech. As you know, I went up to watch Virginia Tech play in Blacksburg. I think they're a very, very good football team.
I agree.
I don't know if there's enough speed in that defensive backfield to hold up when Florida State stretches the field the night of January 4th, but we shall see. I think that an unbeaten team is certainly due a chance, and that's what's going to happen. Crouch is going to keep it again, and Crouch bangs to the 6-yard line for a first down.
Does he take a beating and keeps playing? What a quarterback.
6:22 remaining, and here before 65,035 in the Alamo Dome, San Antonio, Texas, the home of the San Antonio Spurs. A timeout is being called by Nebraska. So they will talk about it here. They lead it 22-6, and we'll take a break.
Stuart, can I see you in my office, please?
That kid is sick. Pins is squeaky. Very sick.
Stuart, get in here.
Sure thing, Mr. P.
Stuart, I just opened my Ameritrade account.
Let's light this candle. Let's go to Ameritrade.com. It's easier than falling in love. What do you feel like buying today, Mr. P?
Kmart.
So research it. All this stuff is provided for you free of charge.
No cost.
Yeah, that's synonymous with free.
Looks like a good stock.
Let's buy.
Let's buy 100 shares.
All right, click it in there.
Okay.
How about 500?
100, Stuart.
Feel the excitement? You're about to buy a stock.
Okay.
Line.
Oh! Fabulous. I'm thrilled. What did that cost me?
$8, my man.
$8.
Riding the wave of the future, my man.
Take advantage of this special year-end offer. From now until December 31st, get 1 free month of trading. Up to 20 equity trades commission-free. And you can open your cash account with as little as $500. Call now. 1-800-AmeriTrade. AmeriTrade. Believe in yourself.
In the last 13 years, Nicorette helped over 1 million people help themselves stop smoking. And that was the reason that convinced me to use Nicorette. All these people knew it was safe and effective. Nicorette delivers a low level of nicotine fast to help control cravings without the tars and toxins found in cigarettes. And Nicorette was proven safe and effective in more clinical trials than any other product. Just the idea that Nicorette had helped all those people made me feel that Nicorette was the right choice for me in the end. Which it was.
Nicorette helps you fight your cravings, your habit, your way. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
And the shovels. Well, Bevo has had enough. He's leaving, but he left his mark all over the end zone. They're out with the shovels right now.
Now, see, if you're Nebraska,
he says, this is what I think about this performance, ladies and
now, see, if
gentlemen.
you're Nebraska, with that problem over there, you got to run the ball left, don't you?
Yeah, right. As far left. I think I've seen a little bit of everything now.
It's those live mascots. You never want to work with animals, do you?
Maybe that's why Nebraska keeps live mascots off its field. Bevo says, I'm out of here. We stunk the joint out today.
Bevo's seen a lot of football. He knows a good offense. You gotta,
first down and goal.
You got to go left.
Buckhalter does go left. Just short of the 5-yard line. You know, today is the last game of the season in our ABC Mobile Unit Phase 2. And we'd like to really thank all the engineers who've been with us all season. They did a great job for us. Our director down below, Drew Esikoff. And special thanks to Bob Goodrich. He was our producer today. Folks, back in 1962, he was on the all-high school team out of Dallas Wilson High School. Then he went to play for Hayden Fry at SMU. He was a tight end and a safety, and he was on the Texas Super Team. So I know how well he feels when he comes back down here to do a football game in San Antonio.
Fumble!
Crouch.
Crouch doesn't have it.
No, Texas is in a battle to pull it away, and Texas indicating they've got it.
A field goal ends the game, and Frank says, I'll be ready for 1999 to end.
And Casey Hampton took it away from Crouch in that pile. What is that, the 24th fumble they've lost?
24th.
Or 25th.
49 fumbles on the year. It's unbelievable, and it's disheartening to a football team to turn over the ball inside the 10-yard line. Snap up there, you can see Crouch lets it go, and it's always tough to get back on it because that defensive line is charging, and you're not going to fight Casey Hampton and pull it away from him. Crouch had it, and Hampton took it right away from him.
Yeah, that's 25. Remember, it was the 24th that led to the Texas touchdown. But the Nebraska D has been a little tough. And they surround the Major, who gets it off. Nunez breaks free. Craver forces him out of bounds. But not before it's a first down, a 15-yard gain for the Horns.
Well, this is starting to have that feel like the Colorado game. Put up 7 points on the board. Of course, now they're going to need 8 points. And an onside kick is Texas's only chance.
Carlos Polk just limped off for Nebraska and is down on one knee at the near side of a 28-yard line, crawling. And he is the strength of that middle. You can see that is Carlos Polk on the ground in pain. I think he's reaching down toward his left ankle area, and so Jamie Burrow, a sophomore out of Ames, Iowa.
How about Nebraska staying with 3 linebackers still in the football game, an obvious passing situation here.
Time, and threw it over Ike's head. Jackson, the linebacker, picked up Ike. Well, here's somebody pulling for the rally. One-time great pitcher at Texas, Roger Clemens, from the world champion New York Yankees, wearing the burnt orange down on the sideline.
Last time it was Ben Crenshaw. This time it's Roger Clemens. Pretty good alumni base there, Al.
Isn't that something? Second down and 10, you bet. The Major got hit.
Ryan Shaw this time, isn't it? Jeremy Burrow, the middle linebacker. Wow. It's been a siege all game.
Under heavy pressure from Jamie Burrow.
So time permits, stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report. Let me remind everybody again, it's 8 o'clock Eastern. Do I have the right time for the SEC title game presented by Dr. Pepper? Florida, Alabama. So that's at 8 Eastern. You have a good one now. The winner down there will move on into a BCS Bowl. Can anybody beat Florida and Steve Spurrier twice in 1 year? Alabama's certainly going to take a crack at it tonight. I think that's going to be a dandy. The Major under pressure again. Oh, slips this time, throws a wobbler out of bounds.
He made a good evasive move to avoid Burrow, but then all of a sudden he looks up and Julius Jackson's right in his face, and there's been no second half magic for Major Applewhite this time, has there, Brennan?
5 of 16, Gary, for only 73 yards.
Yeah, it's been too much rush. I mean, even Roger Clemens would have to understand this. You can't throw under that pressure.
And with 5 minutes to go, 4th down and 10, Stockton trots in to punt.
The Nebraska defense has pitched a shutout.
Yep, the only score came on a fumble. This is Craver.
Wow, can you imagine that?
They just do not signal fair catch. They keep on coming out to the 48-yard line. Must be against the rules.
I know. He fumbles that one, put Texas right back in the game.
Reminder about primetime football tomorrow on ESPN. Emmitt Smith, the Dallas Cowboys, look to stay in that playoff picture. They take on the suddenly struggling New England Patriots. Then Monday on ABC, this should be kind of interesting. Jeff George and the Vikings take on the Buccaneers. Jeff George with a hot hand, but there's no better defense in the NFL than Tampa Bay. If Tony Dungy's offense could put 22, 23, 24 points on the board every week, I think they'd be favored to win the Super Bowl.
That's never happened, but and this is one of the reasons it hasn't happened for Major Applewhite today. Hit 20 times. That's my worst nightmare right there.
Now Nebraska will attempt to work the clock down without turning it over again. Miller, the fullback. Not much doing, but the clock, of course, is what Nebraska wants to keep moving right now.
You know what's impressive about this effort by the Nebraska defense, Brent? We did Nebraska, Texas A&M, and I didn't feel that A&M's offense was up to par to face this team. But this Texas offense is a good offense. They can throw the ball, they can run the ball, and it's been complete domination. This is Nebraska's best defensive effort of the year.
And it came in the championship game in San Antonio, huh?
And it's too bad they didn't have one more quarter earlier last week.
Miller again, and D.D. Lewis stops him, and we go down to Jack Aru. Jack?
Well, Brent, when he was recruited, he was called Fearless Frankie. He came from Cleveland, Ohio. He weighed in at a whopping 155 pounds. He was a fullback recruit for Bob Devaney. We asked him earlier if Frank Solich, the coach, would recruit Frank Solich, the player. He said no, and he laughed. And he says, you know, there are other positions on the field.
I think he would have made him walk on, like they do occasionally at Nebraska.
Clock can't move fast enough for him right now. Leading it 22-6. He's got 3.5 minutes. Crouch keeps it. Slants across midfield and down at the 45-yard line, short of the first down.
Brent, you alluded to it earlier. I ran the wishbone offense my senior year at Purdue, and taking those hits all game from the angles, on the hips, on your arms, it just wears on you. I'm really impressed with Eric Crouch in this football game.
Well, Nebraska certainly could make a strong argument as the team of the decade, I guess, against Florida State, but think of where they might be except for Texas. They'd won back-to-back titles in 94 and 95. Then they lost that game in the Big 12 championship, the inaugural game, and couldn't play for it. Then they came back the next year. They destroyed Texas A&M in this game and won in Tom Osborne's final game against Tennessee down at the Orange Bowl. They shared the national championship in 97. So you're looking at a team that has been awfully good in the 90s, except for Texas.
Delay of game on the offense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
And you could argue the fact that without the inception of the Big 12 Conference, there might be another national championship for Nebraska. not having to face this Texas team in these championship games.
Exactly. The low point of the season on the other side for Texas, well, that was Kansas State 35, Texas 17, 6 turnovers to none that day. But they started out poorly, losing to North Carolina State, and they're finishing struggling with that loss last week to Texas A&M, and now they're a little bit desperate. Garcia. And folks, if you just joined us, this is what happened to the Major.
And if you're related to Major Applewhite, please turn your TV set off right now, or at least look away, because it's been a long game for the Major. He took hits from every direction. 20 hits for a passing quarterback. It's an unbelievable stat.
But they'll go on to the Cotton Bowl and play Arkansas if they lose this game. And our bowl season gets underway on December 18th out at the inaugural EA Sports Las Vegas Bowl. That'll be Fresno State and Utah, I believe, playing out there. So it's almost bowl season, huh? First down and 10. The Major incomplete. There was Mike Brown.
Brown defending.
You know, we asked Mike Brown, what appeals to you about the physical side of football?
When I'm out there, I feel more a part of the game if I'm out there getting hit or hitting someone. It seems like I'm more at home hitting someone than just running around out there with no contact.
Yeah, smiles like the friendly assassin, number 21. Major, no, Bill never saw it. And that was Joe Walker, step for step, right with him.
Smart coverage by Joe Walker. He knew he had a safety inside, so he played the corner route all the way. See, Joe Walker knows he's got help right here. So when Cavill comes in and goes out, Walker's just going to beat him to the spot. That's how you have to know where your help is, know where it is, wait for him to come back out, turn and look for the ball.
When I was in Austin, the coaches told me that the one thing they were going to work on with Kwame in the offseason was getting him with more explosive speed. Usually that's weight training. They said the one thing that they think he could improve on is separation. And if you saw that against Walker, you can understand why. Third down and 10. The Major runs away from it, dumps it off. So a creative play for a first down, which stops the clock to 11.
You know, there's a lot of talk about teams, Brent, playing together, but sometimes it's more than that. It's feeding off each other that really makes you a better defense. Today, this Nebraska defense has fed off their own emotions. One guy makes a play, has helped the next guy make a play. It's been a feeding frenzy.
First and 10. Got time that time, and he hit Kwame, drops it. Fumble! They're going to wave it off. They're going to call it incomplete.
He might have had it. That was maybe a very nice call for Kwame Cavill and Texas. Crossing route, risk reward over the middle of the field, almost picked off that time by Burrow. Oh, I think he had that ball. He was juggling it a little bit, but
the officials normally. Yeah, you know what? He didn't have it,
he was juggling.
Yeah, that was a good view on that replay. Yeah, good call. Good call. It's been a well-officiated game, I think. Second down and 10. Four wideouts, high snap, middle, Cavill this time hangs on. Clock stops at 1:54 inside the 45-yard line. That's a 21-yard gain, and now Texas in their hurry-up, coming up to the line.
Texas is not blitzing now. They're keeping safeties back, playing the clock a bit. But Nebraska's not blitzing right now. I'm so excited about Texas making a play.
That was Kwame's 100th catch of the season. So another landmark. Incomplete and a penalty flag. A penalty flag is thrown. Thompson, the intended receiver. First down for him here with 1:39 to go. Need a touchdown, a 2, an onside kick. In other words, a whole lot of things have to work against. Yes.
Holding on the defense, 10 yards from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Texas does have all 3 timeouts. but scoring is the first order.
Applewhite, short of the first down.
I think Texas needs to take the timeout here, don't they? 3 timeouts. Their only chance really is an onside kick.
Second down after the Nunez catch. Time continuing to tick away on the Horns. Major goes in zone. Intercepted on the deflection. Dion Booker. And they have turned the lights out on the Texas Longhorns.
Major had a wide open receiver that time. Was a bit late with the throw. Thompson goes deep. Ralph Brown is beat. He thought it was going to be an out, but then Brown does the smart thing. Turns around. He doesn't panic. That's a senior that has played a lot of football games, right, Brent?
Exactly. And what an outstanding defensive back he is. The 3rd interception of the game, and Texas' 4th turnover. Now watch how Ralph handles this.
Yeah. The key thing was he didn't panic. He didn't run from behind and tackle the receiver. He turned his head around, maintained it, and that's 50 games of experience.
Remember, Ralph Brown was one of the victims back in Austin on a quick slant. Cavill burned him for a touchdown. Ralph Brown remembers, and Eric Crouch takes a knee in a whole lot of frustration, being washed away. Let us announce our Chevrolet most valuable players of this game. There's an awful lot of candidates from Nebraska. We'll go with the quarterback, Eric Crouch. He scored 2 touchdowns today. For Texas, Aaron Humphrey, the defensive end, and in recognition of their efforts, Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund beginning this year. Chevrolet will also donate $1,000 to 2 high schools.
Remember this. I agree with you, Brent. Texas is a year away. They're going to be a good football team next year.
You bet.
And I got
Nebraska will be pretty good too.
I'd like to watch some of their spring football because Chris Sims is going to make a run at this thing.
So it comes to an end. 3 games worth of frustration. Upset by Texas ends here today as the Nebraska Cornhuskers, who were favored by 8, win it 22-6.
Congratulations to the 1999 Midwest.
So again, our final score, the Nebraska Cornhuskers 22, the Texas Longhorns 6. And tonight it's the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper between Alabama and Florida, live at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC. Stay tuned now for the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. For Jack Aroot, Gary Danielson, I'm Brent Musburger. We throw you to New York and our colleagues John Saunders and Terry Bowden. John?
Brent, thanks a lot. Tremendous defensive performance by Nebraska. It was late last season when we saw how good Major Applewhite would become. Nebraska changed the look of that in a hurry today.
They respected Major Applewhite. They were not going to let him hurt them with a passing game. He's going to be sore tonight, tomorrow, and for a few days more.
3 interceptions and 7 sacks. We'll get back out there for more post-game comments in a moment. Stick around.
Playing music takes practice, determination, and coaching.
It takes all kinds.
So bring the whole family to www.playmusic.org.
Monday, it began as blind hate and ended in murder. What could be so bad in this man's mind that it would justify killing someone? Shocking answers on 2020 Monday.
America's biggest road show. BCS on ABC. Fumbles and one champion. National championship on ABC. BCS on ABC.
At the Greater Nebraska Heart Center, your road to recovery begins with a team effort. A team with one goal, to give you the life-saving care you need. A team with the experience and commitment to be there when you need them. Great heart care requires a great team. It's why we say, for the little things that are crucial in cardiac care, look at the big picture. The Greater Nebraska Heart Center. Good Samaritan Health Systems, Kearney, Nebraska.
Through the years we all will be together if the fates allow.
Hang a shining star upon the highest bough and have yourself a merry little Christmas now.
This holiday, Alltel has a gift for you. It's Kansas. Yep, the whole state. Kansas, including all of Kansas City, is now part of Alltel's local wireless calling area. So when you sign up for one of our new rate plans, all your wireless calls from anywhere in Nebraska to western Iowa to anywhere in Kansas and Kansas City are local. You pay no roaming charges, which is good, because I'm too out of shape to roam. Sign up for one of our new rate plans today and get 600 free bonus minutes.
Serving Curtis, we're Nebraska Television and TV.
The car you want, the service you expect, all at a low rate. Just what you want, just thrifty.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works. And at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want, just thrifty.
Welcome back once again to the Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report. A reminder, coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern Time here on ABC in primetime, the SEC Championship game presented by Dr. Pepper. Automatic bid to the BCS on the line. Florida against Alabama. The rematch. Alabama won that game at the Swamp, ending that long streak for Florida. So we look forward to that one. Now, Frank Solich, a lot of people wondered how he would do as the head coach of Nebraska. He's done a pretty good job replacing Tom Osborne. Solich, 20 wins over his first 2 years.
That's right. We thought he would have a tough time because he went 9-4 in his first season, but with 20 wins, the winningest ever, he's proven he can coach at Nebraska.
One loss this year. Meanwhile, he's standing by. Let's go back to San Antonio and rejoin Frank Solich, who's standing by with our Jack Arute. Jack, big win.
Well, Coach, congratulations. Is it like a monkey off your back now?
I don't look at it quite that way. I look at it as a great football team that came through this year. They had one loss. They come back and they were able to beat the team that gave them that loss. And I just think it's a tremendous bunch of kids, a great coaching staff, and feel very blessed to be a part of it.
A huge win for Nebraska. They are in the BCS, and another team gets there as well. Stick around. Back with more in just a moment. 22-6 is the final. Nebraska over Texas.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works. And at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want, just thrifty.
Welcome back once again to the Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report. Updating just a couple of scores. The big one, Army against Navy, the 100th meeting, and a tremendous day by Brian Madden. 41 carries for 177 yards.
I tell you, these are two great rushing teams today. Navy came back and knocked the Army team that's been winning this game the last 3 years.
Miami all over Temple, 55-0. And Kenny Kelly might wonder about this. Ken Dorsey, his replacement, 23 of 34, 288 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's the best performance by a freshman, Testaverde, Tino Giretti, and the great quarterbacks they've had there.
Gino Toretto, of course, you're talking about, and Dorsey, Jim Kelly, and Bernie Kosar had the record at 3 before them. Tonight, Alabama against Florida. You said it earlier, you don't think Alabama can beat them twice in the same season.
I really don't. I don't think they have enough talent, and the defense of Florida is going to attack them, and they're not going to give them a chance because they're going to put all the pressure on those quarterbacks. They sat back and played zone, rushed 4 people, but they picked them apart. Now you're going to see attacking on them every play. They're going to put pressure on those quarterbacks.
Very quickly, though, quarterback controversy from Florida.
That's right. There's a quarterback controversy. Not really, though. I think they're going to play Jesse Palmer. They're going to go with the one that works, but I think they're going to find out that they've got enough quarterback to win this game.
We will find out tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in an hour.
What an extraordinary performance.
Wins the Indianapolis 500. Best final round ever. Touchdown, touchdown.
Incredible. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.
The NHL on ESPN. This is the game.
Penguins, Devils, Tuesday at 7:30 on ESPN2.
Welcome to Holiday Headquarters.
Hey, buddy, where's the Napa 75th anniversary toy truck all the kids are asking for?
Right here, sir, just $24.99.
How about the 12-foot lighted booster cables for Dad? $14.99. And the 3-piece multi-purpose tool set?
And who's this for?
It's for me. Come on, just $9.99. Forget about it.
For great gift ideas that'll satisfy everyone, visit your Central Nebraska Napa Auto Parts store today.
Where's our doctor? Wait, we have to go to Lincoln?
That's over 2 hours away. Your plan lets us go to Kearney.
We'll have to change doctors. What about our medical records?
So staying close to home means a bigger medical bill.
Does your boss know about this plan?
This plan's called Choice.
It really doesn't offer any choice.
If your insurance provider does not work with Kearney Sentinel Healthcare Network, you may not have access to quality healthcare here in Central Nebraska. Sentinel Healthcare, keeping you and your healthcare close to home.
A documentary film about nachos, presented by Amigos. Who said documentaries had to be boring?
The Nebraska Television Network, NTV. Closed captioning of NTV News is provided by Good Samaritan Health Systems. You're watching NTV News at 6 with Julie Studley and Thad Campbell.
Good evening. Thad Campbell has the night off. Well, what a day for the Huskers. Big Red ventured into San Antonio looking to become the Big 12's first two-time champ. Of course, Texas had the same plans. Brian Graff joins us from the sports office with more. Brian?
Well, Julie, it was supposed to be a neutral site for the Big 12 championship game. Of course, how neutral can you get when you're 50 miles away from Austin, Texas, home of the Longhorns? So Nebraska knew they had to fight not only Texas, but the crowd. So how do you take the crowd out of the game? And Bevo, you put points on the board. Already up 3-0 on a 4th and 1. Nebraska decides to go for it. Eric Crouch busts through for a 31-yard touchdown. 15-0 Huskers at the half. Third quarter we go. Correll Buckhalter in there. Dan Alexander injured his hand, had to sit out. 55-yard run. Couldn't break it into the end zone, but he does a good enough job of setting up Eric Crouch from 4 yards out. Takes it himself on the keeper off the option. Nebraska goes on to win 22-6. That is your final of the Big 12 champions for a second time. Final 22-6. 3 interceptions for the Huskers today off of Major Applewhite. We'll have a lot more Huskers highlights, and we'll talk to Casey Marlar. He's live in San Antonio. We'll have all that later on in sports.
Can't wait for that. Thanks, Brian. Well, the State Patrol seized 185 pounds of marijuana this morning on Interstate 80. A K-9 unit pulled over a Ryder rental truck that was driving on the shoulder with expired plates. The driver gave the officer permission to search the vehicle, and that's when the drugs were found. 21-year-old Raul Rebelar of San Diego, California, was arrested on 2 charges: possession with the intent to distribute and not having a Nebraska drug tax stamp. 6 firefighters are believed to have died in a Massachusetts warehouse fire. The fire broke out on Friday night and quickly roared through the abandoned warehouse. The roof and 5 floors collapsed, making it too dangerous for crews to continue working inside. The fire chief ordered all of his crews out, but 2 remained, apparently looking for homeless people thought to be trapped inside. A few moments later, a mayday call came over the radio. 4 more firefighters went in, and none of them came out. The fire continued to burn today, and investigators say it could be days before they know what caused the blaze. The World Trade Organization talks in Seattle ended in failure after trade ministers weren't able to agree on an agenda. Violent street protests interrupted the 4 days of discussion planned, not the ideal start for the new WTO general. Despite his efforts, he was unable to get agreement on a new agenda for the next meeting, but he's taking it in stride.
This was a remarkable meeting. Much was done. That work will not be lost. We will not lose the work that we did and began the small island countries, the vulnerable atolls. We will not lose the hard work we did, have yet to finish, for the least developed countries.
Trade officials say they'll try to set an agenda early next year, but the prospect of more large-scale protests is likely. Back here in Nebraska, the weather's finally starting to feel more like December. That means it's time to get ready for the holidays. If you have a Christmas tree and are looking for a new way to decorate it, there are 31 ideas in Hastings. That's how many Christmas trees are on display at the Hastings Museum. Each tree is decorated by a different civic group. The exhibit shows a lot of different decoration ideas.
It's anything, like I said, from the retired teachers to we have a Barbie doll tree this year, and we have just so many neat things. You just have to come see them.
This is the 17th year for the festival, and Cordy says more people come to the event each year. The Christmas trees are on display until January 2nd. Well, Christmas came early for some central Nebraska kids who got a visit from Kris Kringle this morning. 20 members of the Kearney Friends Association not only got special presents from Santa Claus, but $20 from Kmart. The kids, along with their big friends, took advantage of the mini shopping spree to buy presents for the holidays.
We have free gift wrap and scissors and tape in the back that the big friend and the child go back and wrap the gifts for whoever they may be for, and then they can take them home and put them under their tree.
Store managers say without this program, some of the kids wouldn't have been able to give gifts this Christmas. We'll have more on this story tonight at 10. Well, still to come on NTV News, do you have a Betty Crocker or Martha Stewart on your Christmas list? Or maybe it's the King of the Grill. No matter who your favorite cook is, we have some ideas that are sure to please the palate this Christmas. Plus, the lack of snow didn't keep snowmobile enthusiasts from Grand Island today. We'll tell you what they were doing in town. And it certainly doesn't seem like it's snowmobiling season, Paul.
Not really, especially across much of Nebraska and northern Kansas. A little bit different story as you head further southeast, where we are expecting still some snow tonight, just some light snow. Otherwise, our temperatures in the low 20s and low 30s. Some clearing skies in the west. A cold north wind for tonight. I'll be back with some sunnier skies for the rest of your weekend later on.
NTV, where your news comes first. This is NTV News at 6. With Julie Studley and Thad Campbell, Paul Perkins weather, and Brian Groff with sports.
Please give me inventory.
For a very limited time, get free weekend cellular calls for life. Free weekend calling lasts forever, but this opportunity doesn't. Don't miss out. Call or stop by today.
Make your holiday shopping complete at the Lazy Boy Bring One Home for the holiday sale at Payne Larson of Kearney. After all the miles and malls, save on 2 Lazy Boy rocking recliners only $4.99. 2 Chase recliners or this Lazy Boy reclining sofa only $6.99. 2 deluxe massage chairs $7.99. Free delivery in 90 days, same as cash. Plus leather sofas, cedar chests, curios, desks, grandfather clocks, and more. Payne Larson Furniture, downtown Kearney, makes it easy to bring one home for the holidays.
Want to know how to save some real money? There's a mall-wide sale this weekend at Conestoga Mall. I know stores at the mall have sales all the time, but this weekend participating stores have special offers for only 3 days. When Conestoga Mall says they're having a sale, they mean it. That's how I got this sweater and these shoes. There's some real deals from a lot of great stores. It's a smart idea for a mall to advertise a sale only when there really is a sale. Real smart.
His father has farmed this land for 38 years. His grandfather farmed it for nearly 50. And before that, his great-grandfather coaxed a crop from it for 42 long, hard seasons. It's important that he have the opportunity to farm it as well. This message brought to you by the makers of Dual 2 Magnum and Bicep 2 Magnum, two of farming's easier decisions.
Welcome back. Restaurant chefs and caterers will be spending a lot of time in the kitchen and around the house this season as they prepare those wonderful holiday parties chock full of scrumptious hors d'oeuvres and indulgent desserts. But what do you get cooks and chefs who do all that work? Well, whatever they want, of course. The owner of Expressions Catering is showing me his calendar, and it's certainly busy. So it's no surprise that for Christmas he'd like
anything I wanted, somebody to come and cook for me.
But he concedes his wife is trying to do more in the kitchen. So for her, or anyone who's learning more about cooking, he recommends
I think baking stones, a baking stone like a pizza stone. That'd be a real nice thing. It's versatile. You can do cookies, and it's not just for pizza.
And there are a lot of fun kitchen items for beginners out there. Like when the recipe just doesn't work, try these candles to get rid of the odors. Or use these sprays to make sure your kitchen smells like a French bakery, even if you didn't find the time and your desserts come from the store instead of the oven. Now there's a lot to choose from, but some seasoned pros just want sound help around the house.
Probably a dishwasher.
Because?
Because I hate doing dishes.
The Alley Rose is almost entirely booked with holiday parties, and that keeps the manager on his toes.
I used to spend more time in the kitchen than I do this time of year because of the amount of people we serve. We do a lot of specialty items that I take care of.
So after a hard day's work at the restaurant, what would he like for his kitchen at home?
I think I'd like to have new cabinets, a little more organization in the kitchen, new countertops.
Would that make you a better cook?
Probably not. No, probably not a better cook, but a happier cook.
While you're searching for the perfect present for those cooks, some precipitation may get in the way. Paul joins us next with the forecast. Plus, Huskers fans are still geared up after today's Big 12 game in Texas. Brian's in with all the highlights later in sports.
At Allen's Warehouse Food Mart, we offer only the highest quality produce and meat. We have the largest selection, the lowest prices, and the cleanest store in the area. Our friendly service is there for you. And now, our state-of-the-art checkouts and new carts make your shopping experience more convenient.
On sale this week at Allen's, Ragu spaghetti sauce, 27-ounce jar for 99 cents. Dole bananas, 3 pounds for $1. And Surefine chicken or beef broth, 3 cans for $1.
Allen's Warehouse Food Mart, 1115 West 2nd, Hastings.
Welcome to Holiday Headquarters.
Hey, buddy, where's the Napa 75th anniversary toy truck all the kids are asking for?
Right here, sir, just $24.99.
How about the 12-foot lighted booster cables for Dad? $14.99. And the 3-piece multi-purpose tool set?
And who's this for?
It's for me. Come on, just $9.99. Forget about it.
For great gift ideas that'll satisfy everyone, visit your Central Nebraska Napa Auto Parts store today.
5 years from now, where do you see yourself? On Main Street? Or Easy Street?
Your drinks now.
Maybe you'll raise a family. Or maybe not. Well, wherever you decide to go, there's one thing you can count on for sure. Your Honda Civic.
Welcome back. Paul Perkins joins us now. Paul, it's certainly beginning to feel like Christmas if it wasn't already.
And already starting to look like Christmas over Kansas. Quite a bit of snow is falling. We'll go right to radar and show you where that snow is falling. That snow over southwestern Kansas into the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles. Too bad it's snowing over Texas, huh? Right now we do have some rain showers in advance of the system, but the bulk of the heavy snow over southwest and south central Kansas, the bulk of the snow going to be moving towards the northeast, and southeastern areas of Nebraska and northeast Kansas will get clipped with a couple of inches of snow. Here's a closer look at where all the moisture is falling. A little bit of snow falling across south central Nebraska, most of it to the southeast of Geneva to around Hastings to Smith Center area, and points off towards the southeast, some mainly light areas of snow. The snow picks up a little bit more steam as it does head towards Concordia. Within the next hour or two, we will start to see some accumulating snows over north central Kansas into south central Nebraska, thanks to the surfaces getting colder and, of course, those freezing conditions. We do have a winter weather advisory that is in effect for tonight over much of some portions of south central Nebraska and northeast Kansas, Superior and Mankato included in this winter weather advisory. 2 to 4 inches of snow possible in those areas, and we also will see some blowing snow. Temperatures right now into the 20s and 30s. We're at 28 at North Platte, 34 at McCook. The winds, though, making it feel awfully cold in the Tri-Cities. Our temperatures at 34 and 35. Cold north winds at 16 to 22, making it feel like it's in the teens. This afternoon in the Tri-Cities, we only made it up to 37 and 36, and those highs were achieved early. Overnight, we saw lows in the low 30s and just some light amounts of precipitation. Elsewhere, we cooled off into the 30s last night, the 20s as you're heading into the Nebraska Panhandle. Some cloudy skies into the central and east, but already some clearing skies moving into western Nebraska and northwest Kansas for tonight. Our area of low pressure now centered over northwest Arkansas, and another upper level low pressure system now centered over Oklahoma. This system will gradually move to the northeast, and as it does so, it'll take with it the moisture. But you can see some high pressure nudging its way into western sections right now. That will help to clear the skies out for tomorrow and already bring us some sunshine. So this storm system, nothing much to worry about. Some snow over western Kansas for tonight and some clouds into the central and east. That will be changing as we move into tomorrow. Some high pressure starts to build in, some sunshine moving into the weather picture, and also some warmer conditions as this trough of low pressure starts to develop off towards the west. That'll bring us some south and southwest winds and helping a nice warm up and some temperatures in the 50s by early next week. Forecast for tonight, clearing skies in the west and central, clouds as you head further towards the east, some snow over central Kansas into eastern Nebraska. Lows tonight in the teens and mid-20s. North winds tonight at 10 to 25, much stronger though over central Kansas. For tomorrow, some morning snow into the east, otherwise some sunshine. Highs tomorrow in the 40s, right around 50 over western Nebraska, 46 over western Kansas. West and northwest winds 5 to 15, switching to the southwest. In the Tri-Cities, some light snow for tonight, down to 22, and then for tomorrow we'll see sunshine, high of 42, and some clear skies for tomorrow night, and lows around 22.
I like the sunshine, but the 22 degrees I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, get used to it.
Thanks, Paul. I guess I have to. Well, with the hint of snow in the air, area snowmobile enthusiasts got together in Grand Island today. The 24th annual convention brought members of the Nebraska State Snowmobile Association together. As part of the convention, money was raised to help purchase a rescue sled for a trail in Wyoming that's a favorite of the members. The group sponsored the two-day convention, and they provide scholarships and donate equipment.
We work on legislation, we work on developing trails in Nebraska, multi-use type trails. We work with other motorized users, as well as wanting to get some trails in that would be equestrian type trails, hiking, mountain bike, to combine those things. These are some of the important things that we're working on at this time.
The lack of snow this year has sent most members in their snowmobiles to Wyoming, Colorado, and South Dakota. Now here's a mind teaser for you. Who has recently become more involved in snowmobiles? The answer may surprise you, and we'll have it for you tonight at 10. But I'm going to guess right now, Brian, that it's Frank Solich. They're down there snowmobiling in Texas.
Cruise around inside the dome. He's got a lot to cruise around for, a lot to talk about coming up in sports. A fine defensive performance. Casey Marler's standing by live from San Antonio. We'll talk to him after the break.
Good morning, it's Wednesday. At 10, your neighbor calls. Your dog ran off with his running shoes. At 1, your daughter announces she needs her sugar plum costume for the school play. At 3, you say yes to a baby shower for a coworker. At 4:15, the cash machine says no. At 4:30, you enter National Cash Advance. They hold your personal check until your next payday, and you get cash, no waiting. At 9, all is quiet. Too quiet.
Mom!
National Cash Advance. Cash at the speed of your life.
Okay, Carney, you're okay. Restaurants and shopping, parks, go out and play. The University of Kearney and hospitals too. Convention centers, Kearney's got the room. A town to raise a family, we're proud to say. Okay, Kearney, you're okay. Okay, Kearney, you're okay.
I think it's very important that you have great teamwork, that everyone works together, cares about each other, is supportive, and everybody has to be on the same page. And so when you have that all come together, you have a great chance of being successful.
Working with local hospitals and physicians, Bryan LGH is #1 in leadership, experience, and success. Put your trust in the best team around. Bryan LGH, the first name in heart care.
Ho, ho, ho! Look out! Ooh, it's the Colonel Dude, bearing gifts!
Right now, the Colonel's gonna give you a holiday deal and a free sandwich.
The Duke of Drumsticks, Sultan of Sandwiches.
Get 10 pieces of KFC original recipe for just $8.99. Plus a coupon to try the new original recipe sandwich free.
Colonel's cool, Colonel's cool. Actually, I'm cold. At KFC, we do chicken right.
Here at ABC, a strange pattern is emerging on Tuesday night.
We knew it!
Eerie similarities between the two comedies Spin City and Oh Grow Up Even We Can't Explain.
I'd be suspicious.
Take a look at this. Ford, Carter, both men named after presidents. And they share a secret language.
Blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah.
Another strange coincidence. Spin City and Oh Grow Up are back to back.
Duh.
Tuesday, starting at 8, 7 Central on ABC.
The Sugar Bowl would have been sweet, but Nebraska's New Year's party will most likely turn into a fiesta. That's where the Huskers would probably go bowling thanks to their win over Texas. This is how it looked from the Alamo Dome in the Big 12 championship game. We start out with a look at Joe Walker, Texas Ranger. A little more than 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Josh Brown hits a 42-yard field goal, career best for the kicker. 4th and 1, Huskers decide to go for it. They're sure glad they did. Eric Crouch busts through for a 31-yard touchdown. Tack on another field goal in the second quarter. It's 13-0. Texas pinned inside their own 20. Bad snap. It's out of Major Applewhite's control. Nebraska almost recovers for the touchdown, but they'll settle for the safety. 15-0. The Blackshirts can smell the shutout. Aaron Wills busts through for the sack. 15-0 at the half. Third quarter now. Dan Alexander had to sit out with a hand injury. Terrell Buckhalter makes up for his absence. 55-yard run. Doesn't quite get into the end zone, so Eric Crouch comes on and finishes things off from 4 yards out, keeping it on the option, lunging in, across the goal line. There's Alexander with that owie. Longhorns get on the board with a fumble return for a touchdown, 22-6. Major Applewhite tries for the end zone. Ralph Brown deflects it. Deion Booker intercepts. That seals the game. Nebraska is the winner, 22-6. That was one of 3 interceptions on the day for the Husker defense. The Husker offense did what it had to put some points on the board, but as the story has gone all year long, the defense stepped up to keep Texas from scoring. Casey Marler joins us live from San Antonio. Casey, the Blackshirts sure did look like they were playing some inspired football.
They did, and after the fourth quarter last week at Colorado, you kind of thought they would. Mac Brown actually said that last week's game against the Buffaloes may have inspired this defense, and they expected Nebraska's best shot. That's exactly what they got in the 22-6 win. But early on, it was the offense. Eric Crouch got the first touchdown of the game with the Huskers up 3-0 in the first quarter. This was a 4th and 1 play, and Crouch makes a couple of nice moves on the option and scampers 32 yards for the touchdown. There were some turnovers this afternoon. Eric Crouch made maybe a poor decision down around the Texas goal line and threw the interception right there, but on the very next play, the Blackshirts come back. Major Applewhite was intercepted by Tony Ortiz, one of 3 interceptions on the game. Deion Booker had the final one, as you just mentioned, and Ralph Brown, the senior All-American, also picked off Major Applewhite this afternoon. The defense also, they were all over Applewhite. They sacked him 8 times. in the game, and it was really the story of the Blackshirts. Major Applewhite never got into a groove like he had last year in Lincoln, and of course 6 weeks ago where he was just dumping off passes. They really frustrated that Texas offense, and as you mentioned, the only touchdown was given up on a fumble. Still some fumble problems, Brian. Nebraska turned the ball over twice in the red zone, and but they still come out with a 22-6 win. They're the first two-time Big 12 champions, and they run their mark in the Big 12 championship game to 2-1.
We talk about the interceptions and we talk about the sacks on Major Applewhite, but another big statistic, 20 hits on the quarterback.
And now, those hurries are every bit as good as a sack, if you ask anybody that plays defense or a defensive coordinator, because it kept Major Applewhite and the Texas offense from getting into a rhythm. And then once they've got you in a rhythm, that's when they hit you with the big play. Players like Coville and Nunez can beat you on that deep post. So a great job by the Blackshirts. And they're headed to Tempe, Arizona, most likely to face the Tennessee Volunteers in the Fiesta Bowl.
And we know it's one thing for Nebraska to win the Big 12 championship, but how sweet to beat Texas.
Not only beat Texas, but beat Texas 50 miles from Austin. The players are obviously ecstatic for more reasons than just going down to the Fiesta Bowl. They got a monkey off their back, their first victory over the Longhorns in the last 4 tries. And the saying going into this game from Longhorn fans, 4 in a row, not going to happen. The Huskers picked up a decisive 22-6 win today.
Are you ready for a trip to Arizona?
I'm going to go get some sunscreen as soon as we're done.
All right, thanks a lot. Casey Marler reporting live from San Antonio, Texas. The Hastings College volleyball team started the NAIA National Tournament along with 21 other schools. Now the field has been whittled down to the Broncos and just 3 others. 5th-seeded Hastings College met the host team, Fresno Pacific, in the national semifinals this afternoon. We'll take a check at the final. From that match, they lose to the home team. Jennifer Collins, though, had 11 kills for the Broncos. They finished the season 31-10 overall. Fresno Pacific advances to the championship match tonight. So a nice little run for the Bronco volleyball team into the Final Four. I guess you can't ask for much more than that.
Well, you could ask for a championship.
You could. Oh, a trip for California, just like the football team. But they run into those host schools.
Yeah.
They got to bring those California schools to Hastings, have them play there.
Well, I thought you liked your trip to California.
I did. But I'd rather see some wins. Then they end up in Tennessee. Then they end up other places.
Are you going to try and go to Arizona?
I'll try. Casey's, I think, got dibs, though.
I think so, too. Thanks, Brian. Well, still to come on NTV, Paul checks in with one last look at the forecast. Plus, the weekend is a sure sign of one thing: new movies at the theater. We'll tell you what's hot and where it's playing coming up after the break.
At Rita's Town & Country in the Kaufman Center, downtown Kearney, we believe clothing should be as magical as the holiday season. From understated elegance to pure fun, we invite you to stop in and see what we're about. Our accessories are special too. The classic looks of sterling silver and gold from Ed Levin, contemporary 3 ladies in Tresca, and beautiful leather purses that are easy to get in and out of. The very best to you and yours from all of us at Rita's Town & Country, downtown Kearney.
Williamson's Interiors in downtown Grand Island invite you to experience total comfort from their Lane Motion Gallery. Sit back and relax in their large selection of rocker and glider recliners, wingback recliners, heat and massage recliners, and recliners for the big man up to 350 pounds that with a touch of a handle will bring your feet up for total relaxation. The Lane Motion Gallery features the total look in recliner sofas, love seats, and sectionals. Don't miss all the values at the Lane Motion Gallery, Williamson's Interiors, downtown Grand Island.
Tune in to Central Nebraska's WB Networks, KWBL and KWPL for your favorite shows: Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Charmed, Hyperion Bay, Felicity, and Friends.
The home for Big Red football is here on NTV, ABC 6 and 13. And the time is here to announce the winner of the trip for 2 to this year's Nebraska Bowl game. And the winner is Raphael White of Kearney. Raphael and a guest will receive 2 tickets to the Nebraska Bowl game, accommodations, and airfare. We congratulate Raphael White on winning the Nebraska Bowl giveaway from all of us here at the Nebraska Television Network, ABC 6 and 13, where your Huskers come first.
The adventure begins. Richard Dean Anderson, Stargate SG-1.
Coming up tonight at 10, we'll take another look at a program in Kearney that's giving kids the opportunity to buy presents for the holidays. Plus, we'll take you inside some Kearney homes that are beautifully decorated for the holidays. Those stories and more coming up tonight at 10. And Paul, they're going to want to be inside because it's getting colder.
Yes, especially with that cold north wind for tonight. Feels like readings in the teens. Going to the forecast for tonight. See some light snow this evening in the Tri-Cities, down to 22. Then some clearing late tonight, 42 tomorrow, and some lighter winds and some sunshine moving in. Your 5-day look in the Tri-Cities, looking at some sunshine and temperatures in the low 50s for early next week.
Terrific. That sounds good. Thanks, Paul. Well, it's not a shock to all of us kids. Toy Story 2 topped the box office charts last week at the theaters. But Sleepy Hollow is proving to be a favorite even though it's Christmas and not Halloween. Now here's a look at the movies showing in the Tri-Cities. Well, that's it for us for now. Please be sure to tune in and join us again tonight at 10. Until then, have a great night.
Serving Eustis, we're Nebraska Television
and Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty. With your host, Larry Putney, and Nebraska head football coach, Frank Solich.
And 1, and Eric Crouch finds a seam, makes a great cut, and he's gone. The Huskers go up 10-0 in the first quarter and avenge their only loss of the season. The Longhorns were bum steers on Saturday as the Huskers beat Texas 22-6 and win the Big 12 championship. Hello, Husker fans. Along with Frank Solich, I'm Larry Putney. Welcome to the Frank Solich Show. Nebraska, the first team to win 2 conference championships. And, Coach, first of all, congratulations on a terrific win. And we'll get to all the specifics of that win over Texas in a second. But first, the man to my right is now 20-5 in his coaching career, 11-1 this season. Both of those Nebraska records for a coach in their first 2 years. And, Coach, in winning the conference championship in 2 years, you've done what no other coach in the history of Nebraska has done. Can you allow yourself to enjoy this?
Well, you know, those other guys just kept on winning, you know. Really, it's tremendously satisfying because it's really deserving for our football team to have gotten that done. We've got a great football team, and they've played hard every football game. You know, we had one that kind of got away from us, but they kind of got that one back with this win. So it has been a very satisfying season, but we got another game left, and it's going to be a very tough football game against an excellent opponent in Tennessee, it looks like. So we're looking forward to starting to prepare for it and get ready to play a good game.
It has been a great year to be a Nebraska fan. The Huskers are Big 12 champions, and when we come back, a look at the first quarter of that title game. Nebraska holding Texas to minus 24 yards rushing in that first half. Highlights next on the Frank Solich Show. Stay with us.
I don't know if you'd really call me much of a golfer, but I sure love this game. Now, I've invested a lot over the years in equipment, titanium. Get in there. Never had one lesson. And in my retirement plan to make sure I can keep on playing. The way I look at it, golf is a lot like life. It's all in the preparation.
For retirement planning that works, trust Taggy Rutherford. Taggy Rutherford Financial Group.
I love this game.
At Computer Cable Connection, we make total sense of network system integration. Since 1986, we've grown to become Nebraska's #1 network systems integrator, with over 300 certified technicians, worldwide distribution of 10,000 products from 400 manufacturers, plus in-house custom cable assemblies and CAD documentation. For professionalism you can rely on to bring today's technology to your desktop, doesn't it make sense to go with the total systems integrator?
If you want to play for the Huskers, you have to start early. Up and at 'em!
To be a champion, you need to think like they think. Watch the reverse! Watch the reverse! Train like they train. Ooh, a little help here! Bobby, dinner! Eat what they eat. Training table. And you've got to have the right gear. Take this one game at a time. Cut! Whoa, yes! A commitment, you bet it is. But that's the dream. Please say Bobby! Bobby, what about me? Bobby's you're the man.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They make routine jobs go faster. The more you work with them, the more confident you become. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
And welcome back to the Frank Solich Show. It's the third trip in 4 years to the Big 12 championship game for the Huskers. No team has been to the title game more times than the Big Red, and the Huskers looking to become the first team to win this conference championship twice. And this is also the first time this game featured a rematch of two teams that played during the regular season. A lot made of that rematch. Did you feel that it played an advantage for either team?
I don't think so. I felt that our football team was. Felt very good about getting into the game. We were ready to play anybody that needed to be played, and the fact that we had played them before and lost, I don't think was a major impetus for us. This team has gotten ready to play every game. So,
Dan Alexander starts it off with a 17-yard game.
Yeah, really a nice run. We had decided to try to go to the power game very early on, and with hopes of having some success. A few different blocking schemes to try to try to get some help on those two inside guys, because they're very strong physical football players, and seemed to work out. We did go to an option as we got into the series, but did not probably run as much option football as what we normally do.
Now, you wouldn't score on this drive, but you really set up your field position, and I think that was key early in this game, and you really had the field position advantage.
Well, I think so, too. We were pinned fairly deep on that opening kickoff.
11-yard line,
and so it was important to get some kind of a drive going and get the field position in place for us. We come up with a play there right down the middle with Willie, and which we did not have much success with in the first ball game. Changed things up a little bit on that, and had more success with an inside play there.
And then you come back and 4-yard gain here for Buckhalter on 2nd and 10.
Yeah, the drive was impressive enough to, I think, give our kids confidence and let Texas know that we were going to have a mixture of things thrown at them as we go through the game.
So you're able to drive into Texas territory, no points on the board. You punt it and pin them deep, so they start off their drive at the 11 as well.
And the defense played tremendous throughout the game, and of course showed right from the beginning that they were going to limit Texas in the running game and force them to do what they do best, and that is throw. And then our DBs, the people on the rush, did such a great job that Texas was really not able to get any offense going.
So they're forced to punt on 4th and 9, and a 52-yard punt. Joe Walker doing a nice job returning this 27 yards.
Joe and Bobby really did an excellent job there. Bobby came across through a nice block. You get some more blocks in there, as you see. Then Joe really a fine job of running right down the sideline there, and we got excellent field position, so it's all playing out well here in the early going.
In fact, the field position, you get the ball at the Texas 38-yard line, and that would allow you to get your first points on the board. And the first play coming up in the first drive would be Eric Crouch to Matt Davison.
Yeah, I think it makes certainly play calling and makes everything a little bit easier when you got this kind of field position to try to get some points on the board. We come with a pass right here, just an out pattern, and we hit Matt with it and get very close to the first down, and then just wedge it out to get the first down. And so even though we did not throw much in the game, there were times when it was vital to make a completion, and we got some of those to keep drives going.
And there Texas shutting down the option on 3rd and 10, so from 42 yards out, a career long for Josh Brown, and he sticks it through, and you have a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Josh really had a good day again. He missed one that was very, very close, but everything else was right through.
Lauren Kaiser with a big day this afternoon, and he gets the sack here.
Yeah, Lauren really played well. Great pass rush there by him. You can see they're all fired up and excited, and you could tell with the kind of practice that this team had throughout the course of the week and leading up to the game that Texas was going to get a great shot from us.
In fact, you held them to minus 10 yards rushing in that first quarter.
Yeah, which is really kind of unbelievable because they do have a big offensive line. They have an excellent running back in Hodges Mitchell and great quickness and speed. And usually, you know, in fact, he's been averaging like 140 yards the last 3 games on the ground. So what we did defensively was tremendous. Bobby Newcomb on a pass reception there of just a little throw out of the backfield, and then John Bowling there on a pattern, just a little fin pattern by the tight end, and we used 4 tight ends. As you know, Tracy didn't play, and so John was instrumental in it from the tight end position, and I'll mention those others a little bit later, but here goes Eric on a real key play for us where we faked the run up the middle. We had a little bit of success on earlier, as you noticed, and then that froze people, and then we send the eye back through, and the line does a great job of blocking, and Eric has a nice little crease, did a good job of working his way through the line area, and then, of course, his speed took over to put it in the end zone.
That was on 4th and 1, a 31-yard touchdown by Eric Crouch. 9th consecutive game that Eric has scored a rushing touchdown, and the Huskers now on top, 10-0 on Texas. And first-team academic All-American Kyle Vandenbosch with a nice play.
Yeah, great job there by Kyle, and really the whole defense, man for man, just played outstanding, and so. You know, when you have the talent that we have there and the speed that we have, and they're ready to play like they were today, it's going to be very difficult for a team to move the ball with any kind of consistency. There you see Aaron Wills running the play down, and Deion Booker, Jamie Burrow, a lot of people involved in it. So great pursuit.
You know, we talked about them being held to minus 10 yards rushing, 4 yards total offense in that first quarter. The Blackshirt,
it's really tremendous. Yeah. Ralph Brown on a great pass deflection. Right there, you see it on the replay again, and that's you know, he's done that before, where the guy is looks like he's open on the slant, and the quarterback throws it, and all of a sudden Ralph's there to bat it down. 5
pass breakups in the game, and now you try to get somebody open for Bobby here on the reverse pass.
We try to reverse pass where Matt really took some time coming in, and then breaks it out, tries to lull people to sleep, and did a pretty good job of it. It's just that the safety at the very last saw what was happening and ended up breaking out to it in order to cover it, and it was too late to try to get him the ball. Come back with a jailbreak to Bobby, but really the down and distance there probably was not a great play to run at that time because they're probably thinking draw a screen, that kind of situation, so we didn't get a lot out of it.
Well, after 1 quarter, the Huskers on top 10-0. 2 more Nebraska scores to bring you in the second quarter. Those highlights when we come back. Stay with us.
Our days are pretty busy, so when we decided to get a wireless phone, we went to Circuit City.
We asked about digital, analog, PCS, calling areas, and rate plans.
They answered all of our questions, helped us find this great phone and the perfect rate plan for us.
Right now, you'll get a $40 Circuit City gift card free with any wireless phone purchase. And you'll get a free 900 megahertz cordless phone when you buy select Nokia phones, a $30 value. Let Circuit City clear the air on wireless phones today.
Visit downtown Lincoln this holiday season.
Delight that special someone with a gift from Fred Wilson Jewelers. All parking stubs validated. Fred Wilson Jewelers. Experienced jewelers since 1948.
Tie one on for the holidays with a little help from Hallway Formal Wear. Perry Ellis, Lord West, and Ralph Lauren. All for purchase or rental.
Avant Card has Lincoln's largest selection of unusual cards, t-shirts, and wonderful gifts. Avant Card downtown at 13th and O.
Season's greetings from Lincoln's downtown businesses.
This is my mom. Another perfect holiday. I was 7 and Mom was amazing. She always knew to make Chex Party Mix. The good stuff, all seasoned and toasted fresh from the oven. I ate it with both hands. So did my uncle. You know what's great about the holidays now? It's my turn to be Mom.
Ramada Limited South Lincoln, a Gold Key property. You'll receive a complimentary deluxe executive continental breakfast, free HBO, fax and copy service, voicemail, and 2-line phones with data ports for computers. The Ramada Limited South Lincoln offers complimentary airport shuttle service, swimming pool, fitness rooms, and a library area for reading and relaxation. So when you're in Lincoln, Nebraska, don't just stay at a hotel, stay at Ramada, where you can expect our personal best.
Don't miss the Harlem Globetrotters, sponsored by Russ's Market, January 5th at Pershing Auditorium. Call for tickets. Discounts available for Russ's card holders.
Catch the Harlem Globetrotters. They're positively magical.
It was the largest crowd to ever see a football game at the Alamodome. 65,035 fans packing in, and the previous largest crowd was in '97 when Nebraska beat Texas A&M for the conference championship. The Blackshirts remarkable, as we said in the first quarter, allowing just 4 total yards, no first downs. Texas does get its first down in their first drive here with Hodges Mitchell on the carry.
Yeah, they run wide and actually get outside our containment there, and get about 7-8 yards on the play, and then they come back with a pass play. We get some pressure from the outside on them. Really an excellent catch there by Kwame Cavill, and a nice throw by Major Applewhite. Here, Jason Lohr puts good pressure on Applewhite, but then they come up with another excellent catch, and so they got a little bit of a drive going here, but then we come back with a real good pass rush. Kyle ends up finishing it off, and so we got him in the hole a little bit here, as you see. Initially, I think it was Joyce maybe coming through there on the, in fact, it was Joyce on the pass rush and caused Major Applewhite to divert, and then we get him for a loss.
They drove 31 yards to the Nebraska 34. Defense turns up the heat, really putting pressure on Applewhite. Was that the biggest strategy difference defensively, is really trying to get a lot of pressure on him?
Yeah, I think, you know, we did blitz more in this ball game, and it certainly paid dividend, and you know, with a guy like Applewhite, who's such a composed player and ends up throwing the ball so well that if you don't have pressure on him, you're in big trouble. There they end up missing a field goal, which was really instrumental to keep them off the board at that point in time. We come back with a pitch to Corral Buckholder, and Corral goes around the end and does a great job. We come back with a play that Eric had success on and scored on the first one. This time, instead of going around the end, he found a little crease and ducked up the middle. A little bit of trouble with some timing on some motion there, but didn't hurt us. We got the motion guy by in time, and Corral ends up making a big play on it, on a nice power play up the middle again.
One more look at Corral's carry. And that, of course, for 19 yards. Then Eric Crouch comes back, and we saw John Bowling with his first career catch in the first quarter. This is his second career, and this is for a 22-yard gain, first down to the 9-yard line.
Yeah, it gets bobbled a little bit by John, but really it does a great job of bringing it back in after it got deflected, and you can see he's pretty excited about making the big play here. And it's just kind of a pass that we fake a dive on it and send a tight end across the field, and one we delay on the backside, and John was open. Eric did a good job of getting the ball to him.
And this is a tipped pass for an interception.
Yeah, really a tough deal there. You know, we're on a good drive, but those kind of things can happen, and you know, we've been able to overcome some of those throughout the course of the season.
Like here.
Yeah, right here was a good job by Tony catching the ball and doing a good job of running and getting us great field position again.
And it's good to see the senior Tony Ortiz getting his first career interception.
Yeah, he's had a great year, and it's really exciting to see him finish off the regular season play here with a great game.
You would come back and go with Corral Buckholder on a couple of runs here. Now, Buck hurt his toe a little bit. Was it turf toe or just a bothered toe? Or
that's a turf toe injury, which is very painful, and he played with it most of the game. And you know, that's nothing that's strange for Buck to stay in a football game when he's not 100%, because he's done a great job of doing that last year when he was banged up for a good share of the season, and it was very difficult for him in this game, but we were down to actually him and Darren at the I-back spot with Dan being out.
Josh Brown kicks the field goal there, and so now it is 13-0, Nebraska on top. They come back, an incomplete pass to Flowers, and now you get a safety here.
Yeah, very close really to getting a touchdown recovered in the end zone, but the 2 points are big right at this point in time, and then of course we'll get the ball on them having to kick from the 20-yard line as it's a safety. There you see Joe Walker just mishandles it as he tries to go down for it, and very close to the TD.
Yeah, and Applewhite tipped that a little bit too. Otherwise, I think Joe probably would have had that and had it for the touchdown. Now on the free kick, nearly a very big play by Bobby Newcomb.
Yeah, they end up selecting the punt, and Bobby pulls it in and gets down the sideline and just gets tripped up right there. If he had a little bit more room, he would have outran that angle, but as it was, the sideline came into play there. We get called for a holding penalty, so that backs us up, and So we go to Darren Dietrich now at I-back for a little bit, and Darren ended up no gain on the first play, and then we're rushed on the pass pattern there, and so that drive doesn't get much accomplished. And there you see Tony Ortiz making a great play on a wide play that they had success with earlier in the game.
And that was just a gain of 3 by Hodges Mitchell. Applewhite comes back, complete to Cavill for a gain of 10 and a first down.
Yeah, and then he tries to look deep again for a receiver, and just too much pass rush for him to take any time to throw the ball. They had success with some shorter routes, but virtually nothing really deep.
Down the field. In the 3 losses to Texas, Nebraska sacked UT 4 times in those 3 games, 7 on Saturday against Texas, so obviously a huge difference.
Yeah, great game.
Now you come back and Carell Buckhalter finds a little room.
Yeah, we get the option play started wide here, but you know, don't get a big play out of it and then come back with a similar play, get nothing. And here you see Texas then taking over as that drive stalled, and they try their version of a jailbreak, which didn't go very well. And here again, you see pressure from the outside, and Aaron Wills brings them down. You see a replay of it here.
Aaron Wills, a sack, a loss of 9 for Texas there. That would force them into a punting situation, and Bobby with another nice return here of 25 yards.
Yeah, we really had an excellent day on punt returns. Bobby and Joe both did very well, and here you see Bobby get this, uses blockers very well and gets great yardage down the sideline.
And I think that was a place where you said you could really take advantage of that maybe you didn't in the first meeting was the special teams.
Yeah, you know, we did some good things in the first game against Texas in special teams, but we didn't really dominate. And I thought in this one we dominated when it came to kickoff coverage, when it came to punt coverage, when it came to punt returns. There was no question that we came out ahead on those.
Eric Crouch finds Matt Davison for a gain of 11 and a first down.
Yeah,
one more look.
Trying to get in position to hopefully get a touchdown here as we're running out of time in the first half, and we were trying a pattern here we thought that would have a chance, but we get tripped up coming out, and so we get our field goal unit in very quickly and try the field goal, but it was just apparently left of the uprights.
Yeah, and he was rushed a little bit there too because you were out of timeouts and running him in, and I saw Frankie getting him back a little bit.
Yeah, the team rushed on the field. There is no question, but he did get set, and it did get snapped without it being too much of a hurry there at the end. And Josh hit it pretty well and thought it was through, but it wasn't.
All right, 15-0 Nebraska on top of the half. Plenty still to come on the Frank Solich Show, including a best of edition of Hanging with the Huskers. Stay with us.
Becoming the best doesn't happen by chance. It takes hard work and consistency. It takes quality people and the right ingredients. But I'm not talking about football. I'm talking about Valentino's Pizza. Since 1957, Valentino's has been making the world's finest pizza. They make pizza the old-fashioned way, and at Valentino's, your satisfaction is guaranteed 100%. Take it from me, your best option is Valentino's.
Valentino's Big Red Special for just $16.99. The best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
Dodge Ram is built in the belief that if power is good, Magnum power is better. And that if saving is good, saving a lot is better. And now you can lease a Ram Quad Cab 1500 V8 4x2 for $299 a month. Magnum power. Magnum savings. That should get your motor running. Dodge Ram. Different.
I remember the days when service meant something.
I'm Randy Sewell of Controlled Comfort. For home heating and cooling, we know what customer service means.
I remember when people had the experience to get the job done.
Controlled Comfort meets the Lennox quality dealer standards.
I remember when I could rely on a company for years.
Lennox has made quality products for over a century.
I remember when I could get a good haircut.
How about a cap?
Lennox, one less thing to worry about.
As a former Husker linebacker, I know the importance of total coverage. That's why I chose Farm Bureau Insurance to cover my family's needs. Farm Bureau's Golden Estate Plan covers home, auto, and personal liability all in one package. Whether you live in town or on an acreage, it provides complete coverage at a competitive price. So when you can't afford to lose, go with the winner. Call your Farm Bureau agent now and put Golden Estate in your game plan. They'll keep you covered, Nebraska.
Hanging with the Huskers, light-hearted, fun looks at the Huskers off the field of play. Now, invariably, these stories are the most difficult to put together because of the setup, shooting, and editing time involved. These stories have been put together by Husker Vision's Brandon Verzal and Brandon Meyer. It's time to give these two guys props as we take a look at the best of Hanging with the Huskers.
For the last 2 years, Brandon and I have shot, edited, and produced the weekly feature we like to call Hanging with the Huskers.
Now, this feature would have never been possible without the cooperation of our football team and our coaches. Now, remember, these guys aren't trained to be actors, but sometimes they do a pretty good job.
But they are athletes first and foremost, which shows through in the things you don't see every week on the show.
Here we have some of Nebraska's finest linebackers, and we're here tonight to show our skills against the Nebraska bowling national champions. That sucked. Here we have Nebraska's finest linebacking crew, and we're here to show off our bowling skills against the national championship bowlers of Nebraska.
He has a 4.0. What's up, brothers and sisters out there in Husker Maniac land? We got some of the best linebackers in the nation right here. Gonna face the championship. God, I want to say women's bowl.
Patrick Kubongo.
Jake McKee. Matt Baldwin.
Tiger Woods, eat your hat off. It's time to go hanging with the Huskers on the golf course.
What? I look like one cowboy or what? Hey, bring on Chris Ledoux.
But for every blooper, there's been many more memorable moments over the last 2 years.
So now we give you a video tribute to the personalities that make this feature possible week in and week out.
This hosting thing is easy.
I can't believe they paid Putney for this.
Jeez.
Oh, I guess that's it.
Back to you, Larry.
Who said anything about pay? My secret's out now. The guys have a good time doing that, though, it seems like.
Great time. Fun group, huh?
Yeah, it really is. Well, the Huskers were not about to sit on a 15-0 lead. The Big Red offense comes out of the halftime locker room, taking it right at the horns. Corral Buckhalter busting loose to set up a touchdown. Those highlights coming up next on the Frank Solich Show.
Sir, may I take your car? I need your keys so I can drive your car.
He was all wrong for you. That guy was a freak.
Today, stop by any participating Amoco dealer and register to win a trip for 2 to a Nebraska bowl game.
Consistency is a big key to our success here at Nebraska. Whether you're talking about the coaches, the great fan support we get, or the very talented athletes we have. Another constant that's helped is the care and medical attention we've received for over 25 years from the physicians at Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. Time and again, their talented staff has proven that they are dependable and highly skilled professionals. That support keeps our athletes on the field and in championship form.
Make Meadow Gold a part of your family moments. Meadow Gold, full of flavor, backed by tradition.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toe tapping, check your pulse. You may be dead. Here it is, coming to you in living cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
I like this job.
Negative 24 yards. That was the rushing total for Texas in the first half. Now, to begin the second half, Coach, you've already lost Dan Alexander out for the rest of the game, and you can see there with a hand injury. How's his status?
Really, well, it's going to take a while for that to heal up. A severe laceration in the palm of his hand, required about 15 stitches, but should be ready for the bowl game.
Victor Ike now at running back for the Longhorns, 20 yards and a first down in that first
They ended up playing 3 different I-backs also, and so, you know, it was a very physical game, hard on those ball carriers.
And Ike with the fumble there that caused by Tony Ortiz, who had a great game. And
yeah, really did have a great game. They were able to get back on it, but you know, certainly a loss of yards there paid dividends for us.
All-American Mike Brown led Nebraska in tackles for 3 straight years. Only 2 others have done that before, never a defensive back, and he gets the sack here.
Yeah, really a lot of pressure there. You see, we brought a lot of people, and a lot of lanes opened up. Mike got to him first with a great pass rush.
And Mike will finish second on the all-time tackle list.
Yeah, what a great career he's had, let alone you look at the season he's had, but you put it all together, and just been fabulous.
Corral comes back with a gain of 7.
Yeah, kind of a wide run here where we try to show a little bit of inside action, pull both guard and tackle, and have the fullback lead block, and it's pretty effective. Here we come back with really kind of the opposite of that, a counter trap up inside rather than going wide, which we went to play before, and it ended up being successful here. They came down hard, but we were still able to get underneath the trap block, and Corral does really a good job of getting it all the way down to about the 4-yard line.
20 carries, 136 yards on the afternoon for Corral, and then Eric takes it in. It's 2 touchdowns on the day for Eric Crouch.
Yeah, run an option here, and they string it out, and Eric did a real good job of ducking it up and putting it in the end zone. They make it sometimes tough to run the option and get the pitch off when you see 2 guys out there like they were throttled down and widening, but we have the speed and quickness at quarterback just to duck it up when people are doing that.
And Eric has led Nebraska in rushing this year, the first quarterback at Nebraska to lead the Huskers in rushing since 1955, Rex Fisher.
Well, we use them at times like an I-back in terms of number of carries that he's had, and so consequently, you know, he was going to get a bunch of yards, and with his skill, of course, those yards really mounted up. There you see Steve Warren on an excellent play. Again, we have a lot of pass rush. Eric Johnson showing a rush there also, and helping Steve get in line to make the play. And here Lauren Kaiser gets a hand on him, and then when he gets away, gets around and gets him again. So the rush is really getting to Major Applewhite, At times he just threw the ball away rather than taking a sack. At other times he didn't even have time to do that. He got sacked, and I think he got a little frustrated, and it was a little tough on them to get anything going.
And this defense just very quickly set a school record for sacks in a season with 54. Offense comes back, and Correll Buckhalter with no gain there.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Not much daylight up the middle, and he tried to bounce it, but didn't get very far. And Eric there ends up trying to go wide, and right now the yards are starting to come tougher. They made some adjustments to stop those inside plays. We have there's never a comfortable lead, I don't think, in the game, but we have a lead, and our defense is playing so well. You want to make sure that you don't do some things that are just going to be at risk in terms of the ball being on the ground or an interception or something of that nature. And so we got a little conservative in what we did offensively, but it was certainly enough to get this thing done.
Tony Ortiz with the tackle there, and then Major Applewhite finds Kwame Cavill for 30 yards.
Again, a good pass rush, but this is one time where the receiver was able to run a flag route and get some separation on it, and then Major Applewhite was able to hit him. But here, and I don't know if it's a broken pattern or if Major Applewhite's just under the pressure to where he just was trying to throw it away, but Ralph makes the interception and again brings it back to where we have good field position. Here you see a replay on it, and he's trying now to sprint out away from the inside rush, but that was not very effective either, and so he just tried to dump it, I believe.
That is the third interception of the year, 11th of the career for Ralph Brown, and I guess you just don't go after Ralph 2 plays in a row.
No, it's you're not going to make a living doing that.
That's right.
And here you see a nice crease open up for Corral, and a good job of running. Actually a good-looking play where it looks like it's coming inside, and there again you see Willie Miller leading, and then James Sherman out there throwing a block, and Russ also coming around throwing a block and created a real good running lane for Corral.
Now Eric Crouch comes back with a nice gain here.
Yeah, again, a play that was used for him to score the first touchdown off of, where he fakes to Willie up the middle, and the I-back does some blocking. The line does a great job there, and we end up having a good gain off it.
Now on 3rd and 9, Eric comes up with 4.
Yeah, we run the option again, and don't get it done enough to get the first down, and so that kind of halts that drive.
It's 22-0 though. The Huskers on top as we head into the 4th quarter. When we come back, we'll take a look at those highlights. Stay with us.
At Computer Cable Connection, we make total sense of network system integration. Since 1986, we've grown to become Nebraska's #1 network systems integrator, with over 300 certified technicians, worldwide distribution of 10,000 products from 400 manufacturers, plus in-house custom cable assemblies and CAD documentation. For professionalism you can rely on to bring today's technology to your desktop, doesn't it make sense to go with the total systems integrator?
I work out every day. Well, nearly every day. I believe staying in shape keeps you young. It's important to me that my finances are in shape too, and I've done pretty well that way. But when it was time for me to plan for my estate, I definitely needed a professional trainer, and nobody does it better than Taggy Rutherford. They really help me plan for the future. I've taken care of myself. Taggy Rutherford helps me take care of my family.
For estate planning that works, trust Taggy Rutherford. Taggy Rutherford Financial Group.
I feel great.
My people just don't have time to make everything. That's why, what with the Christmas crunch, I do all my last-minute shopping at Ernie's in Ceresco.
For exciting holiday sale prices on big-name TVs, camcorders, audio systems, DVD players, home theaters, and more. Select a 32-inch and up big screen and pay nothing till 2001.
The holiday sale at Ernie's in Ceresco.
You dream of living in the country, but enjoy being close to the city. Your dream has finally come true. Introducing Iron Horse Community, Nebraska's newest and most unique housing project, featuring a beautifully blue 40-acre rock-bottom lake and an 18-hole golf course, including a clubhouse, marina, and 5-mile walking path. For information, contact Boyer Young Real Estate, 334-3690. Iron Horse Community. The lifestyle is much better here.
You know, Texas had not been shut out since 1980 at Baylor, nearly 20 years, but with just 15 minutes, it looked like the Huskers could get it done. And a lot of parents showing up at the Alamo Dome, and there's Willie Miller's parents.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, and it was great to see a lot of the parents there, and it's amazing how many trips parents do make to come and see their sons play at Nebraska, but also on away games, so they really make the effort.
On 3rd and 7, Texas could not get enough for the first down, so now you take over at your 23, and the shutout intact until here.
Yeah, we have a turnover, which, you know, we had talked about that just prior to going on the field, and so we, you know, but it can happen, and it happened there. No one felt worse about it than certainly Darren, and so he'll come back off of that, but that was tough on him.
And then they go for 2 and help you out a little bit. They do not get it, so you're on top 22-6. Now Joe Walker with another nice return. This is a 26-yard.
Yeah, you know, the lead right now, when they got on the board, all of a sudden doesn't look nearly as good, and it's a ball game, of course, and Joe gets us good field position by bringing it out to around the 26-yard line, but we try to throw, and they get us on a blitz, and then we hope to catch them on a counter trap on a long yardage situation there that sometimes if there's not penetration, if you get the down blocks and get the kick out, you maybe have a crease, but it didn't work that time.
And then they try to go for it all, but Keel with nice position.
Yeah, excellent coverage. And that's one time, you know, they dropped back and tried to get a deep one off and had a little bit of time to throw it, but here you see 2 plays in a row, really just great coverage, one by Keel and then one by Ralph.
And Ralph extends his career record for pass breakups in a career at 51, and he also broke his own school record for pass breakups in a year.
Yeah.
He now has 16 this year.
Yeah, again, he also had an amazing career as well as an amazing season.
Yeah. Now you come back and gain a 1, and it seemed like their defense maybe fed off of that touchdown a little bit because their defense started getting a little more stable.
Yeah, it did. There you see some good penetration, and so we tried an inside play, try an option, and don't get much done, and so they're able to take it over again, but you know, they don't get much done, and so we start to take control of the game again, of course, as they fumble the ball here, and we get in great field position, and you know, so this is a little bit different than the first go-around when we played them, when we had 3 turnovers and they had none.
So, Coach, you take over at the 18-yard line, and Eric Crouch with a couple of nice gains here, back-to-back 5 and 7 to pick up a first down. It looks like you're moving the ball.
Yeah, we're getting it close to the goal line here, and in really good position. Here we are going to try a shuffle pass, but that breaks down. Eric was going to shovel it to Bobby, but it broke down, and so Eric had to keep it. And then we have a bad center quarterback exchange. Never got to the bottom of what happened there, but they end up recovering it. So it really was a missed opportunity there that was pretty crucial.
Well, Nebraska's still up 22-6. Major Applewhite finds Nunez for a gain of 15. Tell you, the first time in 22 games that Applewhite has not thrown for 200 yards. So
yeah, that tells you how well the defense really played. You saw Carlos Polk down on the sideline there, and this was a very physical football game where we had a lot of guys came up with injuries, got banged up in it, as they did also. But hopefully we'll be able to get all our guys back and practicing to get ready for the bowl game.
Yeah, Major's numbers 15 for 42, 164. So, and Nebraska picking him off 3 times as well. You come back here, and I think you're in a standpoint now where you want to keep the ball on the ground, run the clock, and
yeah, we don't want to do anything that's going to help Texas out, of course. If we could pick up some first downs, that would certainly be a benefit to us, but we don't want to give them great field position. They've been having a difficult time moving the ball against our defense with any kind of consistency. Here, really a nice deflection, and then Dion picks it off and takes it up the sideline, and so really a great job of keeping them out of the end zone.
A 37-yard return by Deion Booker off the interception, and one more look at it as the pass breakup by Ralph Brown.
Yeah, Ralph did a real good job there of catching up and getting that thing batted to help Deion make the interception.
And then Coach Solich gets one of the most complete dousings in the history of the Gatorade bats. How'd that feel?
Yeah, that was rough. But I'll tell you what, at that point in time, didn't mind it at all.
It all felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Nebraska, your Big 12 champions, a 22-6 win over Texas. After the game, Mike Brown would say, quote, "I didn't want to leave here without beating Texas. I finally got him, and I can die now."
Yeah. You know, Mike looked at me after he said that and kind of shook his head a little bit, but what he was saying was this was a very important game for not only him, but this whole football team, and the guys responded tremendously well to get it done.
All right, another great crowd in San Antonio. When we come back, we'll check it out at our Sounds of Saturday.
I remember the days when service meant something.
I'm Randy Sewell of Controlled Comfort. For home heating and cooling, we know what customer service means.
I remember when people had the experience to get the job done.
Controlled Comfort meets the Lennox quality dealer standards.
I remember when I could rely on a company for years.
Lennox has made quality products for over a century.
I remember when I could get a good haircut.
How about a cap?
Lennox, one less thing to worry about.
Hi, I'm Tony Massinio, president of Valentino's. You know, there's nothing like the tradition of autumn in Nebraska. Harvest time, Husker football, and Valentino's pizza. And this fall, Valentino's is featuring the Big Red Special, featuring 2 of our award-winning, medium-sized, delicious pizzas for only $16.99. So come to Valentino's today and taste the tradition.
Valentino's, the best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
She may not have mastered the finer points of hedge trimming. And she didn't get the lead in the musical put on by the Community Playhouse. But around here, she's still a star. You see, she's the local Farm Bureau insurance agent for auto, home, and property protection, and for life insurance that can help protect your family's financial security. Call your Farm Bureau insurance agent today. Living beside you, working for you.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They make routine jobs go faster. The more you work with them, the more confident you become. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
It was Championship Saturday in the Big 12, 2 of the best programs in the history of college football, Nebraska and Texas, in front of a sold-out Alamo Dome and a national audience watching on ABC. The Huskers win it 22-6, and what followed, we have for you on the Sounds of Saturday.
25, 20, he's gonna
Congratulations. Let's go on to the next one.
48 power check on 3-on-3, ready?
A couple things. Number one is every single one of you earned it. You earned the Big 12 championship, and you should be congratulated for it. And I think the coaching staff did a great job, and I really appreciate all of you, coaches, players, and what you got accomplished. It was outstanding.
Congratulations to you and your Cornhuskers on a great victory today. On behalf of the Dr. Pepper Company and the Big 12, we want to congratulate you and award you this Big 12 championship trophy. Thanks a lot.
And then everybody. Here we go, baby.
Hey, we want confidence, baby, all year. We finally got the monkey off our back. Hey, Big 12 champions, it's party time, baby.
Yes, the ball's here, and we'd like to visit with you and extend an invitation.
Great game today, gentlemen. We think we'd like to make sure that you've got a wonderful place to welcome the millennium. How about Tempe, Arizona?
Yeah, I'm gonna take this home. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Boy, it feels this is the best right here. You know, it's a really meaningful game after losing to Texas and coming back. So it's just a great game. All the kids just prepared, and I don't know what to say. You know, they just way above what I ever expected from them.
Do not eat the trophy, Steve. Hey, Big 12 champions, it's party time, baby!
friendly advice and great savings on your DirecTV system, stop by Circuit City today. When you get a DirecTV system and subscribe to Total Choice Programming, you'll get 2 free months of 32 premium movie channels and 25 specialty sports networks, a value of over $100. Plus, get a free self-install kit, a $50 value, or professional installation for only $99 with your DirecTV system. Save on DirecTV today at Circuit City.
I've been using their products, I say, for 15 years. In fact, I've been using 100% of their products. I just don't even plan any other ones because I believe in that what they have is going to treat me well, and I believe in their products.
We are in a unique position in the seed industry, able to choose from among the best new technologies to bring you products offering both reliable performance and innovation.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Haven't made plans for New Year's Eve? The Lincoln Journal-Star presents Fire and Ice in downtown Lincoln, and 10/11 takes you there. See 8 different laser music shows. Count down early with the kids. And don't miss the fireworks finale at midnight. Wherever you celebrate, 10/11 brings you live updates from Lincoln's premier party throughout the evening. Fire and Ice, New Year's Eve, downtown Lincoln at 11th and N Streets.
Trajectory looks good.
Happy holidays from Elizabeth Park South. Home for the holidays? For great decorating ideas, stop into Samson's. Celebrating 25 years in business, Samson's has elegant and unique accessories for your home. Add a little warmth and a lot of love to your home this holiday season. Shop Samson's. Adorn your home or office with limited edition pieces from Masterworks Gallery. One of its kind, Masterworks Gallery offers a wide range of works by local and national artists. Give an extra special gift this holiday from Masterworks Gallery. Shop Elizabeth Park South this holiday season. In 1969, the Beatles were topping the charts. Americans watched from their home as man walked on the moon, and Quality Sew & Vac began a 30-year tradition of quality service, name brand products, and excellent prices. Today, Quality Sew & Vac continues its tradition. Celebrate Quality Sew & Vac's 30th anniversary at its store-wide sale. From buttonholes to vacuum hoses, the experts at Quality Sew & Vac can help you choose the best sewing machine and vacuum to fit your needs. Quality Sew & Vac in downtown Grand Island, getting beautiful results for 30 years.
This week in our player feature, the story of Scott Agulia. Now, unless you know Scott, he's probably not a Husker you've heard a lot about. But for now, that's okay with a sophomore split end. After what Scott and his family have endured the last 2 years, Scott's just glad to be back in Lincoln and playing football. 2.5 years ago, Scott Agulia was accepting an offer to play football at Division I Montana State. The Lincoln Southeast grad was on his way to the wide-open Big Sky Conference. But after spending just 3 months on the Montana State campus, he got a call that he remembers with eerie detail.
I had a green light on my answer machine. I thought it was my girlfriend, so I listened to it, all happy. And then I heard my dad's voice on the answer machine, and it didn't even sound like him. It was his voice was so high pitched that it didn't sound like, I thought it was somebody playing a joke on me. So, and I can actually quote it.
And I called him up and I said, Scott, you're not going to believe this. You're just not going to believe this, but your mother's been killed in a car accident. I said, I need you, son. I need you now, please.
It was November 21st, 1997. Linda Agulia was killed in a car accident.
2 years later, it feels like it happened like yesterday. Really, it's just tough to forget. And it seems like every time I'm around at home with my dad, I kind of, when you walk up the steps, you normally see your mom in the kitchen or just sitting down. You just never see that, and it's kind of hard to take.
The three of us have always been a very tight, close-knit family. We did everything together.
Every time I set foot in my car, I have a rose I pulled from a casket on my mother's grave, and I let it dry out, and I sit it in the back of my car seat, in the back car seat by the window. And this, every time I look in the rearview mirror, I see that rose sitting there, kind of reminds me of her. This gives me incentive to be extra careful, extra cautious. It's totally unexpected. I can't even remember what the last words I had with my mother, because every time I call home, that let my parents know how I'm doing, like every day, my mom answered the phone and she'd say, yeah, Scott, let me get your dad on the phone, whatever, because he really wants to talk to you. He's excited to talk to you. And I rarely talked to my mother, and we had such a close relationship too.
And Scott has that same kind of relationship with his father, which helped him realize his time in Montana was over.
it wasn't much of a decision for him to make. He knew immediately that he had to come back home.
When I came back to Nebraska, after this all happened, I wasn't really even going to think about playing football or nothing. Then I was really thinking about hanging it up because I didn't have any energy, any self-will to do anything until I came down here and talked to some of the football coaches like Ron Brown. He spiritually motivated me, and my father as well, because he really didn't want me to quit at all.
So after giving up that full-ride scholarship, Scott walked on for the Huskers and made his first walk down the tunnel this season.
I actually broke down. I was in tears. I was so proud of that moment. It was like I wish at that point I could be holding my wife's hand to share that with her.
Scott is now battling for the third split-in spot on the depth chart and happy to be getting some time late in the game.
It's real exciting. It just gives you like a little hunger you want to get out there with some more. You want to be with the first team offense, and eventually I'll get there someday, I promise.
He is dedicating a lot of his hard work and attitude towards his mother to maybe, and I believe he does believe this, that she is looking down on him.
I vowed to my dad, I told him, hey, I'm going to play every play, for my mother or whatever, because playing football made me happy, which made my mother happy. She used to love watching the games. I'm sure she still does.
Pride, hard work, and high performance are what every team strives for. The Huskers have it all. A proud team with a strong tradition. Experience that same strong tradition at your locally owned and operated Amoco gasoline stations and convenience stores, where you'll find high-quality gasoline, snacks, drinks, car washes, and automotive repairs, all with a big Husker smile. Amoco, you expect more from a leader, and you get it.
Pick up your colorful Nebraska Big Red 2000 calendar for just $9.95, yours with an 8-gallon fill at any participating Amoco location throughout Nebraska.
You dream of living in the country, but enjoy being close to the city. Your dream has finally come true. Introducing Iron Horse Community, Nebraska's newest and most unique housing project, featuring a beautifully blue 40-acre rock-bottom lake and an 18-hole golf course, including a clubhouse, marina, and 5-mile walking path. For information, contact Boyer Young Real Estate, 334-3690. Iron Horse Community. The lifestyle is much better here.
Consistency is a big key to our success here at Nebraska. Whether you're talking about the coaches, the great fan support we get, or the very talented athletes we have. Another constant that's helped is the care and medical attention we've received for over 25 years from the physicians at Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. Time and again, their talented staff has proven that they are dependable and highly skilled professionals. That support keeps our athletes on the field and in championship form.
Lots of folks are trying their hands at minivans these days. If you'd like to build one too, why not make it easy on yourself? Just use the pattern everyone else seems to be using. Dodge Caravan, the most innovative, most imitated, most trusted, best-selling minivan ever, starting at $18,025.
And welcome back to the Frank Solich Show. Coach, 11-1 on the season. How satisfying, how gratifying has this been?
Well, I think it's very gratifying to really everybody in the program, and but I don't think that this team will be satisfied until they play the last game for them of this season, and that'll be against Tennessee in the Fiesta Bowl, and certainly a tremendous opponent for us, and it'll be a great challenge for this football team. But we'll look forward to it and look forward to the game.
An SEC opponent that the Huskers have seen before, of course, the Orange Bowl back in '97. Well, that's it for the Frank Solich Show. Thanks very much for joining us. For the entire Husker Vision crew, I'm Larry Putney, and we'll see you next time on the Frank Solich Show.
The Frank Solich Show has been brought to you in part by Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty, Iron Horse Development, Meadow Gold Dairy, Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, Pepsi, Taggy Rutherford, U.S. Bank, and Valentino's. Frank Solich Wardrobe was provided by Gary Michaels Clothiers.
Our days are pretty busy, so when we decided to get a wireless phone, we went to Circuit City.
We asked about digital, analog, PCS, calling areas, and rate plans.
They answered all of our questions, helped us find this great phone and the perfect rate plan for us.
Right now, you'll get a $40 Circuit City gift card free with any wireless phone purchase. And you'll get a free 900 megahertz cordless phone when you buy select Nokia phones, a $30 value. Let Circuit City clear the air on wireless phones today.
Visit downtown Lincoln this holiday season. The Beacon Lounge would like to wish you a happy and safe holiday season. Join us for lunch or in the evening to unwind with friends. The Beacon Lounge, the place to be. Stop into La Bamba to quench your burrito craving. Now introducing 4 daily specials. Still open after the bars close. It's La Bamba at 15th and O. Come to the Clipper for all of your hair care needs. Their convenient location and professional staff makes the Clipper a smart and easy choice when it comes to quality hair care. Season's greetings from Lincoln's downtown businesses.
Serving your community through volunteering may be one of the most rewarding experiences of your life. Share your talents, your energy, and your caring. Be a star. Volunteer. Call the Nebraska Volunteer Service Commission at 1-800-291-8911 for volunteer opportunities in your area.
Happy Hanukkah from your Capital City news station.
Welcome to the All-Tell Husker Volleyball Show with two-time National Coach of the Year, Terry Pettit. And now, here's your host, Larry Putney.
It's tournament time for Nebraska. The 10th-ranked Huskers hosting San Diego in the second round. Amber Holmquist with the block. And for the 6th consecutive year, the Huskers are in the round of 16 of the NCAA Volleyball Championships. Hello, Husker fans. I'm Larry Putney, and welcome to the All-Tell Husker Volleyball Show with head coach Terry Pettit. It's on to Palo Alto for the Big Red and the Pacific Region semifinals. The Huskers sweeping both Davidson and 25th-ranked San Diego at the Coliseum this week. And, of course, we'll bring you highlights of both of those matches. We'll speak with head coach Terry Pettit about the upcoming match with UC Santa Barbara and a hopeful matchup with Stanford. An exciting half hour of Husker volleyball is ahead on the All-Tell Husker Volleyball Show. Stay with us.
You know what ticks me off? Well, a lot. But the main thing is a phony. That's why I like these Arby's chicken fingers. They're the genuine article, none of that processed nugget stuff.
Arby's chicken fingers are big, crispy strips of real all-white meat chicken.
That looks good. That's real, not phony. I can't stand phony.
Down, boy.
Sorry.
Don't settle for anything but Arby's real all-white meat chicken fingers.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools